We're into day 2 here in Rome, week 4 of our Italian summer adventure. Royal Roma set the pace yesterday with a couple of wins. Then we had a split series in the afternoon. 5 teams this week in Rome, only 1 spot in the Super Series in a week's time. Up for grabs, I'm Mr. Maximo. This is the FanCode European Cricket Series Italy, Rome, and it starts right now. Good morning to you wherever you're watching from around the world. Welcome to another big day in European cricket. It is day 2 of 6 here in Rome, week 4 of 5 already. We have some of the pieces of our Super Series next week. In fact, all the pieces except one, the winner of this week, will be going through to the Super Series right here in a week's time. The winner of that will be going to the European Cricket League in 2023. So a big prize on the line, potentially for one of these teams that you'll see today. And we are starting with a doubleheader this morning. We have Roma Cabanelli, who are taking on Rome Bangla Morning Sun. Starting with match 5, let's go to the coin toss. Great to have Sir Rob Kemming back on the tour. He's with the 2 captains right now. Let's see who wins it.
Your call. Tails is called. It's a roller. It is tails.
We're gonna bat first.
So the news from the toss is that Anik Ahmed, the captain of Rome Bangla Morning Sun, has won the toss and he has elected to bat first. Look, no surprises there for me. We saw they did make a big score batting first in their first innings yesterday. That was match 3 against Roma's CEC. Ultimately, they would defend it easily. Wasn't so easy though when they batted first in their second game, match 4. They were held to a score in the 90s. Roma's CEC ultimately would chase that down. So they're 1-1 RBMS, and let's see how they go against Roma Cabanelli this morning. I'm always excited to watch Sharif Ahmed bat. I think that he has a lot of talent. In fact, their top 3 really did the job in the first game. Now, the second game, they were able to, the other team were able to kind of remove them a bit earlier, and it just completely changed the complexion of the contest, even though you had the same 2 teams out there. But let's talk about Roma Cabanelli. Well, they're a side with a fair bit of talent in there, but they haven't quite put it together on ECN. We haven't seen them since 2020. Ultimately, they're 0-6 lifetime, but they do have some bright spots. I've got to say, I really love watching Michele Moratini, the native Italian player who is likely to bowl first change. I'd like to see him batting a little bit up the order as well. And look, I just think they are learning every time that they play, even though they're quite a proud club. They haven't played too much of this T10 format, and I think the more they play, the better they'll get. At least they will get the 8 games this week to mount some sort of challenge to some of the more experienced teams in this format. All right, let's talk about the conditions today. Well, I don't like to use the word microwave easily, but that's what it was yesterday. We really got up 36, 37 degrees, but that was probably compounded out here in the middle, I think, by quite a few degrees. In the cube, it was pretty hot as well. We're expecting more of the same all week, to be honest. We are currently about 28 degrees to get this one started, and ultimately we'll get up to about 36 or 37 again. So it's going to be hot conditions. There'll be some time allowances for extra drinks and things like that, just to look after the players. Of course, we appreciate their efforts in the European Cricket Series. Let's go over to Corey Ruckers, or he's a man, I'm sure, that's excited to start day 2 as much as I am. I can tell you the news from the toss in match 5 is that Rome Bangla Morning Sun, they've won the toss. They're going to have a hit. Over to you, Corey. Let's have a great day.
Good morning, everyone. Then good morning, Vinny. Thank you for that absolutely lovely intro. And here we are. We're in Rome. The searing sun, but gorgeous weather for cricket. And if you're a cricket fan, be ready for live games today here on the ECN network. And looking forward to seeing how it pans out between Roma Cabanelli and Rome Bangla Morning Sun. So we'll have a quick look at the 2 lineups and how this match might pan out. And you can see the Coliseum just in the background. When looked at that the other night, gorgeous little area. Very, very busy at the moment with the tourism. But let's have a look at the lineups right now. And Rome Bangla Morning Sun, aren't they a dangerous lineup? That top 3, Rehan, Anik and Ahmed, all showed yesterday how good they can be. And then Siddiqui with the ball at the bottom of their list. He is a very, very talented Yorker bowler, death specialist. Roma Cabanelli, well, they didn't get a win yesterday. Look, you've got Moratini. He's there listed at about number 8. He'll probably bowl a couple right at the top, the Italian-born. He's got a nice, strong action. Dane Kirby from Australia is listed at 3. I actually liked Hamza, but it looks like he's not in the line. No, sorry, he is. Amir Hamza, he's listed at 5. Bowls rolling leg spinners, comes out and gives it a whack. I think if Cabanelli are going to register their first win, Hamza has to have a good day. But let's see how it works out. This T10 format can ebb and flow and turn drastically. Expected score, I think that's pretty fair as well. 118 for Rome Bangla Morning Sun. They'll be playing with the Morning Sun on their back. Maybe that's a slight advantage. Capinelli only expected to score 84. But let's see. As we mentioned a few times, T10 does vary quite drastically and quite often. As in the foreground, I can see the players making their way to the middle with the standing officials. So what promises to be another exciting day on the ECN, the ECS this is. We have the ECC coming up soon with the national teams, and then start of the new year we have the ECL. So 3 different types of cricket. Very exciting. I think the ECS, this type, is one of my favourites though. I love watching these cricketers all around Europe display their skills and see how they play on the platform. You can see on your screens there, gorgeous morning. There's a slight breeze from right to left. I'm sure that will swirl around and turn around throughout the day. And good morning to everyone around the world, especially those in India via FanCode. Good luck with your Dream 11 teams out there. I know you'll all be tuning in via FanCode. Great service. And good morning everyone on the YouTube chat. Good morning the man and Keanu. I see you in the chat early, and everyone else, even the lurkers out there who are watching and not in the chat. Enjoy today. Beautiful morning. Hope you had a lovely evening. And looking forward to seeing how this game pans out. Looks like Samar Ali, who opens the bowling, opens the batting. He's got the new ball in hand, so he'll be starting proceedings. Let's have a quick look at the field. Looks like they're going to go with the deep forward square leg and a deep mid on as the 2 boundary riders. And it will be that dangerous opening pair, Rehan and Ahmed. We saw a fair chunk of them yesterday. Really dangerous. Plenty of cricket shots. It wasn't slogging. It wasn't across the line. Educated batting. They were very exciting to watch. Weather forecast today is for a warm 36. 27 degrees now though. With a breeze. The morning sun. It is a gorgeous morning for cricket. I think if I had to choose what game I'd want to play, I'd be wanting to play the morning sessions. I think in the afternoon, that heat does get sweltering. So a couple more adjustments to the field. It's bang on 8:30 here in Rome. So the first ball, just a moment away. Slight adjustments, everybody getting their morning routines in. Ali looks like he's almost ready. Rehan's ready. Umpire's ready. Here we go. Ball 1, day 2. Well, starts with a bit of a gundy ball, as Rico and Vinny like to call it. Down the leg side, short. And help yourself, really. If you're an opening batsman, that's exactly what you want. Short on leg stump. 4 runs, first ball to start what could be an exciting day. I'd like to know the percentages of T10 matches that start with the boundary. I reckon quite a lot, actually. More than any other format, that's for sure. So Ali just needs to adjust his line early. That's better. No real pace, but you can see he swings it in, and really, really poor from mid-off and mid-on. Well, there is a deep mid-on, but mid-wicket should be coming to cut that off, and mid-off was just watching. So Ali gently doesn't pick it up, and really good awareness from the batting side. Shot. What a shot. Over cover. 1 bounce, 2 bounce, 4. So Ahmed picks up where he left off yesterday. Both batsmen opening their account with a boundary. And Ali this time over pitching. It shows how difficult it is in this T10 format. If you go a little bit short, you get pulled away, a little bit full, blasted over cover. Great start for both batsmen. Swung in again and flicked away. He goes with the swing. And yeah, that will trickle away for 4. So Ahmed, bang, bang to start his account. That's already 3 boundaries this morning. What I like about this is they're scoring all over the wicket. And Morteni out there, I reckon he's missed that. Could have kept it in just a little bit. Big in swing, but losing his line that time. I guess the real question is with Rome Bangla Morning Sun batting first, and when they show how good they were with the bat yesterday, if Capinelli don't get it right early, as the batsmen have a nice little hug with the fielder there and a conversation, good spirits. If they don't get it right early, this score could easily blow out. We don't want that. We want a nice tight affair, but there is every chance that Rome Bangla Morning Sun hit something big here. Off the pad. Dot ball. See that lavish movement in. Hit down the ground, but like we mentioned, there is a deep long on in place. That's Hijaz out there and takes a little bit of a fumble and just the single. So that will start an aggressive first over. 14 for 9 after 1. We have a look at the run rates by the day, and you can see 2022 now added to the list. A little bit slow, a bit behind. 99 the average. 2021 was 110 11s. 2020 around that mark, 105, 10.5. And we always sort of feel, we talked about this yesterday, that in the ECS around that 105 to 110 is usually the par score we feel. And gives me a really good morning. Welcome to good friend, co-commentator, and, well, beautiful shirt wearing Vinny Sandu. Good morning.
Thanks, Corey. Nice to have your company as well as everyone out there. Welcome to day 2. Another hot one. So, we're looking forward to seeing 4 more matches, starting with this one. Roma Capinelli and Rome Bangla Morning Sun. Roma Capinelli got a fair bit of talent in their team, but I'm finding it a bit tough going against some of these more experienced counterparts in the T10 format. Mortini is in and he disappears. This is very high. It was coming down and it's going to be caught. Well, what a fantastic catch that is. And that's the end of a dangerous hitter, Anik Ahmed. So, well, the native-born Italian player, Michel Mortini, strikes with his very first ball. He is one player that has competed really well for them through their 2 matches so far. And he has a perfect start in their 3rd match of the tournament. So Anik's got to go for 9. The score is 14 for 1.
Well, there's a reason we call him the Italian Stallion. And he comes in, gets a wicket, very first ball. When it was first hit, did you think that was 6?
Yes, it certainly did, especially with a slight breeze going that way. But it was just, it was high, and it wasn't far from the middle of the bat, but it didn't have what it took to get over the line. Well judged catch, I've got to say. That was Sumer Ali out there who took it with ease. And if you're going to have a chance against Rome Bangla Morning Sun, you better get their top 3 before they can hurt you too much. Anik Ahmed ultimately can't get out of single digits.
Yeah, he looked good this morning as well. He'd be disappointed to get out now. I was on leg stump, just didn't get enough on it.
Ahmed Mohsen comes in though at number 3 and didn't he bat well in the first game yesterday, but he is coming off a duck.
Well, let's not forget, Vinny, yesterday when they did lose a couple of wickets, they only made 80 odd. So
yeah, it was 94, I think.
So if you get a couple of early ones here, bring in that middle order that hasn't really found too much form yet, you never know.
You said it. Yeah, Rome Bangla Morning Sun scored 144 in the first game, 95 they scored in the second game. But yeah, the big difference there is the top 3 firing versus not firing. What do you think about Mortini, though? He's an easy player to like, isn't he?
Oh, huge fan.
Even his fielding's been good. I think everything I've seen from him so far. First time I've seen him live. I did watch him in 2020.
For a natural-born Italian, playing in the Italian leagues and whatnot, he's got one of the stronger actions I've seen from someone that comes from the European country, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
He's really powerfully built. Comes through the crease quite well. Yeah, good to watch.
Yeah, sure is. Here we go. With new batter Mohsen on strike, of course. Cracks this off the back foot to beat the fielder, but a bit of dew. I think just slowing things down. Going to take 2, and that's pretty alert running by Mosen.
Yeah, very alert running indeed. Nice shot to start your account as well.
So Moratini is
Looks
30 years old.
Looks like he's coming off the short run today. I reckon
I didn't notice that. I wonder if that's just,
heat.
yeah, just managing himself.
Yep.
Not the hottest part of the day yet, obviously, about 28 degrees right now. Uses this one down the leg side.
But yeah, a little bit of duel around, so the outfield's a tad slower this morning.
Yeah, but I don't think the duel will last long. I don't think it'll have a chance. I don't see any clouds around today, Corey.
Ooh. Yeah, she's going to be a scorcher, Vin. Don't worry, we're ready. The cube's up, and she's strong.
Pushed away, and one much better location from Moratini that time. Hello to Sundori in the chat. Hello to the man who thinks my wicket curse is back. I mean, normally I come just after a wicket, but this time I created a wicket. I think the first ball that I was on the microphone. But good morning to Mickey as well. Let us know where you're watching from, Mickey. And to Danush, good morning to you as well. To Keanu, of course, watching from Australia. Hope you are well. And to Irfan Ahmed, good morning. And anyone else I haven't mentioned, drop us a line in the YouTube live chat, ECN European Cricket Network. Hello to Abdullah Tushar as well. Cut down. Again, it's a chase. We'll get there. Raihan gets a couple. And he was certainly impressive yesterday, wasn't he? And he started with a big 100 last year. Wasn't able to get 100 yesterday, but still impressed us a lot with his batting.
Yeah, technically very correct. Times the ball beautifully. He's raced to 7 off 3 here. You're looking for a big score again.
Yeah, Moratini's just pulled a couple down the leg side. Yeah, so the breeze kind of floating around in no particular direction at the moment. Yesterday, a lot of the time it was behind the bowler. And then later on the day, it was kind of left to right. Right now, it looks to have swung around, so it's just blowing probably into the bowler's face a little bit. Driven and driven well. I think this one will go to the boundary. It does. So Zaib Orang can't quite get there in time. And so Raihan moves into double figures with a square drive.
This Raihan, what's his cricket history, his pedigree? Because he looks like he's played a proper level. I mean, the way he times the ball, never overhitting, never over swinging, all around the wicket. Very good to watch indeed. Big fan of the pink grip and no stickers on the bat as well.
Yeah, I know that he plays his trade in Bangladesh, or has done in the past.
Pushed into the leg side this time. Just a simple single.
And this is representative cricket for Sujo Turun. A few years ago, as it is, it's the end of the second over, and the score is 26 for 1.
Has he played first class cricket or list A?
Yeah, I don't think it's quite list A level, but not too far away from that.
You can just tell the way he sets up and where he scores all around the wicket. Very talented batsman indeed.
Yeah, he's a player that's quite fun to watch, that's for sure. But, a lot of talent here in Italy. We talked about it before. See the table after yesterday, Royal Roma, the big winners. They were able to beat Roma Capinelli twice, and we'll see them later on in the day against Kent Lanka, who make their debut in this series today. Kent Lanka, another team that would like a victory in ECN cricket. Short and cracked to the fielder who takes it. Great catch. And Sumer Ali is a player who is doing everything right for Roma Capinelli as well. This one, you thought it was going to go into ancient times, the excavation down there, but instead Ali was in the way. Raihan goes for a dozen, and that's 2 of the big 3 fall and 26 for 2.
Well, what a catch that is. He got every single piece of that, but he hit it flat. And look at that. Great shot from our crew, Spring Productions. What a catch. And you should have seen the bowler's reaction. He was in shock. He couldn't believe he got a wicket from that ball.
No, he thought it was too short, ill-directed, and was going to go for 6. Well, it might have gone for 6 if it wasn't for Sumer Ali, who reins in a catch. Almost Australian football style with the mark, as we'd say. But it's another big moment in the game, 26 for 2. Again, look at the way he takes this. Very good footwork to get there and wait to stay balanced. And I think Diane Orris in the background will have a really good shot of that catch. And so, oh, what a break for Roma Capinelli. And one thing they did awfully yesterday was their catching.
Yeah, they dropped everything.
They couldn't have caught a cold. But this morning, it's a different story. And so, we've seen a couple of good ones taken in that area already.
Well, it's 2 good catches as well, Vinny. Yeah, it's both openers. You give half a chance, you got to take it. You can't give these good players too many opportunities. Oh, well, that brings in Ahmed at number 4 early on this Tuesday morning.
Yeah, well, here comes Rajib at number 4. He gets a similar type of delivery. This one's fielded. And I think Roma Capinelli, they've had a chat. They probably didn't need a chat about it, but all they had to do was watch back their games. They're fielding. They leaked a lot of runs. They gave up a lot of chances. And right now, a couple of their senior players, in particular Sumar Ali, really showing how it's done.
Yeah, they look a lot more switched on this morning.
Kanzarian double down. In the air, but this one isn't catchable. It's catchable height, but it pierces the field. So Mosen off to the races with his first boundary. Nice shot off the back foot.
Yeah, what a gorgeous shot that is. Slightly short, slightly wide. We said the 2 boundary men are deep mid on and deep square. So if you pierce that infield on the offside, just like in most white ball formats, you'll get 4. Great shot.
Yeah, well balanced when he played that shot. Just need to hold on here, though. This is the story with Rome Bangla Morning Sun, and it kind of reminds me of their tournament last year where they finished 4-4 after the group stage.
Yep.
Where they have all the potential in the world to kind of win everything, but if their batting doesn't click in particular games, they don't win them. Pitched up and just clipped away for 1. So if you weren't with us yesterday, Alfonso Jayaraja, the godfather of Italian cricket, is playing for Roma Capinelli. And he has set a record as the oldest player to ever play ECS cricket. He's 75 years and 31 days old today. Pitched up, dragged across the line. Moratini will handle it. Just a single.
Wouldn't it be good to see him get the ball in hand today? I believe he bowled some spin.
Matter of time.
You reckon?
Time. I think it'd be cruel not to bowl him. But he's there for, obviously, brings a lot of experience. Also, his son, Leandro Jayaraja, is the captain and the keeper for Roma Capinelli. He's a really nice guy as well. Good ambassador for the game. Pitched up, missed by Mosen. It's the end of the power play, 33 for 2. And I think if you said to Roma Capinelli, 33 for 2 with 2 of the big fish out in 3 overs, they would have taken it, Corey.
You take that with both hands. Very good start from them in this power play to remove both openers. 2 very good catches out there. Look at the power play. You'll see those 2 red dots. That always stops the growth.
Yeah, wicket in the second and the third. 14, 12 and 7. Zarian Ejaz sliding doors. And if that goes for 6, could have been a very different story in the 3rd over.
Did you learn anything about that beautiful house in the background yet?
This building I'm still reading up on.
Sure, is Rico staying there or who's there right now?
Looks like the kind of tower that they trap a princess in, doesn't it?
Rapunzel,
Yeah,
let your hair down.
Yeah, if you weren't with us yesterday, a fair bit going on around this ground. An archaeological dig at the moment.
Yep.
Deep backward square leg.
Yeah, that's
Not
phenomenal.
something that you see very often in cricket. Is Moratini's going to bowl out. Pretty good first ball. Good line, good length in the channel. Rajib can't catch up with it.
Yeah, it is unbelievable. So just to where deep backward square is, they've found an ancient Roman street. They're currently digging it up. That's what you do in Rome. Just if you dig, you find history.
Well, I actually had a good look at the hole yesterday. In the air. Oh, it doesn't carry. And, well, gets away from the fielder, and it's going to sneak into the rope. I think he might have copped that one on the thumb, unfortunately. Ejaz Ahmed. So hit hard, and ultimately couldn't deal with the bounce 4 runs.
One of those ones, he was in 2 minds whether to attack it or not, and sort of got into that no-man grey area and didn't get his body set at all. So, fortunate to miss. What was in the big hole, though, Vin, over
It just
deep
couldn't believe
square?
how deep it was, actually.
How deep are we talking?
3, 4 stories, maybe.
What?
Maybe two stories. Hit back hard. Some work for the fielder. He does well. Gets everything behind it there, Zarian Ejaz.
So you're telling me if there's a big pull shot today and it goes into that hole, she's dropping down into the earth 4 stories?
Well, they've roped it off, so you can't go down there.
Oh.
I was going to say, okay, maybe about, yeah, I'd say about 9, 10 metres
I
deep.
might pay more attention to where I'm walking now. I didn't realise that.
I mean, the other side of that dirt, yeah, is as big as that dirt is high, that's how deep it is, essentially. Goes after this one, and Field didn't see it straight away on the boundary, and he's not going to be able to catch it. So Mosen gets going with another boundary. He's the 3rd of the big 3 that we were talking about. He whacked to 47 not out first game. Went for a duck in the second yesterday, but right now he's looking like he's getting better and better the longer he stays there.
Yeah, absolutely. Lovely shot that. And after losing a couple of early wickets, just steadying themselves, Rome Bangla Morning Sun. Moratini's got 2 left.
Yeah, Moratini with 1 wicket. He'd want to take responsibility to get rid of Mosen. But he won't with this. Is lifted up and is elevated out of the ground. Maximal! Now, ambulance not required there. The ambulance was under attack. Moratini goes the journey. 6 runs.
Well, I'll tell you right now that an ambulance does not want to be situated at deep mid-wicket. We saw a lot of sixes that area.
My question is if one of the ambos gets hit with a ball, who looks after them?
I've got my CPR course done. You?
We saw how important that is. It's been a while since I've had the training, but...
Well, it is parked right behind where the players' pavilion is. I'd be moving that. There was a lot of sixes there yesterday.
The officials were under attack a few times yesterday in that part of the ground. But what I will say is that it's been a favourite hitting zone, especially with the wind normally slightly favouring that side of the ground. So a few people talking about the big international game today, Italy versus Isle of Man up in Finland. Isle of Man have had some good results. Goes after this, and this one is also going to disappear. Abracadabra, Maximal. Straight, clonks into the tower. It's the end of 4 overs and the 50 up for RBMS. They're 54 for 2.
Well, that's shot of the day for me. Look at that extension of hands, and he knew the moment he hit it, it was going for 6. So 6-6 to end the 4th. Good batting.
Yeah, nice shot. And it was good shot selection to go straight, wasn't it? So Moratini ends up being a bit expensive, 1 for 33 off his 2 overs. And so, just noticing right now, it looks like might be a bit of an issue with the keeper, but I think maybe he's just getting his helmet. That's Leandro Jayaraja.
So no drinks today? Oh, they are doing drinks?
I think we'll have drinks probably at the halfway point.
Yep.
But we'll keep an eye on that with the heat. 24 off 8, not a bad start from Ahmed Mohsen. And he was scoring at a very, very quick rate yesterday. Raji Mohammed's got his role to play. Chandra Bomik coming next. Keeper. Looks like they're going to go for Ijaz Ahmed now. We'll see some spin. I think it makes sense just to break things up a little bit. The pace went the journey.
Yeah, so a bit of spin coming into the attack. So Ijaz now.
This is well fielded by Kirby. Nice blocks it. Keeps it to 1. So it's a interesting facility nearby. We'll see the odd horse going
Well, you
past.
said Rapunzel potentially in the building. It's a fairy tale out here, Vinny.
Good looking horse, isn't it?
Gorgeous creatures. Gorgeous.
Tossed up, missed down leg side. Nice bit of keeping though from Jayaraja. When we were in Bulgaria one morning, it was quite interesting. A whole bunch of wild horses around the field next door and then just galloped across the ground, as you do in Bulgaria at the cricket ground.
It's amazing, these little European fields.
This is hit hard and hit well enough to get over the rope. Maximo, 6 runs. Mohsen continues his attack. He's 30 and he's only faced 9 balls.
Yeah, he's really ticking at the moment. Seeing it like a watermelon. Batting beautifully. And another boundary to him. A question from Keanu. I think that you know the answer to this. Are the boundaries 50 metres all round?
Yeah, that's what they are.
50, 52?
Yeah, it's, I think pretty much 50 from the centre of the wicket.
This one looks pretty perfect all round,
so
actually.
This is what I will say, is that people tend to guess what the boundaries are based on how people are batting. But the boundaries, they don't really, well, won't change all week. So this field is pretty much the same dimensions as the other fields we've seen. Definitely last week in Bologna.
It's always the same. It's always between 50 to 55, isn't it?
Correct.
Yep, never changes. That's how it works here.
He's been on song, hasn't he, Mohsen? He's lured into the shot, gets it around Kirby. I think this will run for 4 as well. Well, there's just no stopping this guy at the moment. I mean, he's been there for 10 balls. 3 have gone for 6, 3 have gone for 4. And now he's raced to 34.
Well, he is really ticking at the moment. He's striking at 340. Unbelievable. just having one of those mornings where he's seeing it perfectly.
It's hard to know where to put your outfielders here. They've gone for 4 of them back on the leg side and a long off. So they're protecting that zone kind of mid-off to square leg. But then he goes through the line and hits one through cover. And he gets one. That shows me he's thinking. He's not going after absolutely everything. He pays some respect to that ball from Ahmed. Can't see him blocking 2 in a row, though, the way he's going. Tossed up, goes for it, gets enough. That's straight over long off's head. Maximo! 6 more to Mosen. He gets his second 40 of the series. 40 off just 12 balls. That's magical pace.
Yeah, unbelievable batting. And he's showing that he can hit it all around the ground. Comes down the wicket, gets to the pitch of the ball, over mid-off, another 6 for him. He's on track for, well, could be some sort of record-breaking 50 here, Vinny. .40 off 12. This has just changed the match completely. When you're scoring that quickly at such a strike rate, you can take the game away from the opposition. He's doing exactly that. I have a feeling he's played a pretty decent level of cricket as well.
So, last ball of the over. This one's on the verge of going magical as well. 18 off 5. And so, well, can he hold it down? The issue, spin coming in. And Mosen hasn't been disrupted at all in his assault. Goes after this. Doesn't quite get it. Might have even been a wide in the offside. But it will take 1 in the end. So Mosen keeps the strike, moves to 41. The score is 73 for 2 after 5 overs. Well, it's great to have your company wherever you're watching from around the world. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, alongside me, Corey Ruckers. The players just going to have a little bit of a drinks break. This is something we're doing because of the extreme heat at the moment in Rome. We're expecting these high temperatures pretty much all the way through, aren't we? Kind of 35 to 37, 38 degrees. It's even hotter out there. But you got to say, day 1 was pretty entertaining. And Roman Campanelli, well, they're a side that's showing they're a lot better than the team that are 0-6 lifetime on ECN, but they just haven't quite put it together in a match yet.
Yeah, they didn't put it together yesterday morning, but even though Mosen's playing great, their fielding's a lot better today. 2 good catches, the ground fielding's be better, but they're running into a batsman that's pretty red hot.
Yeah, that's the thing, Rome Bangla Morning Sun, they're a team that it looks like they've got all the potential in the world. I mean, you saw they bowled well as yesterday. They wrecked the innings of Roma CC in match 3. But they are also a bit inconsistent, and the fact that they weren't able to perform in the final last year, I think that will sting them. But you mentioned yesterday they really look like a team that has thought about it, gone away, and they look laser focused on the qualification spot from Rome this week.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, it's going to be a pretty tight group. I mean, we're going to see it's Kent Langard, which I've heard good things about as well. So, I mean, this T10 format, teams can beat each other. We saw that result yesterday afternoon, which was an absolute shellacking, and then a loss. So. I think it's going to be a pretty hot contested group again.
That's right. Well, Kent Lanka were a team that struggled last year, but they know they have some good pickups, including Nicolo Fernando, who was playing for Pianoro last year in the Bologna series. Looking forward to seeing him again. So I think that they'll be better for the run as well. And so, yeah, I just think it's going to be a really exciting week as we move towards the Super Series in a week's time. And look, we had a bit of a quieter night last night, weren't we?
What did you do? I didn't even see you last night.
Well, there's a reason. We both went straight to sleep. It was one of the hottest days on the tour so far this year. But big thank you to everyone here at the ground, to Lorena, to Prabhath, and all of the ground crew. In fact, this ground is looking in such good condition. And yeah, I'd just say it's an interesting place to play cricket for sure. A lot of history. Literally, they found an ancient Roman road running under this field. And that's why you see on the right, you see the pile of dirt from the excavation, and that is actually delaying their plans at the moment. No, they want to build this new clubroom facility and pavilion facility here. The plans I saw last year, they look absolutely sensational. So
it's pretty unbelievable that we've got playing cricket in Europe, and then just 120 metres away is excavation for an ancient city. That makes you feel like you are in Italy.
Well, it's incredible actually to think about the
ground.
That's
the story. That's the story of European cricket, European grounds. I mean, you just mentioned the ground in Bulgaria and the horses coming across. I think that sums up European cricket in a beautiful way.
Rome has actually been built on top of itself so many times. So by digging down, they found that piece of history.
So we're going to get built on one day and people will dig down and find the cube?
Yeah, they probably will find a cube. They'll probably find a few loose kookaburras, I'm pretty sure, as well.
Well, we won't lose as many as we lost in the Bologna week. It is an open sort of field, this one. There's no cage around us. It is a gorgeous ground. This has to be one of the prettier ECS grounds we come to.
Here's a guy you mentioned. I like him too, Hamza. The leg spinner gets the first one really wrong. And, well, see, this one, she's not going to call a wide. Not sure about this one because there's a little bit of a step. He's allowed to step towards the ball and hit it. I think he's a bit lucky to get away with that on Hamza.
Yep, take it. Take your luck when you get it.
This one, 30% smarter, doesn't go near it and takes the wide.
I have a feeling Mosen's played a very decent level of cricket as well. Trying to have a look here on my internet, but he looks a really accomplished batter. Good to watch.
Yeah, it's a much better ball this time.
I tipped Hamza before the start of the day. If Caponelli are going to steal a win today, Vinny, he has to have a big game with ball and bat. He really gives it a rev, doesn't he?
That's right where he wants to bowl, though. See, it was full, but not full enough that he could drive it comfortably. Gets it slightly wrong down the leg side this time. Doesn't really turn back. He is one guy, if he can bowl that perfect delivery, he could remove Mosen here. Not going to be easy to get after. Doesn't quite get to this. Maybe a bit lucky to get away with it down the ground.
Good bowling. Really good bowling from Hamza.
Yeah, I really like Hamza.
And you're bowling to a guy that's 41 or 15 and you're flighting it up still. You're trying to rev it. It's good to watch.
The extra pressure of not wanting to bowl a bad ball, I'm sure, is there. It's interesting, yeah, with the ground dimensions in ECN. There's a bit of discussion in the chat about it at the moment. This ball from Hamza. Another pretty good one. That's a really good delivery. Just sneaks inside the wide line. Yeah, so what it actually does, I mean, people are saying it's a bit tough for the bowlers, but also it does create more opportunities for the bowlers to take wickets because the batters are going for more. That's something we found time and time again. A bit short, cracked into the gap. Nice bit of fielding. Really nice bit of fielding out there. They're going to come back for two. Going to have to hustle. Throws a bit wide, though. Ahmed moves into double figures.
No, they've switched on their fielding brigade this morning. They look a lot better out there. Saved 2 runs. Good work. You can see here, made good ground to his left. Tapped it in. Volleyball style. Saves 2. Yeah, I'll touch on that boundary in a moment, actually.
Yep. Charges, sweeps. Gets 1. Think of it 2, but Ahmed's decided it's his turn to take the strike. Now they have to deal with a bit of an awkward bounce on the return. Anyway, it's the end of 6. The score is 79 for 2.
Well, people talking about boundaries around the world and how this is 50 metres, just so people can understand also, Eden Park in New Zealand and many grounds in New Zealand that are sort of rugby shaped are like 47 metres in spots. Also, I mean, the Ranji Trophy in India, every boundary is 60 metres, and that's the elite of the elite. So I think shorter boundaries are a bit more of a part of cricket, and it's actually worldwide. It's not just on the ECS.
That's a good point you make. I know that you're very experienced, I guess, in competitions around the world as well, Corey. And then the other thing for me, it's just kind of from a scientific point of view, there's just less dead space in the field. I mean, when we have seen in the early days when boundaries are back 70, 80 metres, a lot of balls tend to fall between the infield and the outfield, and it's a bit more of a grind the whole game. So we want to encourage batters to go for their shots, and we need to encourage bowlers to be innovative. A little bit short. This is going to be pulled away to deep square leg. So Raji Mohammed gets 1 over to Mosen, who's on 42.
Yep, be thinking about another 50. International 50. My mind started to wonder. Another ECS 50.
Yeah, well, he got close yesterday, Ahmed Mosen. Ended up with 47 not out. Raihan stole the 50 in the last over. Down the ground, and this one is going to pitch just inside. It'll be 4 runs. Once again, he goes straight, Mosen, and he just picks his spot, and he absolutely nails it. 4 more to the total.
Yeah, good batting. Not many people put someone dead straight. It's a big pocket of space. If you can play the shot, he can play the shot. 1 bounce 4. He looks good, Vin.
Yeah, I know you like him.
He just times the ball. It's not slogging. It's not over the top. Just a gorgeous bat in hand. They hold SS, and he's timing it beautifully.
Back and hits this off the back foot. looking for 2, but it's a clean pickup. So just a single. Moves to 47. That's what he scored yesterday.
Yep, 3 away from the mini milestone.
Gone. And so Rajiv swings all across this one. A wicket for Zarian Ejaz as they try to up the ante. And RBMS lose a 3rd wicket now, 85 for 3.
Yep, you miss, I hit. Gets it full straight. Ahmed goes for the old slog sweep. Do like that shot when it comes off, but this time it doesn't. His head moved just a little bit. Back leg wasn't planted. You can see here. You watch his back leg. See how it doesn't really stay low? Sort of rises a bit. That means you don't have any balance in the shot. And unfortunately for him, he loses his wicket.
Yeah, so, I mean, that's a similar kind of ball that Motion smacked straight, isn't it? And that's just the difference. You've got a lower margin for error if you can try and drag it to that power zone on the leg side. And obviously, ECS, we're talking about the balance of batters versus bowlers. I mean, we have seen things that you wouldn't expect to see either. We've seen, I think, 7 or 8 6-wicket hauls for bowlers. We've seen, obviously, some bowlers bowl maidens as well. So I think you've got to take the whole thing in.
Like with a pin, take it like a grain of salt.
Yeah.
It ebbs and flows.
It's easy to watch 5 minutes of ECS cricket and go, oh, this is something or another. But if you watch over a longer period of time, you'll see that it all kind of has a delicate balance.
Yep.
Bomix, the new batter, who's the keeper for RBMS. It's a pretty good ball in the block hole first up. He's happy to play it out for a single.
The other side of it as well, Vinny, is who wants to watch a T10 match where it's 70 versus 70?
Yeah.
Give me the 100 score. I think 100 around that. If we're saying that we think par's around 105 to 110,
yeah,
that's pretty actually. You've got 10 wickets in hand,
yep,
10 overs, 10 and over. That's pretty good to watch. I think that's the right recipe.
Yeah, agree. Oh, it's no mistake. ECN keeps growing and growing and growing and growing. Zarian gets charged and he gets hit. This is a teaser for the fielder. Ejaz, we can't quite get up there, just over his fingertips. Maximal Mosen, well, finally, he had to wait, but he gets his 50 in the series. It's been a really good knock off only 19 balls.
Yeah, special innings from him. He gets this one over deep mid-off. For a moment, I thought he's going to rail it back in. He just can't. Over the tippy fingers, and it goes for 6. And well, it's been exciting so far, Vinix. Talk us through this.
Yeah, so 92 for 3 after 7 overs, and we have been in Italy now for just over 3 weeks. We're into week 4, and we have one more spot in the Super Series available. The winner of this week will return on Monday for that 5-team event, and the winner of that is going to the ECL, the Champions League of European Cricket in 2023. So big prize on the line. And one of these 5 teams that will join Albano Fresh Tropical, Gina Brescia and Cricket Stars.
Oh.
And, we'll see who gallops away with that ECL spot. So now we're going to see Hamza coming back. Worked around the corner, but just a single. I think it's just done that a couple of times to give Mosen the strike. This should be a good battle, though.
Yeah, it will be a good battle. Horses galloping, sun out, cricket. What else do you need, Vinny? Perfect morning.
In the chat, I think I saw a comment of that being dropped last over.
Didn't touch it.
Definitely went over the fielder.
Oh.
We had a good view of that. This is a wide, and they'll sneak a 1. They give away a couple now. They should get a second one. So
that'll be 3 wides.
3 wides. And probably what hurts Capinelli even more there is that Mosen will get the strike back and get 3 bonus runs.
Yeah, Leandro, the keeper there, he's the captain as well, should have maybe just been a little bit more aware that no one was going to be backing up on the leg side. Decides to throw it, costs his team a run.
I do like this battle, though. I want to see more of it. Hamza versus Mosen. He sweeps it, just gets the line slightly wrong. Well, that one's gone into old times, hasn't it? As Mosen makes it disappear. Maximo 6 more.
Well, you told me there's a big hole in the earth over there, Vinny. That one's dropped all the way through to the centre of the earth. The slog sweep, he gets it. Goes past our project manager, Sam, out there, who's having a good time. And
the dirt might have protected this one.
Well, I don't know. I thought it went over.
There we go. No, hit the dirt wall, so we'll get that one back. Might have a bit of...
I want to go have a look at that after now. Now
you have a look. Because we were busy over this side of the ground, I didn't really have a good look until we were almost going home yesterday. How good is this knock from Mosen, though? 59 off 20.
Hey, do I dare say it? There's still 16 balls left in this innings.
He's just got to stay away from that leg stump, Hamza. Better ball, goes up, and this
Oh.
is a chance. It's a big moment in the match. The field has found it, and he will drop it.
Oh, no.
And now they're going to come back for 2. And so, well, it was a big moment, wasn't it? And that's Kevin Kakulawala, who's come into the side today.
Good head of hair on
Some of the
him.
best hair I've ever seen. Unfortunately, he did get there in the right spot in the end.
See his feet, Vinny. He was just shuffling a little bit at the point of contact with his hands, and if your feet are moving, your eyes are shaking.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And he just didn't judge it straight off the bat. Hundreds up. Morrison wants more. This time we'll go over cover. Could be another chance. No, not attacked. Happy to take the one. They are looking straight into the sun in that area of the ground. This is the excitement that we expect.
Well, down at deep mid-wicket, Kevin Kekakulawa, I do want to see him more. That is a Rambo-style haircut. Huge fan.
Yeah, me too. We might get some more action here. Kekulawala.
Here he is. Oh,
Tell you what.
that's a good head of hair,
The
that.
thing is,
My word. It's almost
their
Baywatch
their
style, isn't it? Look at
hair
that.
is one step behind, or half a step behind his feet. That's what I love about the old hair bounce. That was a bit of me when I was 17 and I was playing about
I would have
that.
loved to have seen you with hair, Vinny. Well bowled.
Yeah, I mean, Harms are bowled better than None for 20 suggests. But see this on the replay. Just gets that one right. Mosen swings and misses, but survives. 106 for 3 after 8 overs.
Yeah, they've got a great platform to maybe hit 130 here. Rome Bangla Morning Sun. Playing in the morning sun. Maybe it suits them.
Yeah, the natural conditions. Hello to Maya, watching from Germany in the chat. We're looking forward to going to Germany next month for some ECS cricket.
That's where it all started, isn't it? When you watch that ABC video.
German Cricket TV,
Yep.
the origins of ECN.
You're going to put the link back in the chat again?
Yeah, I might put it in this morning. Maybe people
There'll
won't
still
watch it
be
on the race.
people that'll be sprinkling through
It's
to.
a remarkable story of European Cricket Network, isn't it?
It's just a good video. It's well put together as well. Gives a good, in 6 minutes, it gives a pretty good background about how it all started and where we've all sort of come from.
Yep.
Two overs to go. Ejaz with the ball in hand.
So going back to spin, finger spin. Moment can't get the first one away.
Well, Bomick just needs to hit it hard along the ground to get his mate on strike, who's 62 off 23.
Exactly right. He's been so dangerous. And look, they grabbed 2 of the big 3 early, didn't they, here? They struggled with the third. Tossed up. Tom Bomick will get one.
There's Rambo. Is that fair to say
Here's-
that's what we're calling him for the week? There's a
Here's
lot of
Kevin.
Sylvester Stallone about that. Oh, yeah.
We can definitely call him Rambo. I bet he'll enjoy that.
Looking forward to watching him bat. Here we go. Mosen on strike.
Goes after it.
Gets
And,
it.
well, he's going to get enough here. It's going to trickle over the line. Mosen making the most of no fine legs. Armour gets it slightly wrong and goes for 4. Cuatro, carreras más.
Wasn't off the middle of the bat, sort of a, well, thickish part of it, and it still run away 4. No 45, no fine leg. So all he had to do was help it around the corner. 66, 9 balls left. What's that, 34? Yeah, never say never. If he can get the next 1 or 2 for 6, could he get to the century? Well, hit hard, it's in the gap, and that might have been 6 or 4, not sure. It looks like it might be 1 bounce 4, just a couple of metres short. Let's have a look at the replay. Good feet, back in the crease, Vinny.
Yeah, uses the crease well. Look how far back he is, actually.
Brilliant.
So it makes it shorter than it really was. And flies, and...
Well, that's
Ooh.
6. Yeah, I think that's 6. Let's have another
I
look.
think you're right. I think it has carried. It is... Yeah, see it. I'm sure now. That is
Yep.
going to be 6. So...
Well, I said he needed to hit 6-6 to have a chance. Here's one of them. If he hits a 6 this ball, Vinny, and gets himself to 78. Oh, that might be out, though. Oh, given not out. Maybe he thought there was an inside edge. No, signalled leg buys.
was given 6 in the end, just to be clear about that.
Let's have a look at this, Vinny. Given not out on field.
Maybe just outside,
Outside the line just.
Umpire's call, maybe. You can see with the pad on the move how you could give it that way. I think even with the replay, it's very hard to tell. So Mosen has a close call, but survives. Steps across. We'll get it wide here.
Oh, no. Oh, well, he's...
Oh, no.
Well, he's thrown it into his hat, but his hat fell out of the back shores
Yes.
accidentally.
Yeah, so this is actually not, if it's what I think it is, so we'll just track the play here. So yeah, it falls out, and because he hasn't thrown his hat out on purpose, there shouldn't be any penalty runs. And it's probably one of the rules I know that I've never in my 41 years on this earth have actually seen happen. But he throws it straight into the hat, or it's like paying a busker at the Pantheon the other night. That one was straight in, but it'll just be too wide.
It is so unlucky. It's a pure accident. The hat's fallen out the back of his shorts, so he has that in the back of his pants because he's got the helmet on. He then pings the ball straight into it. I hope they don't penalise him 5 runs here because it is a pure accident.
Well, this is where we're going to test. Now, Rob Kemming, he's even older than I am.
Is he?
And let's see if he knows this rule, because some people think if it hits the hat, it's automatically 5 runs. But that's only if you deliberately were to take your hat off and or deliberately field the ball with your hat. So see here, there's nothing deliberate. I don't think he shaked his booty enough to deliberately eject the cap.
No.
It should just be
wide.
Was it
No, it's
wide?
wide +1. Well,
Yeah.
let's have a look here what the Suleiman, the
I'm
umpire,
curious,
decides.
But tell you what, I'd be taking this to Supreme Court if this gets given.
To the Italian courts, the Romans.
Saying no,
shaking his head.
Saying that's fine.
Well, that's Rob wide,
Yeah.
correct?
Stop. No, you can't do that.
Oh, controversial.
No,
That's
come
harsh.
on.
Don't
So
agree.
they're gonna give 5 penalty runs. That is not correct. That's no other way to say it.
Oh, a controversial call at the ECS. Look up the rule for us. What rule number is it? I'll call this in, Vinny. Hit hard through cover. That's a great shot. That'll be 4. Mosen, he motors to 76. There was 5 penalty runs wide. It's all happening here in Rome. What a good shot that is. That takes us to the end of the 9th over.
That's rough.
A little bit of controversy here.
That is rough.
Well, find us the rule, Vin. I know you're a stickler
I feel
for the
like
rules.
that's one that in the break that they could fix up, honestly.
Well, I don't know. I'll let you figure it out. That's so unlucky. That might be one of the most unlucky 5 penalty runs I've ever seen.
So we went for 7. It was 7 off no ball because it was a wide +1 because you get the run if you've crossed, which I assume they crossed when the throw came in.
Yeah, you'll have to get the law up. I know the
will.
MCC laws, there's plenty of them.
Yeah.
This was the moment. The hat falls off accidentally,
Because
and
they
then he
crossed,
throws it in.
they'll get that one
So
as
what's
well.
the difference from throwing it in, say, to a stationary helmet?
There's a separate law that deals with helmets behind the
Okay.
keeper. Oh, okay.
Well, controversy here, early morning ECS, but look, let's focus on the moment we're in. 124 for 3 after 9. Mosen, non-striker, 76. He'll want that strike back if he can. Hit hard through the offside. That's good batting because he gets the 1. Well, let's get on century watch here. 24 off 5 balls. It might sound like it's impossible, but if a guy's 76 off 27, you never know. How would he do it? Let's say if he can hit 3 6s and 2 4s. He'll just sneak himself there. He'd have to do something pretty unbelievable. No, he's not going to be able to. Thick inside edge, and that'll go just for the single. So I feel like the century's eluded him, but still been a sensational innings. Let us know in the chat, what do you think about the 5 penalty runs? Always good to interact with our viewers. So 4 balls remaining in this first innings. Oh, wow. How is that not cleaned up leg stump? Good stop by the keeper. They'll think about a double. In the end, just the 1. Leg bys are signalled. That was close. He shuffled right across. Tell you what, why are they not appealing for LBW? That's dead. I can't believe they've not appealed there. Have a look at this, Vinny. This was absolutely plumb.
Yeah, you're exactly right.
No one appealed.
No appeal. Well, we've seen it. I'd be appealing now, but I think you're probably not going to convince the umpire now.
Oh, you got to appeal to get the dismissal. That was plumb. High in the air, and it's going to cost them 6. I hope the ambulance is out the way. Just short into the dugout. What a shot by Mosen. He moves into the 80s.
Yeah, well, you think this is still on?
No.
Not anymore?
Only if there's a no ball 6. But
Yeah.
Vinny, if they had have appealed the ball before, that
Yeah.
wouldn't have got them the single to get on
Too
strike.
Right. Too right, Corey.
Maybe they just thought it was going down leg, but on the replay, it was knocking middle stump out. Ali's cost himself a wicket. Mosen's on 83. He needs 17. No ball 6, maybe? Hit hard, and he gets another 6. What a shot that is. He moves on to 89 not out. Oh, that might be shot of his innings as well.
Yeah, that was absolutely crunched, wasn't it? So
he got every single piece of that, and he actually deserves 100. He's going to fall short here. No ball 6, though. Well, that would be pretty exciting. He's 89 not out off 30. One of the fantastic innings.
Such a good knock, especially you can come off a duck yesterday in the last game.
Last ball. Here we go.
Well, strap yourselves in. He goes up and over, and he's going to lace this as well. It's be 1 bounce 4. And so Mosen will get into the 90s. Nothing nervous about him, though, at the moment. He is going to finish with 93 off 31 balls. So he ends up facing over half the deliveries in the innings. And Rome Bangla Morning Sun, well, for now at least, they're going to finish 146. And what a nice moment
well,
for
look at that. Well, he's looking at the camera as well. That's the way to do it. I'm sure he's got friends and families back home who are watching. Gives a big salute to the cameraman on the tower. Brilliant work, that. And 93 not out. What a magical innings.
Yeah, so it means a lot to these guys, doesn't it? Rome Bangla Morning Sun. Batting doesn't always click. When it does, it's never great for the fielding side. But here's the thing, you had to get the big 3, and they did get 2 of them, but they just couldn't nail down their third, and that was trouble for Roma Campanelli. Ahmed Mosen comes to the crease. Raihan couldn't believe it. He took a short half tracker and hit it within the range of Sumer Ali. Took a very good catch. And Rajiv joined him, but really, this innings will be remembered for one thing only, and that is the stroke play of Ahmed Mosen, the number 3.
Yeah, basically from here on in, every highlight will be the Mosen's show. He hit 9 6s and 8 4s in his innings. 7 4s, I apologise. Some fantastic batting, and it wasn't like Roma Campanelli gave up. They tried their best in the field and with the ball. But when you run into a player that is striking that well and running that hot, there's not much you can do. There was another wicket there. That was Rajiv Ahmed bowled by Ayaz, and he was gone. Unfortunately for him, wasn't his day. But after this, Mosen just took complete control of the innings, Vinny.
Yeah, so it's just been brought to my attention, and the officials, upon further review, they haven't given the penalty runs in the end, so the score will remain at 142. Still a lot of runs, though, and well, that one was lucky to be saved from going into another century, but it was Kekulawala again had the chance to get the wicket. He was not able to grasp it. I'll tell you what, still something mesmerising about that hair. And this was the moment, it's a weird one. You see the hat falls out, thrown into the hat.
Tell me, Vinny, just retrospectively, that's been reversed?
It has, yeah.
Okay.
You can do that,
and
so
what was the actual, while the highlights are on, what was the letter of the law?
The letter of the law says if a fielder willfully, so if the willfully discards a piece of clothing, equipment, or any other object which subsequently makes contact with the ball, and the key word there is willfully.
Yes.
He did not deliberately make his cap fall out of his trousers, and that's why it's just play on. If he was to do that on purpose, and then there would be penalty runs applicable. Anyway, let's talk about Mosen. 93 off 31, going at 3 a ball, and 9 6s, 17 4s. So over half the balls he faced, he hit to the boundary or over. And there's something quite incredible about that striking, especially after Raihan and Anik Ahmed missed out with 12 and 9 respectively. So they didn't need anyone else to get over 12 in the end. So Ahmed Mosen, fantastic innings from him. As far as the bowling went, Zarian Ijaz 2 for 20. He wasn't the worst at all. But I've got to say, I like the bowling of Amir Hamza, none for 20. But I was asking the right questions. The other wicket went to Moratini, but he was a little bit expensive, as was Sumer Ali in this game. So we'll take a quick break. We'll be back. Just confirming the final score. I have it as 142 for 3. So the target will be 143 when we return in Rome. Hope you're having a great day so far. Great to have your company on ECN. Match 5 will return very, very shortly. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo. Corey Rutgers with me. We'll see you shortly for more FanCode European Cricket Series. Hello, welcome back to the Roma Cricket Ground. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo for ECN. Day 2 of week 4 of our Italian Summer Adventure. Great to have your company wherever you're watching from around the world as we get ready for the second innings of this one. And it was Rome Bangla Morning Sun that won the toss in match 5 here, the first match of day 2 against Roma Campanelli. They have scored 143. That's the final score. We've got 143 off their 10 overs. And so the target will be 144 for Roma Campanelli. Just clearing up a bit of confusion that there were some penalty runs given at one point. They were later rescinded upon further review. And I actually found the exact law that covers it. What happened was the cap fell out of the keeper's trousers as he ran to field a ball, and then he threw the ball subsequently into the cap. But Law 28.2.2 saying it's not illegal fielding if the ball in play makes contact with a piece of clothing, equipment, or any other object which has accidentally fallen from the fielder's person. So the key word there being accidentally. So the correct decision's been made there. But still a mountain of runs for Roma Campanelli to chase, 144 in total. I think that they've sent out Dane Kirby to open. I actually quite like this move. I think that he's quite a correct player. And the fact there's less outfielders means if he elevates those shots, he's more likely to get a boundary for it. So they've gone for a deep point, deep third man. That tells me that there's going to be an off-stump line and maybe a little bit of a shorter length. As Bilal Hussain had a very good day yesterday. Let's roll. Second innings. And that's exactly what he does. Kirby misses out on the cut. He's out there with Sumer Ali. For me, he was probably the most impressive looking of their batters yesterday. It was a bit slow to get started, but they'll be wanting a big power play here. Dane Kirby, originally from Melbourne in Australia, now living in the Rome area. He's really excited to be out there, I'm sure, once again. Just eyeing off that third man area, just trying to see exactly where those fielders are. Probably knows what he's going to get here. This one pitched up, and this one swings a little bit. Look at this on the replay. It's just okay when it passes the popping crease. Good decision by the umpire, Solomon Saeed. Very experienced crew here. The officials, I've got to give them their dues yesterday. I thought they were brilliant when you consider that the conditions that we were playing in was super hot. They held their concentration very well. Goes after this one, gets a little inside edge, and he will get off the mark. So over to Sumer Ali. Keanu in the chat saying Roma Campanelli need at least 45 to 50 runs from the power play. We'd think so. You don't see too many chases like this. Although, this is the kind of ground, if you can get a couple of guys in, you probably could chase these runs down. But you're also probably going to have to rely on the fielding side and the bowling side not having their best effort either. Rome Bangla Morning Sun certainly turned the screws in the field the first game they played. They wrecked the Rome CC innings at 33 for 8 at one point. Pitched up, goes for it, but the movement takes it past the outside edge. You can see the statement of intent there from Sumer Ali. So I've got to say, Roma Campanelli, really enjoyed getting to know them a little bit. I wasn't here in 2020 when they made their ECN debut, but after not participating last year, good to see them back. We actually had an ECS at the Roma Campanelli ground back in September 2020. Back in the early days of ECS cricket. Looks at this one, but don't think there's anything on it. Will be called a wide, in fact. Bilal Hussain, he was not just taking wickets, he was dancing yesterday. Yeah, that one, I'd probably agree with that. I think it might have just caught a little bit of the tram line as it went past the popping crease. Hussain testing the umpire's patience. Bit short, some walking woof from Sumer Ali. He's trying to pull or cut that. Probably a pull shot, but he's just a bit late on it. Didn't get anything. So Bilal asking the right questions at the moment. Roma Campanelli, openers, not really having the answers. Goes for this, doesn't get it at all. May get away with it, may not. Wow. Anik Ahmed came in a long way. He hit it at full speed, but he just wasn't able to judge it. He really couldn't have done a lot more there. Anik, who's normally a pretty good fielder, did well to reach this. Got a good, quick first couple of steps. It went high enough. You see, look how far inside the circle he is. He's come all the way from the boundary to meet that, but he doesn't take the catch. 3 off the first over, 3 for no loss. 377 matches without a golden ball. It continues to climb. I mean, that means we're a week away from passing the 400 mark. Surely we're not going to get there. That's probably what they said about Lara, though, in that test match against England back in, I think it was 1997. But 377 matches without a golden ball, the longest streak we've ever had. So let's see if it goes down this week. This cricket ground has brought us 3 golden balls before. And will we get a 4th here? Or maybe even a 5th? Second over about to start, I should say. Abbas Ali will be the bowler. Edged and gone. So you see Ali has struggled to deal so far with a slight outswing. This time he tries to hit across. It gets a thin edge and it flies through to Bomick behind the stumps, who takes it lying down. So first wicket, 3 for 1 as we welcome back Corey Ruckers.
Yeah, nice hand by the keeper there. Safe catch. And look at the celebration. They know that's the big fish. Ali has shown in this tournament already he can whack a big ball, but not today. He has to put the bat under his arm, as you can see him depart at the screen on the left. He's gone. And unfortunately for Roma Capinelli, it's just not getting easy out there.
Yeah, so this will bring Ijaz Ahmed to the crease at number 3. So yeah, without a good start, Roma Capinelli in his power play feel like they're probably dead in the water in this game. Again, plenty to play for though, because look, the 2 teams coming into this series, Roma Capinelli and Kent Lanka, that in their previous ECM performances they weren't able to win a game. And when you consider that 4 teams will get to make the finals, I'm not writing them off straight away. We haven't even seen Kent Lanka yet, and I think they'll be much improved. But you know, things like net run rate, margins, they matter. And so even if this required run rate gets out of control, they'll still want to try and bat well, maybe get that 100+ score. Yep. A lot of noise around the field. It is a good start. And so the bowlers doing the job once again. It was Abbas Ali and Bilal Hussain bowling in tandem. That wrecked that innings yesterday. Roma CC. It's better looking shot this time. It's his first up from Ahmed, who's off the mark.
Yeah, gets the opportunity to bat in at number 3 today. Needs to get going as quick as he can, because it's not a great start in this big chase. 144 feels like it's a long way away at the moment, but you never know.
You never know, and we have seen some quite remarkable chases on ECN over the years. Just before the halftime break, I posted the article and the video that ABC did on the European Cricket Network and how it came about. So if you haven't already, have a look at that. Goes for this. Does he have enough? I think so. Maybe not. Maybe he does. And well, poor Anik Ahmed, when he's out, he has to come in. And when he's in, he's got to go out. And that'll be 4. So yeah, it was a good effort. It's, yeah, Corey just couldn't quite hit reverse quick enough. And just over his fingertips.
He actually made quite good ground to start in the inner ring and almost track back. I'd still like to see some fielders get inventive and run back from mid-off. I think it's a tactical thing, that zone.
Yeah, it's hard, though, because if the ball does fall in front of you, you might miscatch that way.
Yeah, but you're saving the boundary then.
Yeah, I know what you're saying.
It's the only one spot, mid-off. If you've got deep mid-on and say deep mid-wicket or deep square, mid-off, you're not really hunting to get a save of 1 because you're on the ring. You're not trying to take a diving catch in front of you. If you're running back from the ball the moment it's bowled and you've got a ballooner like that, you're catching that.
Yeah, I know what you're saying.
You're saving one more pocket.
I've told you this before, though. I don't really like the rule. I think you should have to stay in the circle for the whole period between when the bowler
You
bowls
are
it.
such a stickler for the rules.
I just think it's...
Change the game. Hashtag change the game.
I'm not afraid of change. This is hit pretty well by Kirby. Well,
That's
he's woken up.
Oh!
Oh! Now, help wanted. Cameraman, some experience necessary.
Who's up there?
Now, let's have a look who's up there. And it's Karina who's up there.
Oh, no.
Let me just check that she's still up there.
Yeah,
Give us a thumbs up, Karina, if you're good.
I hope so.
Give us a sign of life up there.
That made a big bang in our mics, and I hope Karina's okay.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
Nails, that's why. Nails are on point as well.
Did she
Strong nail game.
Did she catch it?
Yeah, did you catch it? Let us know. Oh,
Oh, that's
funny
funny.
work up there. Kirby almost done on a third-degree manslaughter charge. Now it gets a little outside edge, and it's going to be away for 4. So we saw a car hit. We've seen a camera person hit. Now we're going to see a little outside edge for 4. So they forced the field change. And nice to see Dane getting away here with a couple of boundaries.
Yep, 4-6-4, and that breathed some life into this contest. Has that ever happened that a cameraman's been hit off a tower? Not with us, but
maybe
like...
not off a tower. In Roma Capinelli, we saw somebody getting hit. They weren't knocked out of the tower, but they were hit in the neck.
Oh,
Not a great place to get hit.
that's not okay.
Keep your eyes on the prize. Anyway, here we are. After 2 overs, the score 18-1. Some movement on the scoreboard. You can see Royal Roma made a quick bolt to the top of the table. Apart from that, RBMS and Roma CC splitting the points. Roma Capinelli yet to open their account in their CCS. Now we're going to go back to Bilal Hussein. So yeah, they got what they needed off that over at least. Can they keep going and maybe build this partnership into something special? Yeah, well timed. It's looked pretty comfortable in the 2 balls so far. Over to Kirby. I mentioned yesterday I thought it was a good shout to bat him opening. I think that one of his issues yesterday when he came in at 3 or batted in the middle overs is he did struggle to keep the boundaries coming, didn't really want to take on the outfielders.
Yeah, absolutely. He's more a technical player, so with the field in the power play, why not try get on with it? He's got himself to 15 off 7, so that's a good little start now. Can he keep expanding on his game?
That's one he can't reach down the leg side. It's good running from Ahmed. He calls him through for the singles, so 2 wides to the total.
Yeah, good aggressive running.
Well, imagine if this did go to a golden ball, and we'll look back and say, remember when the 5 penalty runs went on, but then was taken off correctly?
Potentially.
It was a funny one. Do you think you should get extra points for hitting the tower?
Didn't they do something like that called Max Cricket or Max?
I've played a game of that. Supermax Cricket.
That's what it was.
in
New
the
Zealand,
late
right?
90s, yeah. Came from New Zealand. It's one of the back legs. Just be a leg by, I think.
Yeah, there were zones on the field.
So there was a zone. It was kind of like almost a square, but probably more correct, probably a trapezoid. But it kind of went. Imagine where the markers are on the circle, and yeah, the whole straight area from about the circle back to the boundary. Everything you hit in there was worth double. Here's Bilal. Little edge, this will fly away. This will be 4 more. Oh, Kirby. He forced the field change. He's cashed in a couple of times. He's 19 off 8, and this is turning into a much more promising start for Roma Capinelli.
Well, that's the advantage of opening the batting for him. He just has to get a bit of wood in it. Flies away for 4. And, he gets more pockets of space around the field that he can exploit. 19 off 8.
ECN is talking about Cricket Max. I don't know if that's the same as Supermax Cricket. There are a few iterations of it. The version I played was 3 stumps. He's talking about, the robot's talking about 4 stumps, no LBWs.
I haven't heard.
It was before its time.
When was that? I haven't heard of that one. 4 stumps, no LBWs.
They do that sometimes in India as well.
Tell you what, I'd be getting some pretty wide pads standing right in front of middle. 2 middles.
Trust you. That one does collect the pad, but going well down the leg side. Trips over a worm and almost hits the stumps anyway.
Hope the worm's okay.
One leg by. So, you know that there was no restrictions on the width of your bat until one guy once came out with a bat that was wider than the stumps. Have you heard of that?
No.
Yeah. So that's somebody trying to game the system like you. Force the rule change. And he's just trying to block. So he's just blocked the bat down.
The only thing I would bring in, besides the diamond ball, which I do like, is do you know when we have the ECC and ECL, we've got that big banner on that hill, that grass bank?
Yep.
I think if the no prize money, we don't want to give away too much, but if you got that big banner, if that gets hit, it's double runs, 12.
Okay.
That would be cool.
I'm hearing it.
Sports World banner or something like that, isn't it? At
the banner at Deep Square Leg.
Good memory. Yeah, it's in a great zone where that big bushland is. If you hit that, you get 12 for the team. Imagine last ball, a team needs 10 and someone's just trying to whip it over there. It'd be great.
Stacking up your fielders, kind of pyramid style.
It's like
the banner.
Yeah, it's like the Mercantile Mutual sign, but for double runs.
Well, here is Bilal.
Also, I've got one thing for our fan zone.
Go
You know,
on.
I'm a big fan of the fan zone.
Yeah, I know you are.
You see what they did in New Zealand for a while, that promotional
One-handed catch.
one-handed
gotta wear the
catch,
t-shirt.
you had to have a lanyard. So when you get to the ground, you got to buy a lanyard for €5.
Yeah.
If you take a catch one-handed, I don't know,
You know what they
win
did?
a crate or
during the
win
2015
something.
World Cup, you had to wear the orange shirt. It wasn't just a lanyard. You had to wear an orange T-shirt, a
It was
special
for
T-shirt.
a prize pool of $1 million. They did that for, and people were diving over kids and children, and it was magnificent.
The glory days. Little edge, and beats the keeper. Don't know if you've got a little finger on this. Regardless, it'll be 4. So Ahmed gets the boundary.
Yeah.
So Roman Capinelli, suddenly his power play not so bad. 33 for 1 with the ball to go.
Yeah, really, really handy boundary. It doesn't matter how it comes. It's 4 in the scorebook overall. A little bit of luck going their way with some edges.
So Robots chipped in saying they had to stop that because it became a bit too dangerous.
Okay.
Understand that.
Well, it became dangerous after a couple of people did win some big money. But yeah, I can imagine why. To be fair, if I'm in a lanyard and I see a ball go up and I've got a prize pool of $1 million, I would be kicking and pushing anything to try and
I
catch
would
it.
also say that you were the last person that would hold on to one thing. You couldn't catch one two-handed.
Shot.
Yeah, nice, but well, almost reels it in at mid-wicket. It's going to race the boundary for 4.
Well, it's raced through. It's gone actually past the dugouts, touched the ambulance. So there's our first ambulance ball. And what a timing in that shot.
Yeah, so that's a really good finish to the power play. In the end, it's worth 37 for 1.
Yeah, good little power play that. But yeah, there's a couple of initiatives. I think the one at Cardamar, the lanyard, and if you took a catch and you don't have to push everyone, that means you, I don't know, you buy a drink for a friend or you earn something. And then I like the sign one, double runs if you hit that big sign on the grass bank. That would be
Okay.
amazing.
No, here where you're coming from there. Yeah, so I actually played a game of this Cricket Max back in the late 90s against Ryan Campbell. He's playing for the other team.
Well, you know who Max O'Dowd's dad played Cricket Max, Cricket
Yeah.
New Zealand.
Martin Crow's brainchild, I think. It had a few changes along the way. For example, there was a while where you could... So the max zone was basically the outfield behind the bowler between long on, long off. If you hit it there, you got double, so you could get a 12 through there. You get an 8 through there.
Where's the robot from today? I feel like the robot has a New Zealand flavour today because they seem to know a lot about this New Zealand idea.
Yeah, good point. Nice little drop kick shot. Sets the
Whippingtons.
task for the fielder, and he's going to boot it
Wow.
back into play. Well, some of these players, they could be on some serious Serie A money at the moment. And he's played this one back from nowhere. That saves the boundary.
Tell me how Italy didn't make the World Cup this year, because that is pretty good. Look, I'm not the biggest advocate for foot fielding, but
He put it perfectly in front of the other fielder as well.
that's
what I
a
love
through
about
ball. That's a great through ball. Well, they're ahead at the moment. Comparative scores.
that. Long way to go. Another one.
Whippingtons.
This one's going to be a bit more difficult to stop because it wasn't hit as hard, but it was placed slightly finer. So Kirby gets a boundary. He moves to 25, and he's been really promising so far.
That's a bit of a revelation, isn't it? The man from Melbourne, spending his years now in Italy, opening the batting, gets an opportunity, and he's taking it with both hands. Great to see.
I didn't realise this. Apparently the free hit did originate from Cricket Max.
Oh, look up Cricket Max.
So they kind of changed the rules a few times, and with the max zone. Originally, you couldn't even be caught in the max zone straight down the ground. It was just it just wasn't out. This one's in the air. Anik is going to come around. He won't be able to deal with the bounce. It skates off a bit quicker than he expected. So Kirby gets another boundary. And we're out of the power play, but he's not finishing the power. That's a really nice shot. And the man who is already in his 50s, hard to believe, he cracks that one. And yeah, it was a bit of a surprising speed that it hit the ground and skated off. Anik Ahmed couldn't deal. Abbas Ali having a bit more of a rough time this game. He's 1 for 25 with 3 balls remaining.
shot.
Flicked away, really nice shot. Well, that's another one for the officials. That might be Andy that's taken that clean as a whistle.
Wow.
Maximo.
Tell you what, sign up Andy Howes. That's one bounce flying into the dugout, and he snares it.
Very good fielding. Well, Fletch, if you're watching, this is how to do it. Have a look. Oh, I think actually,
Yeah, not an easy take. Took it beautifully.
this might have actually been 4.
Yep.
Am I crazy?
Yeah, it
Let's
was-
have a look.
I thought it was 4,
Signal
Vinny.
6 originally. Here, it bounces just inside, so that'll be 4 runs. I think originally I thought they gave it 6, but they've given it 4 now. How good was that from Andy?
That was pretty impressive.
That is the danger zone, isn't it, over there? Exactly where the officials are. Down the ground.
Just having a read of the cricket, Max. Yeah, it was 10 overs apiece.
Yep.
3 hit after no ball. Wides were 2
Yes,
instead of 1.
That's right.
That's cool.
Yeah.
Never thought of that.
Yeah, wides were 2 instead of 1.
Bowlers couldn't bowl more than 4 overs per match. Okay.
Okay.
Interesting.
Oh, no, I think the matches were actually 2 sets of 10 overs.
And it was a trapezoid. You're right that if it got hit into, the score would double. Interesting.
Down the ground. And it should be 1.
Yeah,
And we had another couple of strange rules. Keeper couldn't be more than 30 yards away, but that kind of made sense. It's the end of 4 overs. Score was 53 for 1.
The New Zealanders don't really create much. They're good for 2 things. Cricket Max and Lord of the Rings. That's about it now.
Well, what I will say is it's funny because there were a few different versions of cricket tried in that period. And I'm talking kind of 90s and early 2000s, searching for another format of the game. There's things like the Hong Kong Sixes. There's things like Super 8s, which we saw a tournament in Malaysia where you had 6s were actually worth 8 and there were 8 players aside. But the funny thing is, Corey, in the end, the third format basically was exactly the same as 50 over cricket, just scaled down.
I've got a good question for you.
Yeah.
So, they've tried these things, Cricket Max, Hong Kong Sixes. Why is ECS the one, an ECN, why is this one broken through and been sustainable, do you think?
I'll tell you why I think in a second. One of the reasons is also haven't changed the game too much, just made a few tweaks. With 10 overs instead of 20, and we weren't the first to do T10 cricket, we're the first to do this much of it. Again, you're not changing the game too much, you're just halving it, a T20. Gone! And so Islam gets the wicket, Ahmed swings all across it. And he's got a bit of a mystery spinner vibe to him, Rifat Islam. And so he's able to remove Ahmed for 11. Well, they're excited about it. If you couldn't tell, that makes it 54 for 2.
Well, he's got the Sunil Narayan action. If you've ever seen Sunil Narayan from the West Indies bowl, he bowls exactly like him with the low arm action, a little bit mystery spin. And then he went up for the chest bump, and I think he realised he's not the tallest of stature. And it was sort of a half chest bump.
Had to jump a long way up, didn't he? I don't know if we got the chest bump in the replay, but yeah,
he high-fives his mate, and then he went the chest bump.
Good celebration. But the robot, you must have annoyed them with all your anti-New Zealand.
Well, I think I know who the robot is then.
Everyone say thanks to Corey for his last day of commentary.
Sorry to interrupt, Vinny. The greatest hairdo we've seen this morning. It's Rambo coming to the crease. I'm excited.
I'm very pro batters wearing helmets, but if I had to make an exception, it would be Kevin Kakulawala, who's had to get that mane under control. All I can hope now, if he hits a 50 and takes the helmet off and gives it a shake.
Top of leg stump.
But have a look at this from Rifat.
Okay,
watch this over and then
watch the chest bump come up here.
Yeah.
Oh.
You're teasing us, Anders. We thought we were going to see it again. But go back and have a look at it if you haven't already.
Yeah, it wasn't the most confident one. I think he was a little bit worried.
Doesn't look like the guy that would survive a chest bump very well, does he, Rifat? Not much of him. But anyway, here's Kevin.
Yeah, here's Kevin.
54 for 2. Let's look at a wide first up. It's a good call, I think.
Yep. I think just touching the line.
Well, Kevin's coming off scoring 127 not out versus Braca Prato in a 50-over match.
That's not too bad.
That's some form. Can he do it in this format, though? Slightly different. Would be confident. Again, I think players that are successful in this format they're playing cricket shots, and that's how you can be consistent.
Well, Keka Kulawala, a.k.a. Rambo, with that beautiful head of hair. Bit of Sylvester Stallone about him. Can he get going with Kirby?
Slips in place for Kirby. Just punches this out for 1. A few people making the Narayan comparisons that you were as well.
Yeah, he very similar to Sunil Narayan with the low arm action as he loads up. Sikandar Raza from Zimbabwe started to bowl like this as well.
I got a feeling that these types of bowlers, you end up overthinking it against them.
I like him so much already. Well, he's done that because they've got a four-man offside field and 5 on the leg side. So he's actually, that was the right shot. He just missed it.
Yeah. Let's see if his legs get entangled. Switches them over.
He just missed it.
He does well to keep it down. The foot down, that is. Yeah, look, because the thing is, they're not really big turners of the ball. And I think that sometimes batters start looking for things that aren't really there. And just kind of get deer in the headlights style. Anyway, it's an impressive skill to have. Pitches up. And goes for it. Gets nothing. So it's a much better batting performance so far. Whether they'll get to the 144, I'm not sure. But remember, these two teams will play twice today. Yeah, for me, it looks like these are more kind of back spinners that he's bowling. A very unusual grip as well, Rifat. And this is another one. Kikulawala finding a new day and finding it a little bit difficult. So we'll go to the mini drinks break at 57 for 2. And once again, it's great to have your company, Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, alongside me, Corey Ruckers. And yeah, what you were asking, why do I think ECN is the format which has become so digestible? I just think that every time, since 50-over cricket came in, and even that was kind of tweak on 60-over cricket eventually, that limited overs cricket was originally. But then for all these formats and kind of gimmicks, the T20 is nothing too different from a 50-over game, except it's compressed. The actual building blocks are pretty much the same, where how many bowlers can bowl 20% of the overs. The power play is roughly 30% of the innings. And then the T10, again, for all the gimmicks and all the things you could do, the T10 is literally half a T20 game with the same thing. Bowlers bowling 20% of the overs and 3-over power play. Now, interestingly, a lot of talk about the 100 and stuff like that. I don't think that's that different, except the only thing that's different is the 10 balls at a time and abandoning overs. I think that's more just to do with differentiating from the T20 domestic English competition. So I don't think it's actually much different as all.
I've got a tough question for you.
Go ahead.
Put you on the spot. Is 50-over cricket dead? Ben Stokes retiring. It's struggling.
I think the World Cup keeps 50-over cricket alive. For me,
is bilateral series dead?
Yeah,
What's the point?
Life support.
What's the point of playing 3 ODIs that mean nothing? Then?
Yeah, well, they're trying to tie it all together in a cycle.
But what's happened? They've scrapped the Super League. So now 50-over cricket is going to go back to nothingness.
So my thing, call me a traditional, and maybe I'll get your thoughts on this as a bit of a more modern brain, but for me, the 50-over World Cup is still a bigger deal winning that than the 20-over World Cup. Discuss.
Yeah, that is true. I do agree with that.
But there's a bit more history to it.
It's the filler in between. It's what do you do with...
Well, yeah, because you're going to get a 50-over World Cup every 4 years. I can never keep track of when the 20-over World Cup is. Seems like we're having it every year or 2 years.
Well, the 20-over World Cup now is every 2 years.
Yeah. And we're having 2 in a row because of the pandemic,
Yeah,
right?
so you got the Australian one this year, and then you have the next one in 2024 for the Windies and Barbados.
Yeah.
Barbados, Windies and America.
Remember the 2007 World Cup when they finished in the dark?
Yeah, that was unbelievable. Look, I agree. I think
Look, guys, we could come back tomorrow. Okay.
I think 50-over cricket World Cups are still valuable, but it's all the filler that is starting to struggle.
And I'll tell you a sign of it as well. As we see Kirby pulling this away, won't quite carry to the fielder who handles it well. One sign for me is just have a look at the domestic one-day competition in Australia. That used to have big crowds, used to be a real draw card, but the 20 overs coming in has pretty much killed that, and now it's a bit of an afterthought or a before thought.
It's a 1 month package now. They squeeze
they fly all the teams to one location or a couple of different locations and play the matches in blocks. So if you take a big country like Australia and you say, big cricket country, and say, well, how are you meant to pick your ODI team when they're only playing a week of domestic 50-over games? I do think the skills are obviously a bit more pure cricketing skills, if you want to call it that. To build an innings, there's a bit more of that in 50-over cricket.
Yep.
Yeah. So it's an interesting one. Short, and he whacks it, but how far? Could be trouble with a capital T, and it is. So Kirby holds out, picks one of the longer boundaries from the bat, and it was well taken down there. And so, well, just gives one chance in the end, doesn't he, Kirby? It's just short of a length, and that man, Ahmed Mohsin, is having a very good game. He almost gets it in the middle, but he knows straight away that he's mishit it. And pretty solid catch down there on the boundary. So Dane goes for 36 and 59 for 3.
As soon as he hit it, his head dropped. You know as a batsman sometimes when you cloth it, we call it clothing it, where the bat sort of turns in hand or it doesn't hit the middle. That was one of those moments, but I think they've found a good option with him opening the innings. Pretty good knock that, good T10 knock.
So Yuvraj mentioning the West Indies recently launched the 60. Did you read about the 60?
Yeah, I sent you that.
Yeah, well, a few people sent me that.
Oh.
It's interesting though, but
copyright.
My theory is...
Tell you what, and I've had an epiphany.
How about horseback cricket?
I want to see Rambo. I want to see our man on a horse.
In the wind.
That is what I need to see.
Well, I hope it's a strong horse. want to say about that. Mohamed Sadiq breaks through with the wicket of Kirby. Oh, this one goes straight through the legs, to be honest. And it's been given.
Oh.
Well,
That's tough. I don't know how that was out, to be honest. I think that might be wrong, but let's have a look at the replay.
yeah, let's have a look. Did seem like it nutmegged him. Whether there's an edge or not, I'm not so sure.
I mean,
Yeah, it may have just flicked the bottom of the bat. And there's a lot happening there. It was very close to the bat.
the problem is, if you want to give that out, there is a lot of things that could have flicked, unless it's been given out LBW
I don't think
potentially
it
as
hits
well.
either pad.
I think it flicks the actual right inside leg, but
So you think it takes a little something? I thought maybe it just hit the ground.
watch the right inside leg, the white. Just watch this.
Maybe back
I mean, if he's got a thin inside edge and nutmegged himself, why is the bowler appealing to square leg? That's unbelievable.
sometimes ask a second opinion, but
I mean,
give some credit to the batter there because
my question is, how can you give that out with confidence of an inside edge when there's so many things it could have touched?
True.
That's a very tough call, but look, that's cricket.
give credit to Amir Hamza who has to go for a golden. He sucks it up and he walks off straight away.
Sometimes you got to. That's cricket. It usually levels out as well.
Yeah, nice to see that.
Hat trick. Oh, sneaky hat trick. That sort of snuck up on us.
We're still discussing it, weren't we? It's horseback cricket is polo, says Ninj. I was thinking maybe you could have one fielder on a horse with a big net. Do you think you could chase down the
Okay,
balls?
you're going too far
Imagine
now.
collisions in the field when you're up against a horse. Goes for it, doesn't carry. Anik Ahmed who over-attacks it, and they'll probably get two now. They will. I don't mind that attack. Anik's just trying to show some intensity in the field. End of the over, 61 for 4.
Yeah, so a couple wickets falling in that over really sort of sucks the life out of them in the chase. It's unfortunate, but that's cricket.
They still feel like they can compete with the bat, though. I mean, they're going at that 10's pace. And if they could have just removed the third of the big three, then maybe they could have kept it down to something in the 90s, like Roma CC did yesterday against Rome Bangla Morning Sun. Dinesh Ramden also announced his retirement yesterday. Did you hear that?
He hasn't been in the circuit for years. I didn't even know he was still playing, to be completely honest. He hasn't kept for the Windies for a long time.
Maybe all forms of cricket then. It's Ian John saying he loves fast scoring cricket. He remembers as a youngster going to an empty Lords to watch Middlesex versus Yorkshire in the county championship. Saw Sir Jeff Boycott score 12 runs not out in a day's cricket.
That is great.
The perverse.
I tell you, there's only
pleasure
one
that
person
batters.
that really enjoyed that, and that's Jeff Boycott.
Yeah.
He would have been in the zone.
Well, how about Sunil Gavaskar back in the World
Oh,
Cup in the 70s?
this was controversial.
You know this story?
Yes, I do.
Rifat Islam over number 7. Oh, they just freaked him there. Just look at this. The old, he's like, okay. Forgot what I was going to do. You distracted me. It's Kakulawala. He's facing up. He's down the wrong line, so he's finding Islam a bit of a handful here. Yeah, so give the viewers a bit of a background of what you're talking about.
I think it's one of the very first World Cups. It was
Yep.
England versus India. And 60 over cricket back then, not 50 over cricket, as Islam comes in again. Goes for the reverse sweepers, no bat on it. And England piled on back then an extraordinary, I think maybe 320 off their 60.
5.5 and over.
Yeah, 5.5 and over. And back then, that was an extraordinary. And, well, India, Sunil Gavaskar, the great Sunil Gavaskar, said, you know what, I'm not going to go chase that. And there wasn't draws in ODI cricket, as he goes for the reverse Malachi again and misses again. And unfortunately, he decided to block out 37 off about 200 balls. And I still don't know why. Lost the game.
Making a point.
Making
Sonny in his younger days was a bit fiery. He once got given out LBW in Australia. Then he told his partner to walk off with him because they weren't going to play anymore when he inside edge went onto his pads off Dennis Lilly. Short, doesn't really get up, but now it's up. It's in the air. Raihan almost takes a sensational catch coming in and to his right. In the end, Kakulawala will survive and get a long single.
Yeah, to put it in comparison, Dennis Amiss, who batted in the first innings in that game, hit 137 off 147. Gavaskar came out and then blocked 36 not out off 174, striking at 20. Lost the game. They made 132 off 60 overs in a one-dayer.
Yeah.
I don't know what he was
He
thinking.
was just saying it's impossible to chase, so I'm just going to be a pain. And just
Well, if
take
another
the enjoyment out of the game.
But if another player in that game can hit 137 off 147, wouldn't you give it a go?
Shows how far we've come as to what we think is possible or usual. But, yeah, it's a bit of a negative attitude. But I think probably he's a bit embarrassed by that story these days. It's come a long way. Was a real competitor, we know that. Stephen Kelk kind of sums up my feelings in this comment that he gave us, which I might read out after this ball. Knocked away, this will just be one. Stephen, pardon me, saying after a recent diet of tests and T20s and few ODIs feel strange. Too short to have the deeper gears of tests, but too long to have the same dynamics of T20s. Kind of makes sense. Anyway, 7 overs down. The score here is 64 for 4. Coming up next, we have these two teams going at it again. Roman Campanelli, they will have to chase again. RBMS won 4 tosses out of 4. They've batted first every time. Have a look at those top 3 of Sharif Rahan, Ahmed Anik, and Ahmed Mohsen. Roman Campanelli. I've seen signs of them. I've liked the move of Kirby to the top of the order, to be honest. And Kukula Walla has entered their side today. So stay tuned for that one, coming up in about 25 minutes, right here on the European Cricket Network.
Do you know, just reading about that era of cricket, so it's full, hit down the ground to mid-on, should just be single. Do you know a team that played in the 1975 World Cup that never featured again?
East Africa.
East Africa.
Yeah, well, that was now, well, they've later formalised as Kenya. It's the same sort of team. But yeah, East Africa, I remember. I mean, I don't remember because I wasn't born yet, but I've seen a lot of pictures from the 1975 World Cup. I mean, it's groundbreaking at that stage, you know, because with the limited overs cricket becoming more prevalent, and it really instigated things like World Series cricket in Australia. The fact that that tournament did have such a following. So, yeah, exciting times. And it was in England the first 3 stages before they took it on the road. Nice looking shot straight down the ground. It won't be an easy stop, but I think will. And so will just be a single. Yeah, I mean, game's always changing. That's all I'm going to say. And there's a Darwinistic thing to it that whatever's popular will survive, whether you like it or whether you're not, whether you think it's good for the game or not. Yeah, cricket, the audience are changing. Kukula goes walkabout, and now he's just going to have to walk. Legs up out of the ground, and look, to be fair, he never really hit his straps. I think the change of format, just throwing him a little bit, was trying things. He tried something, that ball to Siddiqui, ends up losing his leg peg. He goes for 5, and it's 66 for 5.
Yeah, the nice sound of a stump being uprooted, and he just never got going in this innings. Siddiqui gives him a little bit here as well, right in front of him. I don't think he needs to do that, but 3 wickets for him. Pretty good bowling.
Yeah, out it comes. Proper cartwheel job. And so RBMS, well, I'll be hoping to avoid a situation like yesterday, how they had a very comprehensive win, not dissimilar to this, in fact, in their first game, but then their batting faltered in the second. They were only able to post a score in the 90s that was chased down. And I think Roman Campanelli have the batting to chase down a similar sort of score. It's just a matter of whether they can get the batting under control, keep the bats under control from RBMS. Yeah, the other thing about limited overs cricket in the modern day, and I remember when I was playing a lot of 50-over cricket through the 2000s, was that there was this middle over period where the middle 30 overs is pretty much stick the field back, or overs 15 to 40, stick the field back, and all the batters were pretty happy just to take one and bat with a minimum of risk, and the fielders were too scared to concede boundaries, so they would also take a minimum of risk and put all the outfielders back. And I know a lot of guys I was playing with are saying, well, this is just a boring period of the game. Might as well just allocate runs and get on with it. Full toss, cracked away. 1 bounce. I'll just get a single here.
Yep.
And so ultimately what you end up with in T20, you're basically looking at the first 10 overs and the last 10 overs of a 50-over game.
Yeah, true. Well said.
And now, T20s people find slow sometimes. And then in a T10, you're basically looking at the first 5 overs and the last 5 overs of a T20 match without the quote-unquote boring middle bit, if you want to call it that. So it's funny how what's popular survives, basically. And yeah, those middle 30 overs or 35 overs, whatever you want to call it, of a 50-over game, It's basically cut out of a T20. Now the middle overs of T20 is cut out and you got T10.
There are teams that are still in that 50 over game taking that middle 30 overs on now. That's probably how it's changed of late.
That's true. This one, is it going to be caught? Very good effort. I think he almost gets a hand under this, Raihan. Yeah, but see, that is happening because of the shorter format of the game. And the fact that they've seen statistically you can actually score at these rates without losing a lot of wickets. And so that wouldn't have happened, I don't think, at all, unless T20 had had such a big impact on the mindset of batters and shown them what's actually possible. I remember, as we get to the end of the 8th over, 69 for 5. I remember growing up seeing the required run rate going to 7, and then you turned off the TV because you knew it was impossible now.
It's crazy how quick.
It is crazy.
Where does it stop?
For me, the two biggest things that have changed the paradigm are bigger bats and smaller boundaries.
No, there's
in
something
general.
else.
Tell me.
They changed it to 2 new balls from each end.
That as well.
And I don't like that because the bowlers can't reverse swing it late. It doesn't get softer.
The problem is, though, the white balls, unless they've improved them, they weren't white at them all.
Doesn't matter. That's part of the game, I think. It was brilliant watching reverse swing, players not able to power hit at the end. Bring back the 1 ball for me.
Yeah, well, they actually tried for a while at the 34 over mark. They would bring in well, not a new ball, but a replacement ball that was white when they were still using 1 ball in 50 over cricket.
You think about a brand new ball from both ends. Yes, both balls swing, but they both fly off the bat for the whole 25. I think that's been one of the catalysts for the ODI scores to start
That's something that
blowing
they tried first and then didn't do and then brought back the 2 new balls thing.
Good discussion point anyway.
Yeah. Because, I mean, for spectators and stuff, it's not that great if you can't see the ball. The ball ends up there. Because the white balls are painted, not dyed like red balls. Every time they hit the turf, they pick up discoloration.
We miss some cricketers now who probably can reverse swing a ball and are brilliant at it. We don't see it anymore. We never see Waqar Yunus doing that these days, and we don't see Brett Lee used to do it pretty well. I think it's sad.
Well, this is up and under. Fielder, don't think he's going to get there in time. Take it on the bounce. Fakes a throw, doesn't. Yeah, and so, I mean, just look back at that 92 World Cup. Pakistan beating England in the final.
Yep.
And they really got that ball to swing both ways.
Oh, they were scratching it massively back then.
You think so?
Oh, absolutely. I've spoken to people that were doing it.
Heard it here first. We'll say a suspicious amount of movement. Very good bowlers as well.
I'll give you something.
Corey, it's been great working with
I'll give you something. When I was working with the Dutch, we got in a bowling coach, and I won't say who it was. I'll give you the initials, AD. Okay. The very first thing he said to the bowling group was, how are we going to get this ball reversing? What can we do? It's everywhere. Call a spade a spade. If you can get the ball reversing, get it going. What about bringing in that you can doctor the ball?
That you get 1 key ring per innings.
1 key ring per innings. One.
Or is the standard key?
Well, players now just keep throwing it into the turf to try and do it.
Yeah. Gone. So it's a nice moment for Akhtaruzzaman, who keeps it straight, gets Ejaz to swing around one. Needs a 6 wicket to fall. That's the end of the 9th over. And a good reward for him. His first wicket of the series to score 74 for 6.
There goes the leg stump. Good bowling. And another wicket falls. Just keeping it nice, straight. You miss, I hit. I've got a message come through, Vinny, from my mother. Corey, close your mouth.
Yeah. Yeah. There's a lot of exclamation points in
that. Get on with it. You know, what about in the T10 format that you let players, so because we talk about you skim the ball in from the outfield and it lands on the square.
Yeah.
What if you let players do what they could to do it? If you get it reversing
My issue with it, I mean, here's why it's not worth doctoring a ball. You might only see that ball for about another 20 seconds.
Oh, yeah, true. We lose balls all the time.
I'd let them do whatever you want to
Imagine putting all that effort into it for 1 minute and then it just goes into the excavation hole.
Going to stick around. So, look, the thing is, you don't really have the wicket square in this cricket anyway.
Yeah.
The ball's always going to be hard because these balls probably would last for 1,000 overs without getting softer.
Can we cut one open? Can we cut one of these open?
We've done it before.
They are extremely hard, these balls.
Well, cricket. Yeah. Anyway, we'll leave it to the archaeologists to do that in 1,000 years when they discover them in the hole. Anyway, big thank you to Kookaburra, our ball sponsor. Rifat is going to bowl the last over here. Janal picks this up and we'll just have
one thing that's
here.
Super disappointed me, Vinny.
Yeah.
Alfonso Jaureya, the godfather of Italian cricket, hasn't batted or bowled yet. Can we get a message to them? Get him out there.
Yeah, I wonder when he'll come in.
Oh, he's
Down to
listed
number 8
11.
here.
Got to get the old fella out there. World record holder, 75 years young.
People talk about Bazball, which is cool to say.
Yeah.
But, I mean, it is influenced by short formats, though, whether you think it'll last or not. But that's undeniable that it's influenced by short formats. That's not a bad thing, I think. Sometimes, they say attack's the best form of defence. It's an old adage, but also it can change matches.
Well, Gilly used to do that. If the Aussies were ever 5 for 70, Gilchrist would just come out and try and whack it and take all the momentum back.
Try a few different bowlers here. RBMS, why not? Janelle gets one past the outside edge of Orang. Batting a bit lower today. Seen him as a bit of a hitting option at the top of the order.
Bounce for the spinner there. Wow, wait.
Radio silence about your controversial comments.
That's not controversial. It's just a topic.
Yeah, it's an opinion. This one is just hit square of the wicket.
No, the final answer for that is if you want to bring rates back down a little bit in ODIs and T20, ODIs especially, give them one ball. That's the easiest way to go back.
Ball technology's come a long way as well. So
use a pink one.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. That's an option. A bit of spin here, Janelle. Will just be one. Yeah, so that is something that probably warrants further discussion because the white ball was used, and originally I've heard these great stories of World Series cricket, how they were trying all different colours and stuff back when they were just trialling this kind of thing. Yeah, so pink balls are built to last longer than white balls, basically. It goes up and over, and it almost falls over, but he will block it. And that will take us to the end of the match. Orang will finish with 8. Then, that's a nasty way to finish the game. As it will finish with a score on 79. And just when you think the game's over, you get ready to shake hands, and you take one right in the middle of the 28.
I've got a question for you. Is that obstructing the field?
No.
Look where he is.
No, it's not. There's no way he's wanting to be in the way of this ball. So I'll say no. The final score, 143 to 79. Roper Caminelli had a promising start, but again, they were kind of weighed down by the gravity of the chase. And in fact, they don't hit a boundary in the last 6 overs. And that kind of sums it up, as they lost some key players and lost the momentum in the chase. But they do put 79 on the board in the end. And yeah, I'm looking forward to these two teams going head-to-head again in the second game. But first, let's have a look at the highlights of this. And it was a pretty bright start. The issue, Sumer Ali, he had a bit of a life there. He was pretty impressive yesterday, but he ended up nicking behind. And I'll tell you, Abbas Ali, he was pretty happy with that result. Dane Kirby, I've got to say, he was one positive for Roper Caminelli in this. We finally saw a bit of what he's capable of at the top of the order, and I think that was a pretty positive move for them.
Yeah, absolutely. That is a positive to take out of this game. He came to the top of the order. He played some really nice shots. That one almost took Karina out, and thankfully she gave us a thumbs up to say she was okay. There was slight concern. There you go. Strong nail game as well.
It is, and I wasn't sure if that was Karina or Martin's.
I thought it could have been Martin's.
Yeah, well, Martin's has some nice nails as well. Not quite that nice. And that wasn't a nice bounce, was it, for Anik Ahmed? That one skated off the surface. He wasn't able to deal. But yeah, Kirby played some nice shots off his pads. That was a nice one. That was had to be dealt with in the officials' tent. And ultimately, the decision to go with Rifat paid dividends, as batters just seemed to be playing down the wrong line quite often against him. Ijaz Ahmed was a victim of the ball which crashed into the leg stump. That brought in Kakulawala. And I've got to say, one of the best hairdos we've had. Kirby knew he mishit this the moment it hit his bat. He was caught by Mosen. And really, his 36. It was the second highest score in the game. Only faced 17 balls. So at least, they're putting something together slowly. This perhaps was a little bit unlucky for the batter, who wasn't thrilled with the decision but walked anyway. It was a first baller for Hamza. And played on Kakulawala. You couldn't get too much happening with the bat. Despite coming off a century in the 50-over format, he just walked at one and missed. And just, whatever he tried didn't seem to work. Ultimately, they were well behind in the game by this point. We even saw Akhtar Uzaman coming in the 9th over, and he finished with a wicket. So, nice moment for him. And they were just saying, oh, there you go. A little bit of how's your father in the celebration. But anyway, it was a fairly comfortable win. The margin, 64 runs here, 143 to 79. But what we know from yesterday is that things can change a lot in this doubleheader format. And now we're going to see Roma Campanelli having another crack at this batting lineup. And they did well. They removed 2 of the 3 that they needed to, but they just couldn't get rid of Mosen last time. Let's see if they can this time. But I think that Raihan and Anik Ahmed, they'll be pretty keen to atone for their low scores this morning. But that match is coming your way in around about 10 minutes from now, right here on the European Cricket Network. As we look at the scorecard, and apart from Kirby at the top, there wasn't much resistance. He scored 36 off 17. Apart from that, just Ijaz Ahmed made it to double figures, and fair few single-digit scores there. Just the 9 extras, so pretty accurate stuff for the most part for RBMS, as they restricted Roma Campanelli to 79. As far as the bowlers went, plenty of good performers. They used 6 in all, including Akhtaruzzaman, who took 1 for 5 off his over. And Janal only went for 5 in the last. Before that, Siddiqui 3 for 9. He was brilliant, wasn't he? The other wickets went to Rifat Islam, who only conceded 7 off his 2 overs. Abbas Ali didn't have it all his own way, but he ended up going for 31, taking a wicket. Hussain, probably not his best performance, but still, early on, he went for 20. So we'll take a quick break, back in about 10 minutes with the second of 4 matches today. Match 6 is on the way, the rematch. Until then, Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo. Corey Rucker's with me. Thanks for your company on ECN. We'll see you shortly for more cricket. You're watching the FanCode European Cricket Series. Hello and welcome back to Roma Cricket Ground. You can see the surrounds of this ground. It's a beautiful parcel of land. It's around 20-25 minutes from the city centre. I've got to say, big credit goes to Roma CC and everyone involved in its continuing development. And it does tie in with the fact that we are trying to develop European cricket as well. Getting more matches and more players exposed to the big time. And right now, it's going to be match 6, the second of 4 matches today. And it will be Rome Bangla Morning Sun once again coming back out to try and sweep this mini-series against Roma Capinelli, a team that still is yet to taste a victory on ECN, but there were some signs that they're on the improve. I've got to say, I did like Dane Kirby going to the top of the order for Roma Capinelli. Rome Bangla Morning Sun, though, they won the toss 4 in a row. Well, don't bet against them at the moment on the coin toss. They have been very, very consistent and also consistent in their desire to bat first. It has worked 2 out of the 3 times so far. Raihan, Anik Ahmed and Ahmed Mohsin at the top. They're going to be the real thorns for Capinelli, but if they can remove them, I think, as we saw last night, that they can be exposed a little bit. You see 34-run favourites in this one, Rome Bangla Morning Sun. But I guess that's theory, and this is going to be the practice. And they may try something a little bit different. Looks to me like Michele Moratini, the Italian native fast bowler, is going to be opening up for Capinelli. He was on a slightly smaller run-up this morning, just something I noticed. Maybe just sometimes bowlers will reduce their run-up. Sometimes it's been forced on them, like in the Bulgaria series. We actually saw some bowlers bowling better and sticking with it. I think there's less that can go wrong rhythmically with a shorter run-up. You may not get as much momentum, but you might get a bit more consistency. So Moratini's going to open up, and we'll have, I imagine, the regular openers there. That's Raihan, who is about to face up. He's out there with Anik Ahmed, so they do with the regular openers. Like I say, I don't think they're going to be giving up those spots very easily. Raihan, a Centurion last year. Let's get ready. Let's get steady. Now let's go. It's match number 6. Starts with a cut shot. Finds the gap, but finds the outfielder. They've gone for a deep mid-wicket, deep point first up. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo for the European Cricket Network, joining me once again, the Spanish national team coach for OC Rotterdam, winning ECL player and all-round controversy magnet, Corey Ruckers. Welcome back, Corey.
Thank you very much, Vinny. Looking forward to watching the Italian Stallion again with the new ball. Don't mind this field set because these two have shown how good they are on the offside. Having a sweeper there, good option.
Yeah, I don't mind that. They also got that mid-wicket covered for that slog sweep.
Oh, bold. Well, did you say 4 toss wins in a row?
Yeah.
Okay, let's test Mr. Maximo's cricket IQ. Ding, ding, round 1.
Okay.
Who has won the most tosses in their cricketing captaincy career at international level?
Aggregate.
Just most.
Oh, wow.
Italian Stallion steaming in. High in the air. No one's at deep square. Doesn't have enough legs. I couldn't tell. It might be 1 bounce 4. I think it is.
Yeah, 4 runs in the end. That goes towards the olden days. Once again, the archaeological dig over deep square leg. And this is just, speaking of cricket IQ, he knows there's no deep square leg, so he gets a bit more insurance on that shot if he doesn't quite get it.
I'll give you a who am I. My cricketing span was a captain from 2002 to 2012.
Okay.
324 matches.
Graham
and
Smith.
I won the toss. He's second.
Keep going.
That's it. Percentage 52.47.
That's not bad. So who was it?
Ricky Ponting. Oh. Come on, Chenzo.
I was thinking 2 non-Australian because I know I'm biased when it comes to my cricket knowledge through that period.
Play and miss outside the off stump. And what captain from 1990 to 99 had the highest ever percentage aggregate? But this Indian. So I don't think you'll get this.
Most tosses. And okay,
I can't imagine you'll get this. This is tough.
Muhammad Azharuddin.
Wow, Chenzo.
Really?
Shake my hand. Well done.
Only because you said it was one that I probably wouldn't get. So I started
he has the highest aggregate. Hit down the ground. Should say percentage. Sorry, just the one. So yeah, but that was from a little article I found in 2014. So that might have altered.
I dropped the ball on the Ricky Ponting, but I picked up the fumble with Muhammad Azharuddin, didn't I? There.
Yeah, that's a pretty good pickup. So winning the toss, how effective does it change games? It does help.
Should there even be a toss?
Yes.
Yeah, there's a discussion point.
Yes, there should be.
How about in Test cricket to try and
no, because
encourage groundsmen not to have too much.
No way.
There's a debate about it.
First of all, away teams are winning more than ever right now.
Yeah.
And I love seeing curators favour the home nation. Because then it makes it even, like Australia just playing Sri Lanka on an absolute dust bowl and we won.
Yeah.
So we learn from that. We get better.
I agree with that, actually. I think in the big scheme of things, just, playing devil's advocate for you.
I like it.
Martini.
Shot. There's a man. 4. He didn't really have a chance. They're saying catch and there's a few hands in heads, but I don't think he ever had a chance then.
Yeah, you're right. He was off to the races, but he'd missed the start, hadn't he? All right. And he once again gets it square, and that's where he gets safety. It probably looks closer to him than it actually was in the end, but it will be 4.
Yep, 4 runs, takes to the end. And, well, boys, if you like, and ladies, if you like TikTok, sign up.
You seem like you'd be a TikToker.
I haven't done it yet.
Yeah.
I don't know if I'm ready to go into the TikTok world my own, but look, at European Cricket Network, you can follow us. We just had another video on the ACC go viral, so maybe we can put that one on TikTok.
Which one was that?
The one where we used the Simpsons reference because of the emotion blast to his heart.
Well, because my phone had overheated yesterday.
Have you not sent that in yet? Oh, you've got to send that in. I know the bot will get upset we haven't sent that one in yet. That's a goodie.
Which one's that?
Yeah, the emotion one with the Simpsons.
Yeah. Okay.
There we go. Over number 2, Samar. Pulled away to deep square. The bot's come through with a question asking about what is Smith and Ponting's head-to-head rate like.
Yeah.
Well, I think that's trying to get at us. But I want to make a reconciliation with the bot.
Okay.
You know who the best white ball captain ever was? Stephen Fleming. He was the OG, the original.
I heard a discussion about most underrated captains the other day, and he was top of the list.
Mate, he was before his era. He was quite a pioneer, and I love New Zealanders and everything they offer the cricket world. That is for sure.
Save yourself now.
In the air, he's got enough of it though. 1 bounce, plugs a little bit, so they should get back for 2. Very calmly, just jogs in with it. Very calmly stops it for 2.
That's the difference between this outfield and some of the other outfielders we've seen. They actually are able to put some water into it. So
in Bologna, that would have gone about 800
in Bologna, that would have bounced into the car park.
Still the greatest outfield I've ever seen.
Yeah, he missed a couple though, Milan and Brescia. They went far behind.
Oh, big appeal. He's gone the slog sweep. Tell you what,
Heard a couple of noises in there. Don't know if it was after it clunked into the pad though.
Tell you what, that's close because he went the slog sweep high. It can only be high.
Yeah. And I think even the fact that it hits the pad and then bounces up shows you it does hit him quite high, although he is crouching a bit.
Ooh, crouching tiger, hidden
Umpire's
dragon.
call. We know this pitch is basically Europe's answer to the whacker. It is a very fast, bouncy pitch, so a lot of balls are going to be going over the top.
Cut down straight to the fielder. Little misfield. They'll get through for a single. But yeah, Stephen Fleming was sort of the first captain that sort of started to break the realm of 50 over cricket a little bit. We talked a lot about cricket around the world today. But yeah, he was very, very good indeed. And good comment coming in from Jeevan Prathath. And he's saying Jayasuriya and Kalawitharana, they totally reinvented the power play batting and how to bat and power. They were amazing.
I can talk a bit more about that in a second.
Pulled hard. There's a man out there. He ain't stopping this. It goes under the fence and it goes into the big hole. The excavation site, 4 runs.
That's down Main Street, isn't it, again? As it just gets a bit of length, turns on it. Nice shot by Anik Ahmed. He does get a boundary. Yeah, so Sri Lanka mid-90s, they had this power play rule for ages. It wasn't called power play.
15 overs.
It was just called field restrictions. But nobody really had the courage to take it on. People were still really conservative. They still thought they were going to get a hosing if they threw their wickets away playing aggressive shots. So you'd still only see about 2 and over through the first 15 overs, despite the encouraging players to do that. Now, Jayasuriya, Kalawitharana, I think it was the 95-96 season in Australia, they totally took it on. And in 1999, actually, I was a net bowler for the Sri Lankans on their tour. And let me tell you what, their training sessions were just like they were batting in the power play the whole time. And they were ahead of their time. And this one is whacked away, and this is going to go the journey Maximo. Anik Ahmed lifts this one up, and he finishes the second over with a bang. He takes Samir Ali for 6. It's the end of 2. The score is 24 for no loss.
Yep.
Yeah, so we had
Tell me more.
We had one of these left arm spinners from the WA Academy that was also net bowling, and he had a really weird kind of sideways run up. I think he spent most of his training session trying to find balls in Trinity College next to Western Australia, the West Australia Cricket Association ground there. As we see, Rome Bangla Morning Sun, with that win this morning, they go to the top of the table. They have played one more game than Royal Roma. They'll be hoping to put some distance between them and Royal Roma in this game. So, yeah, I mean, that's a good example of a rule being brought in that was meant to encourage something, but not actually having the desired effect until someone had the courage, is the word I'd use, to actually take it on.
Yep, completely agree with that, Vinny. It's amazing how some players can take the game, like what Gilchrist did with Test cricket.
Yeah.
Those two did with
you
one-day
can change
cricket.
rules, but what you really need to change is the mindset, right?
Shot, pulled away.
And the culture.
Well, I've got a point for you. I mean, Gilchrist did it with Test cricket.
Yeah.
Jasuri and Califano did it with 50-over cricket. And arguably myself with T10 cricket, breaking the game at 414.7 strike rate is just, it's groundbreaking
You're
stuff.
not the highest strike rate in ECN ever, by the way. That's someone that hit 1 ball for 6.
ECL, that's it. High in the air. This could be half chest. No, it's going to go over Kirby and deep mid off. 1 bounce, 4 runs.
Well, we didn't even know if that would go for 4, because remember yesterday a ball bounced here and bounced back in the field of play. So Kirby, probably happy this doesn't come back and he headbutts it. But Anik Ahmed does go over mid-off, who was still in the circle. So 4 runs. And this Rome Bangla Morning Sun opening pair going about their business.
Jasuri scored 13,430 runs in 445 one-days. That is an amazing amount of games.
It is a lot. And we were talking about high shirt numbers the other day in ODI cricket, and I think Gale wearing 301. The reason was that was his 301st and last ODI match. So that was for that game only.
Okay.
And he wore that number.
Interesting.
We wore the 45 for the West Indies.
Oh, Jazz again. Inner part of the bat, straight to 45. And it makes a good little fielding out there, but still a single.
Yeah, so Ninja's in the chat. Nice to see you. And he's talking about the Duke's balls. Balls not really reacting the way they should up to the 80 over mark, and maybe that's an issue in world cricket.
So hit hard, straight to mid-wicket. This time it's a no, loud no call. Definitely not a single there. So Ajaz bowling pretty well. Last over of this important power play. Pulled high in the air. This might be a chance. Will he get there? It's Rambo out there. Unfortunately, he does it. Just falls a little bit short. I'll get through for a single. So these two leaving a little bit dangerously at the moment. Bit of luck on their side. The ball's been landing in no man's land. And still there, though. These two, they've been trying to be aggressive. Good bowling from Ajaz here. That's been a really good over. This one beats the bat, beats the keeper as well. They'll scamper through for a pretty easy bye. That'll take us to the end of the first 3 overs, the end of the power play, 32 for none. Tell us in the chat as well about other opening pairs maybe that you enjoyed in white ball cricket. I think there's a couple that's floated around on the T10 network, ECN network, that have been pretty exciting. Looking forward to seeing if these two can keep exploding. They've been a pretty dangerous opening pair. You can see right there on your screens, that's a pretty good power play. None for 32, 32 for none. So taking their time at the moment, just seeing who's going to come into bowl. Oh yes, it looks like the hairdo. Very excited about this. Kekawalawa. He's a very, very good man. Joins the team today. Made 100 just the other day in a 50-over fixture against Parakabrato. So here he comes. Just getting himself warmed up, taking his time. Small delay. I just do have to be careful about their over rate here. You remember, you've got 40 minutes to get into it. Looks like we're going to have a special guest at the end of this over as well, who has a fantastic hat on, I can say. One of the great hats.
Yeah, so I can't wait for this particular special guest. And we do get special guests in from time to time.
We do.
You started as a special guest. Now look at you.
Yeah.
You're going places.
Peacock shirt in a cube in Rome.
That's true. It's pretty hot here. You can enjoy the watermelon, which has just turned up, if you want to sit out after this over. But after this over. But, yeah, well, this is the moment I'm looking forward to. Kekula.
Watch the bounce on the hair here, Vinny. Oh, yeah.
There we go.
Oh, it's not too bad, but it's absolutely thumped down through mid-off. And Kirby.
What a stop that is.
Ricky Ponting out at deep mid-off. Great fielding.
Well, this was a case of hit the ball or be hit by the ball. And Kirby did very, very well there to save 3 runs.
He might be 25 years old, that man. Great movement to his left. Saves 3.
That was a brilliant stop, honestly. What sort of conditioning routine do you think is going into the Kekula Wallet hairstyle? I feel like he'd go through a lot of it.
Shampoo, condition every morning, every night. There's a couple of men around the traps with big hairdos that are sensational. I know Tommy Vine from the Spanish team, and he's got a big mop of hair.
Yeah, there's a few.
Max O'Dowd, Tom Vine are 2 I can
Max
think of.
O'Dowd's hair always looks like it needs a good wash, though.
It does. I can confirm. It is greasy.
You can have big hair.
Who else you got? Big hair cricketers.
We've had a few. We had a proper Rambo in Dresden last year.
Another white.
Like everything, that proper Rambo.
The only thing he's missing is that white sort of headband just to take us back to the 70s.
Yeah. But Kekula Wallet, nice to see him being used in the attack. They've tried a few things. Hey, Roman Campanelli. Again, they're on the improve, you can tell that. If they can string a game together, I think they can get a result.
High in the air. Oh, it's not their day at the moment. That's got top spin on it. And, well, amazing amount of top spin. Goes for 4.
It does. That's unlucky. That could have gone absolutely anywhere. It happened to go right behind the keeper. You see, there's Leandro Jayaraja. Took off after it, but it was going to be all in vain. 4 runs.
Jeevan Pathar, it says in the chat, Adam Gilchrist, and Sehwag was monumental. He's another one. Verinda Sehwag. How good was it to watch him play in any format?
He was one of our favourites.
Barely moved his feet and gave it a wallop.
Yep. Was showed batters like him and even Ijaz Ahmed from Pakistan.
High in the air. Kirby's got a sniff at this. Oh, he puts it down. He made good ground. He should have caught that one.
I think he just changed his mind at the last moment about how he was going to take the catch, and that's why it bounces out. And after such a good stop, you can see there, I think he wanted to take it fingers up, and then it dropped on him a little bit and ended up kind of in between 2 options. So, yeah, you don't want to drop too many catches against these guys. We know that.
Slow ball, back of the hand, looking for it. Chance here, and he's not got there in time. It's gone for 6. Well, these little half chances are just eluding them at the moment.
Yeah, that's another one. I mean, if he's standing on the boundary, it's probably catchable because he's trying to go sideways and take it going to his side. And it makes it a bit awkward. It's away from your eye line and does sneak over the rope for 6 more. So just, yeah, a couple of marginal ones going against Campanelli at this stage.
Yeah, definitely marginal ones. Just not going their way. Now, this partnership's almost got to 50 in 4 overs. Another wide. No issues with the time, actually. 3.4 bowled in 16 minutes. But yeah, stay with us. We've got a special guest joining after this over, just for an over, with a very, very good hat on.
.50 almost up in this opening partnership.
Oh, hit hard. That could be the 50. I'll have to track to his right to stop it. They'll just settle on the single this time. These two have to be the most dangerous openers we've got so far, Vinny.
Oh, yeah, I think so. There's no doubt about that. But as we saw, remember, this team, RBMS, similar kind of competition last year, they were 4-4. So, yeah, when it goes wrong, it can go really wrong for them. But, yeah, they look like they mean business so far. For me, they've been the most impressive of the teams that we've seen, but they have already had a bit of a misstep. This one's short, it's turned around the corner, and it will go to the boundary as well. So the 50 does come up, and so it will be the end of the over as well. 52 for no loss. And so, yeah, we do get to the end of 4. And so RBMS, how are they going to get these guys under control? So, yeah, looking forward to seeing how this develops. Also looking forward to a special guest commentator. And I tell you what, he's a pretty big boy. It's nice to have him in the box with me. So every so often, it's really nice to speak to some youngsters that are keen about cricket as we go across Europe. And I have a special guest commentator in here. He's 10 years old, turning 11 soon. He's been living in Italy for 5 years. Gyan Kirby, the son of Dane Kirby. Hello, Gyan.
Hello.
It's nice to have you with us. And look, I've been hearing a lot because I know that you've been hanging out with the teams this week. And it's great to have you here. Obviously, this cricket is on TV. People are watching all around the world. Millions of people are watching this. As we wait for the start of a new over, Hamza's coming in and he gets cut away, just gets over the fielder. Zayan Ijaz. And they're going to take on the 2. And they're going to get away with it. Good running. Ahmed moves to 31. Yeah, so you are living in Italy now and you've been living here for 5 years, is that right? But
yes.
where were you actually born?
I was born in Hobart.
In Hobart, right? Now, I get your age right? You are 10, but you're turning 11 soon,
no,
right?
it's opposite, 9 turning into 10.
Oh, so you're 9 turning to 10. See, you're a bit bigger than a lot of 10-year-olds I know, you know. You're growing pretty quickly, I think. But this is launched, and this one is out of here. Adios, pelota maximo. Anik Ahmed goes large, and he says to Hamza, well, I don't really care what you're doing with the ball. I'm going to go after you. And that was maybe a little bit too full. Didn't get a chance to break and end up going out of the ground. Now, you're a big cricket fan, is that right?
Yes.
And I know, obviously, if you were born in Hobart, obviously, I just would guess that your favourite team's Australia. Is that right? Because I can see you've got your Australia cap on this morning. Here's Hamza. This one ill directed down the leg side. So, yeah, tell me then, who's your favourite teams you like to watch in cricket?
Probably Australia and then maybe a little bit of, a bit of South Africa, New Zealand.
Yeah, South Africa, New Zealand. There's some pretty good teams as well. I noticed you didn't put England in there. And so Corey's making a face. You just be quiet and eat your watermelon. All right. Nice to work with. Slightly different level of maturity, actually. This is up and it's out of here. And that's another one to centuries past. Maximo. Anik Ahmed moves to 43. The score up to 67. He's been pretty brutal on Hamza a couple of times. Okay, so Gyan, tell me, what's it like watching your dad out there? Dane, of course, Dane Kirby. He batted really well in the first game, didn't he?
Yeah.
Did you give him some tips last night? I know that today's the best we've seen him bat so far.
No, I was just a bit too tired, yes.
A bit too tired as yesterday. Now, I'm really curious about you. Do you like playing cricket yourself?
Yes.
What are your favourite things to do? Are you more of a batter, a bowler, maybe a wicket keeper? What do you like to do? Or do you like to do everything?
Mainly batting, but a little bit of bowling too.
Okay, cool. I want to get some of your knowledge because I know that you're following the game. Do you have some favourite players that you like to watch, maybe in international cricket? I'll ask you just after this ball from Amir Hamza. 15 off first half of this over. This is in the air and it's going to skate pretty quickly to the boundary. So Quattro Cadadas Mas, 4 more runs to Anik Ahmed, who moves to 47 within reach of a half century. Nice looking shot. Well, if you can hit shots like this, Gyan, I think you'll go a long way. But yeah, tell me some of your favourite players.
So Steve Smith.
Yeah.
And then Pat Cummins, like a bat-up kind of thing.
Yeah, so you've got Steve Smith, your favourite batter, Pat Cummins, your favourite bowler. They're 2 pretty good players. And that's really nice that you've chosen them. This is down the ground, kind of into the gap, but that's pretty good fielding by Samer. Comes and cuts it off. So how about this type of cricket? I mean, this is it's a very fast game, isn't it, the 10-over game?
Yeah.
Do you like to watch it because there's a lot happening?
Yes, good, but it just feels a bit longer, but it's a lot of overs.
It feels longer if you're watching it, probably for sure. But yeah, we see a lot of 6s, we see a lot of 4s. And that'll take us to the mini drinks break. So the score at the end of 5 overs is going to be 73 without loss. Very, very good morning to you, wherever you're watching around the world. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo. I've got Gian Kirby as my guest commentator. And, well, it's wonderful to be here with you. And, well, you are the future of cricket in Italy. Now, tell me, what's it like living in Italy versus living in Australia? I mean, it must be a little bit different, although you have already been here 5 years, right?
Yeah.
Is there anything that's pretty different in Italy? I mean, people talking Italian is probably one of them, right?
Yeah, but then also like I don't remember much from Australia because I'm 9 now. So
Yeah. So you would have been about 4 when you left Australia, is that right?
Yeah.
And that's really interesting that you've continued following cricket despite moving from Australia to Italy. So how do you get to watch, for example, Pat Cummins or Steve Smith? Is it videos on the internet you like to watch, or do you ever get to watch any matches on TV?
I mostly just watch on the computer, on my
Yeah.
dad's computer. I watch a lot of Twitter.
That's really good. And your dad, he's a pretty impressive cricketer, you know. I've seen him doing some bowling and batting. Is he the main person that that plays with you and gives you some tips on batting and bowling?
Yes.
Yeah. And so what's that like with your dad kind of coaching you? Is he easy to listen to? And do you always listen, or only sometimes?
Well, I listen, but sometimes he just doesn't come out.
Yeah,
I want
that
to.
makes sense. And, well, you would have been happy. Did you see the shot that your dad hit for 6 earlier on? That was a big hit, wasn't it?
Yeah.
He's pretty strong. He's 50 years old, your dad. And so I think it's great that he is continuing to play the game, to obviously have an influence on you as well, continuing that tradition of cricket in the family. Yeah, right now, Roma Capinelli, I know he didn't win the first game. At the moment, it's looking pretty hard, but it must be really exciting to watch all the cameras and to be able to watch your dad play cricket on TV, right?
Yes.
Yeah, I think so. So when you grow up, do you think that we'll see you maybe playing for Roma Capinelli, or maybe for Italy one day?
Yeah, maybe, but yeah.
How about, tell me some of the other things you like that aren't cricket. Do you like any other sports or any other games? What do you like to do with yourself?
I like to watch the soccer and a little bit of footy.
Yeah. Oh, so you watch some footy as well.
Yeah.
And your dad told me this, but who's his favourite team in the AFL?
Richmond.
Oh, so your favourite is Richmond, is it? And how about your dad?
He's Essendon.
So now that's interesting. I want to touch on that in a second. If you've got any questions for Gian, I'm going to leave him in here for another over. We're going to have a look at Michelle Moratini, who is going to bowl over number 6. This is hit pretty hard, pretty well. Won't be an easy stop. Dives, but it's a dive in vain. Arang is going to have to pick that one off the fence as well. Well, he's probably seen more of that fence than anybody else on the field this morning. Raihan, he smacks that one, gets down on one knee. 4 more runs. Okay, so how are you a Richmond Tigers supporter while your dad's an Essendon Bombers supporter? How does that work?
Because my favourite animal is tigers.
Oh, that makes sense. They've been a pretty good team. They've won more premierships than Essendon lately, haven't they,
Yeah.
Richmond? In your lifetime, at least. Also got the best theme song, I think, in the whole AFL, the Tigers. Oh, this is skied. Well, good luck. You're going to have to find it first. It's coming down, and it was caught. Well, that is a fantastic catch. Dinesh Silva, that's actually one of the best catches all week, because that was so high, I couldn't actually see it anymore. It almost bounced off the moon and came back. And so Raihan falls for 24. The first wicket by Roma Campanelli, and they get RBMS 77 for 1. What a catch that was, Gian.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't think I've ever seen a ball go that high, have you?
Yeah.
A couple of times. Got to say, though, it's quite a difficult one to track when they do go that high. And so James has a question for you, Gian. James is in the chat. People are chatting with us right now. He wants to know what you're like at catching. Are you pretty good at catching in general?
Yeah, but I'm still working on that.
Still working on it. That's nice. And he says if we can teach you to catch, then we won't need Corey anymore, because sometimes the ball comes near Corey and he typically drops it, and he doesn't have a microphone right now, so he won't be able to make a comment on it. Got to say, that was a great catch by Dinesh Silva. Probably the highest ball, one of the highest balls I've seen all year. And they're not exactly chock full of confidence with the catching, Roma Campanelli, after yesterday. This will bring most into the crease, and he's coming off a big knock this morning. Moratini with the wicket. And so a nice moment for him as well. One of the big 3 fallen, but the rate 14 and over at the moment. Any more questions? Now, it's nice to spend some time with Gian. So yeah, how do you feel about it being so hot at the moment? I mean, if you were born in Hobart, it probably wasn't that hot down there.
Yeah, I don't really remember that stuff. But
Yeah. This is up and over, and a fielder almost tracks it, and now he won't be able to stop it as it's going to just loop over him on the way to the boundary. That's Kartik Raghavan who's into the side this time. And yeah, once it got over him, it was always likely with the spin to go for 4. Yeah, but it's pretty hot here at the moment. How do you go watching the cricket when it's so hot? I hope you're drinking plenty of water.
yeah, it's just too hot.
Yeah, it is pretty hot. How about the winters here in Rome? Does it snow sometimes here in the winter?
Yeah, but it's not really that often. It's only like 2 times when I've been here.
Just occasional. Right, here's Moratini with a couple of deliveries to span. This is drilled straight, and it is caught. And, well, we got that one on the... And here's a little souvenir for you, all right? You wave it at the camera first, and then we'll throw it back to Dad. There you go. Well, tell you what, my pay is about to go up because I've saved a life. This one was absolutely zinged into the commentary cube. And, well, just mentioning that at least one of us can catch here in the commentary box. And... well, from tragedy to triumph, here's the last ball of the over. Someone very jealous. Not you, though, because Corey's looking at me with daggers. So 6 overs down. The score is 92 for 1. Cuatro carreras más to finish the over. Well, at least, you know what? We've done something that maybe some of the players haven't done, is that we took a catch as a team this week. So I want to say big thank you to you, Gyan. Give me a high five here. I hope you keep enjoying your cricket, and I'm really glad you're out here supporting your dad and supporting the guys. And enjoy the rest of the tournament. Say goodbye to everybody.
Bye.
Gyan, what a guy. And I'm really happy with the enthusiasm levels on Gyan. Oh, well, that was a bit out of the blue. It's a lot going on pretty quickly. Corey Ruckers comes back in the commentary box.
Well, I've
Missed a bit of action there, Corey.
Well, I noticed something, Vinny. As that ball flew into the cube, you've gone for the catch. I've pulled the child and saved a life. So
Don't.
I feel
You
like
were sitting eating watermelon in the corner.
I
'cause the game
feel no, I pulled the kid away.
Well, normally my laptop is the number 1 priority, but with Gyan here, I had to quickly rewrite the emergency
that was
manual.
almost you on a manslaughter charge.
This hit pretty hard, and it'll just be a single.
Yeah, so you chose the ball. I chose the protection of a young 10-year-old.
The number 1 way to protect him was to neutralise the threat of the ball. I think I gave him a little bit of a nudge, kind of AFL style actually. Just worked him into the side, down the ground. This will be a single. Admit you were a bit impressed then, though, weren't you? It wasn't easy. It was hit flat. It was hit hard.
Hey, pay attention. There's an overthrow, Vinny.
Game within a game now. But Anik Ahmed, he's raced past 50. Now he's up to 64.
Good alertness from the batsman there to double back. A little bit of sloppy fielding. I get the extra run.
So we've been saying fielding's quite difficult on here, but actually after taking that one, I'm going to turn around and say it's quite easy.
Once again, you should have pushed the child out there.
I
I saved the child's life.
Anyway, so we've almost had a camera person knocked out of the tower. We've almost had our special guest commentator knocked out. Anyway, it's all good. It was a pretty good shot, just quietly. The big 3 doing the job for RBMS. This has gone up. He hasn't quite got it. This should be out. It's Rambo. He'll take it. And Kekulawala, he just stood firm, and he's going to get Mosen for just 2. Well, same old story for Mosen, who made runs in the first game yesterday, scored a duck in the second. This time, he is going to fall for just 2. Just didn't get enough on that, not out of the middle. So Rome Bangla lose the second of the big 3. The score is 96 for 2.
Yeah, not a bad effort, that. I mean, Mosen's got to try and do the team thing. You can't just sit there and dawdle around. The team's on 96, so he's doing the team thing. It doesn't work out for him. Gives someone else an opportunity. And Ahmed, well, he's still there on 64-20. Is a century. Century watch has snuck up this time, Vinny.
Now you've mentioned it probably won't happen. But I've got to say, it was a nice bit of catching by Kekulawala.
Oh, you could.
Now, it was interesting that you said that you were going to a lot of measures to protect Gyan. Well, what if I told you they had some video evidence that you did very, very little? That's a replay we may have. And thanks to our crew at Spring Productions. This is up in the air, but it's going to be in the gap. It will be stopped. That's one thing I've got to say. I know they haven't been perfect, but the fielding's been a lot better from Roma Campanelli today compared to yesterday.
Oh, they've improved massively, Vinny. They look much better in the field. Just still, unfortunately, some boundaries are sneaking away from them. I mean, they've got such a good platform to explode here. Ahmed on strike. He hits that hard, but there's so many men in that deep mid-wicket zone.
Oh, almost spoils him there.
It's probably a good single in the end.
Yeah, we'll take it because it will be the end of 7 overs. It's 98 for 2. So it's worth sticking around for the end of innings highlights if you want to see a bit more of what Corey did or what he didn't do, probably, compared to the story that he's telling.
Oh, 65 not out, Vinny. So 18 balls left. Let's say he faces 12 of the 18. Can he make 35 off 12? I reckon there's an absolute chance here. I don't believe in the jinx or anything like that. Superstition. Don't believe in it. I reckon he's got a red-hot chance here. If you face 12 off the last 18 balls, 35 runs, the way he's striking it.
That's the pace he's been going. He's been going almost 3-a-ball pace. But again, one mistake. That's all it takes, and that's what the bowler will be hoping here. Zarian Ijaz coming on to bowl over number 8.
It's been a while since we had a century as well, hasn't it?
Especially with the first centurion that I've already caught out. But Ahmed's coming back. His first over was... I was supposed to say Ahmed's over then was pretty good. 1 for 5. I think we'll see him again. And this is up and it's over. Corey's up, but he's not going to get near this one. In the slot and dismissed. Maximo. Anik Ahmed up to 71. Well, we saw Raihan for RBMS score a century last year. I think Anik has got a bit of FOMO here. He's absolutely cracked that one. Corey was up and he's not happy.
No,
that
just
flew over the cube.
Putting the watermelon down, but 71 not out now of 25. This top 3, there's always one of them that get in. He has a red-hot chance now. If he gets another couple of boundaries this over, we're on century watch. You don't get it all the time in T10 cricket. I'm trying to remember. The last century I remember is Bubba Hussain. I think I might have missed one while Vinny and Rico were on the road. High in the air. Well, maybe we did put the mocker on him. The keeper's coming. Oh, he's put it down. Oh, Ahmed, it might be his day. He's 72 off 26. And unfortunately, he made good ground. He just couldn't hold on, Vinny.
When your luck's in, your luck's in. I mean, to be fair to Leandro, he does everything he can to reach this ball. He's sprinting at the last moment. You can see he couldn't really organise the dive because he was running so fast. He gets a fingertip on it and it goes down. So yeah, maybe his luck is in. Ahmed dropped on 71.
Yeah, absolutely. That one's hit down the ground. And another dot ball. So being reported that the last century was Umar Nawaz in Sweden. So it does happen. He was the last century maker on the ECN network. Hit hard. Good looking cricket shot. That should go for 4. It does. Well, Ahmed wants to spoil his teammates' party, but he's doing the team game. He gets a ball with a little bit of width and he cracks it for 4. They do have a bit of a different field here. They've got 4 men back on the leg side. There's almost a mid-on, a straight mid-wicket, another deep mid-wicket. So anything through the offside will go to the boundary.
Yeah, good batting, isn't it?
Yeah. Very good batting. Full straight. Oh, it's almost taken the umpire out. Suleiman does good and so does Ali down there and deep mid-on. Just the one.
Nobody's safe at the moment, really.
No, it's going
Umpires, commentators, officials.
Children.
Women and children first, I got told in the chat.
Yep, I saved it. Saved the date.
Make
Last
sure
ball.
you stick around for the end of innings highlights. That's all I want to say.
Ahmed potentially, a single might be a blessing. Ah, he's on. He knows the deal. He's got a chance. He's got a sniff at something pretty amazing. That takes us to the end of the 8th over. It's 111 for 2.
So still pretty healthy total being built. And Nelson with 2 overs to play.
Yeah, he's got every chance now to potentially get himself to the landmark figure. Look at the worm. I dare say it looks like it's going north.
Yeah, I got to say, it was nice to listen to Gian, wasn't it? I mean, he's been in Italy for 5 years. So he actually moved over here at 4. He's 9, almost 10. And he's continued that love for cricket. And that's something often you see people moving from a country like Australia to Italy and maybe they get absorbed with the football, and maybe that's it. But, yeah, Steve Smith and Pat Cummins, two of his favourite players.
Here's your century table, Vinny.
Yeah, what do you think about this? Baba Hussein's the one you talked about. We've seen Azarandani. Of course, you saw that one with me in Portugal.
Yeah, I missed the last one. I missed Nawaz's one.
Nawaz, 5th of May. So only 3 centuries. That's a bit below par based on what we saw last year. But we saw 2 centuries on opening morning last year here in Rome.
Here's his chance.
Right, 73. We've got 2 overs to play.
Oh, that might be 4 of them. It will be 4 of them. It's century watch time, Vinny. Sound the horn.
Yep. Oh, that's the free hit horn. I'll have to buy a new horn. Actually, the century horn is a semitone higher. But what I can tell you is he's in with a good shot, walking 677. Still 11 balls to play in this innings.
I think you want to be on probably, say, 88 and facing the next over.
We've seen a couple of times the last 3 balls hit for 6. So players have gone from 84 to 100.
Yeah, Musa Ahmed
in
Jinx.
the Netherlands, yeah. And we also saw it from Gulam Dasgir
last
last year. He had 2 knees that were functional at that stage.
It's always good to have good kneecaps.
Got to say hello to Selva in the chat. Nice to see you.
Hit hard. It's a catching chance, though. Oh, it's a great catch. Well, he spoils the party. So that man against Samar Ali has a great set of hands.
Sure does. Well, we put the jinx on properly, didn't we? So walking 677 and time to walk for Anik, who had a bit of a life on 71, if you remember, where Joe Raja, the keeper, couldn't quite get the whole glove on one. This time, it's a great catch and roll combo from Samar Ali. And love the way that he protected, the way he used his body to take the impact on the ground. But still a very, very good innings from Anik. 77 off 29 with 6 maximos and 7 fours. He is the 3rd wicket to fall, 115 for 3.
Yeah, what a shame, but what a special innings and what a great catch. Rolls with it, momentum going forward. And that's how you protect your elbows from landing on the ground and spilling the ball out. Look at this field, Vinny. They've got a bit of T10 fun going on here. There's someone behind the bowler. So we're seeing it, and then someone, so trying to learn about what...
This is from your playbook. It's the old Southern Crossfield, as we called it.
Yeah.
You know, 3 outfielders straight.
Yeah, it is. They're just trying to protect the straight boundary because these technical players, that's where they're hitting it, and then you have someone in the mid-wicket hole.
Yeah.
So I like it when teams step outside the box.
And probably the long on and long off. They're not as wide as you would have thought.
They could go a bit wider now to help them protect the pocket at deep mid-wicket and deep cover.
Yeah. Innovative field.
And you have your best fielder behind the bowler because he has to track right and left.
And you're allowed to have a fielder right behind the bowler, but they're not allowed to. They have to remain stationary.
Correct. Well, no way. It's gone straight. And there he is. Stops it. So any other day, that's 4.
Yeah, agree. So a bit of innovation. And I think it's smart. That's what this format's all about as well. You have to think on your feet. And as a batter, you are just so trained that that's a safe area. It's hard to train yourself out of it, out of playing straight. Maybe you take on the fielder anyway. Moment gets a single first up. Over to Rajib Ahmed.
Swept out to the man in the ring, and he's gone. A good little bit of fielding. Really well done. I didn't think he was going to get the throw in time. He does that. They've improved their fielding a lot today. Good run out, Vinny.
Yeah, he just went with the hit. But I know you like this fielding possession too. So I like the tactics here from Leandro Jaraja, because this is never a run that shorter mid-wicket, cutting it off. And so Bomick, 1 and done. He's run out. The score is 117 for 4.
Yeah, so some good wickets coming right at the back end. Good question coming in from Selva Kumar. Vinny, if the batting team needs 5 runs off 1 ball and the batter's clean bowled and the ball runs past the boundary of the rope and it's called a no ball, does it count?
So that's a good question from Selva. The answer is...
Yes.
Well, the batting side wins, yeah, of course.
So I think they're asking that because did you see the finish of the T20 Blast?
I heard about it, but I haven't seen it.
So what happened, they needed 4 to win off the last ball. He gets bowled.
Yeah.
Fireworks are going off. Everyone's...
Yeah.
And then third umpire looks, it was a no ball.
Right.
So but the thing is, if it gets done by the third umpire, it's then a dead ball to where the ball gone because no one ran. They thought it was out live on field.
Let me explain to you a bit more about that in a second. But first, we could have another catch, and we do. It's a juggle job from Amir Hamza. And so Ahmed's going to finish with 3 for 11 and did well to keep his composure there. That's another one to the side. And well, your field is working out pretty nicely.
So once you have someone straight behind the bowl's arm, that means you now have someone at deep mid-wicket in the actual hole that is there when you don't have it. So when you have a deep mid on and sort of like a deep squarish mid-wicket, there's always a hole there, and that's where everyone's trying to hit it. It's a better spot.
Yeah, well, you called it. And so 5 wickets out now. 117 for 5. So what I will say about what Selva's example and the example that you gave me is if an umpire was to give somebody out, then that will make the ball dead automatically. But bowled isn't the one that's generally given out with the finger.
Yeah.
So with no signal, then that ball stays alive until the ball goes over the boundary.
In that NatWest final, if
Yeah.
the umpire actually called the no ball on field straight away, that ball was still alive, and in theory they could have run and done it, but he didn't.
My point is this. Let's say it was LBW and it got given out, and it was given out before the ball went to the rope, then you've got an interesting one, because technically the ball's dead as soon as the umpire signals out, even if it's in error. So then probably if that situation happened off an LBW, then maybe the 4 runs wouldn't count. You see what I'm saying there?
Yep.
So, yes, and good question, Selva. Hopefully we answered it, gave a couple of scenarios for you to think about yourself. But yeah, I've got to say, Roman Campanelli, all about positives and improvement, and their fielding has improved a lot.
Well, Shaheen Beg in the chat's gone, what's happened? They're fielding suddenly.
Yeah.
And compared to yesterday, they've improved massively.
Yeah, it's a great sign for them. Let's see if it rubs off other areas.
Oh, no.
Is this little bottom of the bat job from Ahmed?
It is. It is. He gets 4 runs, and that's a keeper killer, isn't it?
Yeah, can't do too much about this. See here. Right, little bottom edge. He tries to cover it. Probably not that enthused about getting the head behind it because he might lose your head. So it just bounces over the gloves. And that takes them up past 120 now.
Yeah, he can't do anything about that. That really took off, that bounce in front of him.
That's why even the TV signal, that actually renders the ball dead as well.
Bowled him. Gone. Well, there's no ball called, so this will stay out. Sumar Ali, who's had a really good day in the field, gets some reward with the ball.
Yeah, well, let's see. We're talking about the fielding improving. It might rub off on some other areas, but here's a guy that hasn't done too much wrong. Sumar Ali, see, just plays are all around that, doesn't get the pad behind it. Even if he did, probably would have been gone. So, a bit of a late innings collapse here, as with 3 balls remaining. Rome Bangla Morning Sun, 121 for 6.
Tell you what, what's going... I didn't only picked up on this now, but the stumps. Have we gotten rid of flexor? Because I'm loving seeing the stump fly.
Yeah, it just depends. It depends on the pitch. Some pitches have the ability to whack stumps into the ground, which is normally a preference.
To be honest, I am loving seeing the stumps cartwheeling. Yeah, I love it.
I tell you, we need to get the Cartma formulation, though, because, I mean, that's fine. But sometimes you see, like, for example, in the run-out, the keeper just tapping the stumps and they all just disappear, which I'm not a huge fan of that.
Yeah, no,
I think you need to work. I'm pro cartwheel, but I think you should have to work for the cartwheel a little bit. That's fair enough. Fast ball hitting the top of the stumps.
So for the fast bowler, though,
remember the stumps in the ECL 2019 when you were playing?
No.
They were flying all over the place. I was in turf as well. All right, couple to come.
Is that the only event? Oh, they're going to scamper for a bite. Oh, we almost had a cartwheeling stump there. That'll be 1 bite. Yep. Have we used turf on any other series?
Only the T20 eyes.
Oh, of course, international cricket.
Yeah, where I was with you.
Oh, thanks.
But obviously, the amount of cricket we play, it wouldn't be very good for the surface if we were going to play 24 matches a week.
Oh, no, you can't. It's impossible.
It's just something that...
Bowler run-ups. The pitch would become a dust bowl, and if it started dusty, it would be spinning sideways.
For this form of the game, I love the pitch being a non-issue.
Yep.
It's consistent for everybody.
Agreed. Wide. About wide, so 2 to go still. Good comeback, though, this from Roma Campanelli.
Question from Helix. What is it, Italy's national summer sport? I would say probably basketball. Maybe tennis would be there as well. If it's official. Maybe worth looking up.
I'll have a check.
I mean, based on what we saw earlier, we're going to go for 2 here. There's a big mix-up. Just has to grab the ball. And I think he's just gone here. We'll have a look at on the replay. They have called for the LRS. Where it's, you can see there's a big mix-up because Janelle wanted it. Didn't get too much of a response. Just blocks the ball.
That's good work.
I have a feeling that he's just going to be gone. Yep, just out. Really good work by the bowler. Yeah, because he knew he had the time, didn't he, Corey? So he just had to block the ball and keep it in front of him.
Yep, and the limited review system doing its job. I've got the answer for you, Vinny.
Go on.
Number 2 sport by participants. Aqua water sports, including swimming, diving, and water polo.
Water polo. Actually, I'll give you that one. Yeah, water polo is pretty big here as well.
And probably pasta eating and pizza slice cutting.
Competitive carbohydrate eating. If it's not a sport, they'd be world champions.
If there was a contest out of the Blue Crew, you would have taken the gold medal by storm.
That's only because Stefan Gooch is off the tour this week. All right, here we go. Hit, and just 1. So I don't think they'll even try for a second here. So this will take us to the end of the innings. And it'll be 124. So look, those wickets just helping at the end. It's a kind of a score. It's not as outrageous as chasing something in the 140s. I mean, we saw they had a very good start, Roma Capinelli, to their innings. Let's just see if they can sustain that a little bit further. Maybe if one of the openers like Samarali or Kirby can go on to a big score, they might be able to spring this down. Rome Bangla Morning Sun trying to make it 2 wins out of 2 in this mini-series. They did falter in the second match of their doubleheader yesterday against Roma CC. But really, early on, it was a bit of a batting exhibition. Raihan with 24 and Anik Ahmed, the openers, doing the job. And Anik Ahmed finishing with 77 runs. Geez, he batted very, very well.
Yeah, he did bat really well. This was a good stop by Kirby. Really impressive. He's been foxing down at mid-off the whole time. And at the start, though, it was all the batting side. Rome Bangla Morning Sun have probably the most dangerous top 3 I've seen in the competition so far. And each of them are making 50s and decent-sized scores. This one high in the air, and he steadied himself well and took a fine catch. It wasn't easy, and you can see how relieved he was after he held on to the ball. It wasn't an easy one. It was a steepler, and that was one of the first big wickets. They brought Mohsin to the crease, who made a 50 earlier today. He partnered his opening compatriot. And this was the moment that I saved a young child's life. See that? Pulled him away beautifully. Vinny Sandhu pretending to catch the ball. He actually already had that in his hand. And that is what you call a Houdini act. And we see another catch here by Rambo out at deep mid-wicket. Kekakulawa, really good fielder. And they're looking forward to seeing him bat later in this chase. This was the moment the keeper, unfortunate, Jay Araya, he put it down. It was a half chance, difficult. He got there in the end. And we were on the century watch, but it was Suman Ali who took this fine catch to bring the dismissal. And unfortunately, there wouldn't be a century for Ahmed. We're all a bit excited, but he couldn't get there in the end. But a sensational knock, and he can keep his head up high. This brought us to right at the back end, a couple of yes, no, maybes. A nice run out there. And that run out, a good consolation wicket at the back end for Capinelli, who have definitely improved their fielding standards. Another juggle catch, this time by Hamza. They changed their fielding positions up a little bit. They were getting a little bit more funky, and that was good to watch. And Samar Ali, who had fielded well, ended up getting a really nice wicket at the end for his bowling, and then he assisted in this run out, which by the limited review system was given out just. So that takes us to the halfway stage. They made 125 for 7, still a pretty competitive score, about 15 over par, if we say the par's at 110. Let's have a quick look at the scorecards now, shall we? And first we'll look at the batting scorecard. And once again, another man in that top 3. Another man in that top 3. Batting beautifully and going on to make a big, big score. And it'll come up for you any moment now. Nice, slow, easy morning here in Rome. And maybe it won't. Vinny Sandhu.
It's good to be back. Just grab some cold drinks. But I can tell you, 124 is the score. 77 for Anik Ahmed in there as the top scorer. Bit of a collapse at the end, but that's the way it goes. As far as the bowling went, Moratini, Samarali, the successful bowlers early. And then Ijaz Ahmed with 3 for 11 was also very good. So we're back in a few minutes. We'll be back and we will be ready for more cricket action. Vinny Sandhu here, Mr. Maximo. And here with Corey Rutgers shortly. And I will just give you confirmation. We think that the final score will be 124. We'll get to the bottom of that for you shortly. We'll be back with more cricket very, very shortly on ECN. You're watching the FanCode European Cricket Series. Hello to you wherever you're watching from around the world. Welcome back to ECN. We are in Rome for week 4 of our 5-week Italian summer adventure. Great to have your company on FanCode in the Indian subcontinent and also on our YouTube channel, ECN, European Cricket Network. If you haven't already, make sure you subscribe to our channel. Turn on notifications so you know exactly when you'll be watching cricket on ECN. And the answer is all the time. At the moment, we have this series. We also have Portugal night series starting on Thursday, and then we'll have 4 matches for you on Sunday as well. Generally 2 matches a night from Portugal. So it'll be a long time before there's an on-cricket day on ECN. It's all part of what's happening in the world of European cricket. And right here, much improved Roma Capinelli in the field, although they did struggle to contain Anik Ahmed in that first innings. He whacked 77 and got them to a fairly healthy 125 for 7 off their 10 overs. Having said that, I think we've seen Roma Capinelli improving every time we see them. Every innings there seems to be some sort of improvement. And they got off to a much brighter start with the bat in the first match than they did yesterday. I've liked the work of Kirby at the top of the order for him. And a slight change was Ijaz Ahmed, who's going to come out as the opening partner. We're going to get Bilal Hussain with the ball. So everyone, get ready to rumble. The target is 126. I can tell you there was a bit of confusion about whether it was 124 or 125. It was checked and 125 is correct. Give you some more information about that in a sec. As we see, a cover drive almost caught by Ahmed. Is a one-hander, almost full-length dive. Wow, Kirby almost goes for a golden. Check this out though from Anik Ahmed, the captain. He launched himself and almost reeled it in. But Kirby gets away with it, dropped on 0. Tough chance though, saved 3 runs. Bilal Hussain could have had a wicket first ball. That would have been a real humdinger. Yeah, so there was an issue when there was a run out. I think it was scored originally as 0 and run out on that mix-up where they're both batters almost at one end. And it was just out. Of course, it was 1 run completed and run out, so that's where the 125 comes from. Ijaz Ahmed, top of the order, gets a Jaffa first up. So, yeah, very nice seed there. So, nice to see some discussion in the chat over the break. Just loses his run up there. But yeah, it's a generational thing about growing cricket in Europe. It's not something that's gonna take off straight away with a lot of the native population, but it's nice when we do see signs of it. It is a generational project, 25 to 30 years. That's something we've talked about ever since a couple of years ago when we first started doing cricket pretty much all the time. Now, it's nice to see youngsters like Yarnake, who has a bit of a cricket family background, but that's how you bring it in. You just need to have it played. More people seeing it, more people taking it up earlier. I mean, you see someone like Michele Moratini in this Roma Capinelli side. He's a really good example. And they're few and far between, but they're always really good stories. Zimanic is in Serbia as well. We've seen on ECN before. This one doesn't really bounce on Ahmed. Shoots through for a dot. Yeah, normally a lot of bounce in this pitch. But yeah, it's something that is constantly being worked on. I think you got to realise that it is a real long-term project. And as human beings, we're not very good at thinking long-term. It's incremental, and I think we've already seen quite a lot of improvement. Ahmed's just happy to get some bat on this. He gets off the mark at the 4th attempt. There's kind of shades of earlier on when Roma Capinelli did not have a very good first over, but then found their feet a little bit more. The reason I was talking yesterday about having Kirby at the top of the order, I just think he's a fairly correct player, and this way he's more likely to be able to elevate his drives, his correct drives, and get value. There is a long off as one of the sweepers for him. There's a deep point as the other one. Slightly mistimes this drive, but drags it to mid-on. Throw whistles in. Yeah, not a pleasant one for the bowler, but Kirby will retain the strike. and after 1 over, the score is 3 without loss. So Stephen Kelk saying he recently had a little demonstration game during end of year barbecue at his university department. Most people simply stare, but they're at least curious. It's also about capturing the attention in a format which is easy to digest. And something we haven't had to digest for a while is Golden Ball, up to 378 matches, which is a new record by 125 matches now. So it's quite incredible, the streak, and it's just one of those things. It's a somewhat random event, a Golden Ball. And the lowest Barron streak we've had is just 1, because we had 2 Golden Balls in 3 games at the start of this year. But now it has been a long time between drinks. Could this be the game? Abasali can open the bowling, gets hit straight, pretty well timed. It's going to be a tough one, and it's going to be 4. Raihan couldn't quite get down around to that curb. He goes straight, and he goes true, and he gets the first boundary of the chase. Vinny Sandhu here, Mr. Maximo, joining me back in the commentary box. Corey Ruckers and Corey. Yeah, Kirby, that move to the top of the order is working for Roman Campanelli.
Yeah, it definitely suits him, Vinny. He's more technical than some players we see, and it does seem to suit his game. Good to see him hitting boundaries, and can he get another good score away and get his team in this contest?
Yeah, we'll have to see. But yeah, one thing at a time. It's not the first over they wanted, but chases in the 120s, a bit more plausible than the 140 plus chases. To try and slowly get back on track. They want to be around about the high teens or maybe 20 after this over. Kirby goes straight again, but he hits this one even better. But it's a little bit closer to Raihan, who anticipates it well and keeps it to 1.
Players are getting so good at hitting the sight screen these days. It's unlucky not to get 4. They both moved very straight then. Good batting. So Ali coming in. Ahmed on strike now. Oh, he gets a rank full toss and he times it gorgeously. That'll go away for 4. It must have been close to a no ball as well, but not given. Ahmed with his first boundary. He came shuffling down the wicket. Yeah, good call from the umpire. And gets away with an easy 4.
Yeah. So, nice shot. Ahmed's been a little bit shaky, though. They bowled well to him so far. And Abasali goes to boundary that time. A bit of random cricket info from Keanu.
I didn't want to read it out because that is one of the most obscure random comments ever on the chat. Thanks, Keanu.
Your love-hate with Keanu. Always find very interesting.
Dear Amazon. Dear Amazon, turn off Keanu's station right now.
What's wrong with that? Roger Binney. I do like he's called Roger Vinny because it's autocorrect gone crazy. Turn 67. 83 World Cup. That's a golden. That's arguably, you can trace modern cricket to that 83 World Cup and India winning it.
Playing
Look at the power shift towards India and the how crazy they are about their cricket. That was a big. You're too young to remember, but 83 World Cup.
Were you alive in 83?
Just.
How old were you?
I was playing for the 83 World Cup.
How old were you?
There was a Balwinder Sandhu. I was 2.
Yeah, you don't remember anything.
I don't know if I remember it, but I can say a lot of people say how big it is in India at the moment. There's 2 factors in there.
Last ball of the second. Hit pretty hard, but straight to cover. He's on the ring, so they'll get through for a pretty simple single.
Yes, they'll get there in the end. 13 for no loss after 2. I mean, look. T20 cricket and the 83 World Cup, they kind of coincide to be where the power base is in world cricket today.
Well, if Keanu wants to give us absolutely useless stats, maybe you can tell us the weather that day as well. I'm curious.
What about West Indies are an example. It's probably gone the other way. They had those glory years of the 70s and 80s.
There's only 3 World Cups that matter, Vinny. 99, 2003, 2007. The trifecta. No one will ever beat that record.
You don't think so?
Not with how consecutive games they won.
Oh, okay. Consecutive games in World Cup. I'll give you that one. Have a look at the table. You can see that Campanelli still searching for their first points of the tournament. And not much more promising over there. 13 off 2 overs. Going to go back to Bilal Hussain in over number 3.
Yeah, hit hard through the leg side. There's no one out there. How quick's this outfield now? Not as quick. motion with a slight fumble, but it won't cost him.
Yeah, happy just to take the one there.
Oh,
Oi!
he's copped it in the eye. Oh, no.
Wow.
That's unlucky.
Oh,
Oh.
your luck's out, your luck's out. This ball clunks off the stumps, and he has no time to react to Saint. Gets him in the cheekbone.
Oh, was it the cheekbone or the eye? Watch this.
I think it's the cheekbone.
Bang. Slowing it down.
Lucky that ball was going so slow. I mean, it wasn't slow when it clunked into him.
When it's slow, it always looks thin. That's still pretty fast.
Yeah, but I'm saying it could have been worse, I suppose is what I'm telling you.
Well, the old adage, keep your eye on the ball. It's been shown there, but I hope he's okay. It looks like it might have a bit of... Yeah, you can see there. He's... Oh, Vinny, look. He's swelling up right under his eye. I think he's going to go off.
Yeah, I think it's probably for the
You can
best.
see under his eye, bit of
It
puffiness.
hasn't broken the skin, so I suppose that's good.
It's like it's round one of a boxing match. He's just got a little sweller there. Oh, he's going to continue. Good on him.
Yuck. That's what they say in South Africa when these things happen. Spent too much time over there. Anyway, Kirby's got the strike back. He's on 7.
Oh, thickish inside edge. And they get through single. Oh, he throws it.
They might think for someone like Hussein, look, this is his second over anyway. Bowl your over out and go and get some attention for it.
Yeah.
Not a bad break as long as it does no significant damage, because then he can put his feet up and have a few waters in the last 8 overs.
Just one of those freak incidences that you don't see too often.
Yeah.
Mark Boucher lost his eye, didn't he? From a
Didn't lose his eye,
bail.
but it affected his sight, yeah.
Oh, he's blind in that eye, isn't he?
Got an impairment. Yeah, I don't know if he's completely blind in it, but yeah. The reason you need 2 eyes is where your depth perception comes from, and that's really important in cricket. If you don't know what I'm talking about, kind of play with an eye patch on, and you'll see it's really difficult to judge distance.
What, is that the next thing? Eye patch cricket?
Now, there's an idea.
Now we're talking.
Eye patch cricket. And maybe you win the toss and you choose whether your team has eye patch on your right eye or your left eye.
Okay, now as the bat, it's just gone a bit blowy here. The bails have fallen off. I got one for you. You see,
Go
they
on.
do this in other sports. Glow-in-dark cricket.
Oh, yeah.
Now they do that with.
golf.
Yeah.
Yep.
Could you do it with cricket?
What if I told you I've already played glow-in-the-dark cricket when I was playing with my brothers?
I'd call you a liar.
We used to play wall cricket. That was our game. So you actually keep and bowl. But we used one of those glow-in-the-dark rubber balls that was super hard. And I was 8 years older than them, the twins. I made them bat in a helmet, no pads, no gloves, but they would bat in a helmet. And this ball, if you bowled it off the wall just right, it would bounce so much. And I often would bowl it, and the next sound I would hear after it clunks off the wall was the sound of ball crashing in the helmet, because you could only see the glow-in-the-dark ball. It was crazy. Not good for collisions either, probably in outdoor.
Oh, bowled him. It blew his pad and then went onto the stumps. And Hussein, who suffered an injury 2 moments ago, he picks up the wicket.
Face blown up, stumps blown up, and Kirby becomes a human backboard this time. He's just trying to turn it off his pads, but it whacks into his pads. See here, it just finds its way to the top of the off stump, so he can't catch a break. It did get dropped first ball, that was a tough one. In the end, he falls for 8 off 6, and Roma Caponelli lose their opener 16 for 1.
Yeah, lose their opener. He'll be disappointed with that. A few people jumping in the chat. Do you remember Craig Kiesvetter?
Played against him, in fact. He was playing for Scarborough in the grade competition, Justin Langer's club. But yeah, he also had his career cut short, right?
Yep.
Very young player to retire. I think he was still in his 20s.
Yeah, he's pretty unlucky. Got a ball that went through the helmet and the grill. Brings a new man to the crease, Manali, one of their better players. He needs to get a good score in.
Yeah, well, they've dropped him down to 3. Maybe
Up to
to protect him from the new ball a little bit. Maybe they just wanted, it's more that they want to get Ijaz Ahmed up there, because Ijaz Ahmed's been struggling. But they unite in the middle now. Bit of an unlucky one for Kirby, but I suppose he creates that by backing away slightly. That's always a possibility. Hussein, 2 balls left in this over.
Oh, big play and miss.
Notice that Samar Ali sometimes just takes a little bit to get going. That's the thing. But once he does get going, it looks pretty good.
Craig Kiesvetter, after he ended up retiring, turned into a professional golfer for a while.
Is that right?
Yeah, he used
Did
to.
not know that.
Yeah.
Well, I remember, you know what I remember him? I was up to the stumps of some of the faster bowlers playing against him, and he was constantly just trying to kill me, because he loved ramping. He loved all those kind of shots. And yeah, it wasn't easy.
Oh, another play and miss. Ali just looking a bit rusty at the moment.
So take us to the end of the over. Score 16 for 1. consistently getting a little bit of that away movement. These opening pair for Rome Bangla Morning Sun. That is finding a bit hard to deal with. So end of the power play, 16 for 1, and you can see the second over had a bit of height to it.
Now look how many wickets fell in the back end.
Yeah, that was a proper collapse actually in that first innings. Yeah, we went 3, 10 and 3 in the power play. In that first innings, we saw 7 wickets fall in the second half of the innings. All 7, in fact. So they're going to go back to Abbas Ali. Didn't catch if Hussain stayed out there or not.
Yeah, he has. He's actually gone to backward point, so a bit of a trooper, strong mentality.
We've been putting the feet up and calling the 12th man into play. They do have Naheed Mahmood ready to field if necessary.
Yeah, well, when you've got the 12th man, no harm using him, but he decides to stay out there. Oh, they need one of these two to get motoring, though. They're well behind the asking rate.
Keanu, if you have any other little stats about, say, Corey, cannot wait.
Do not.
Throw them in. Gotta love Keanu. Very loyal viewer.
Love to hate. Nah, I love
Just
Keanu.
jealous of his cricket knowledge.
Here he comes again. Oh, play and miss. Well, Ali's not seeing them well at all at the moment.
It's going to be hard to take these leg side because of the consistent away movement that you're getting off these bowlers. See here, you set yourself to play leg side, but you see he just misses the left of the bat. When I say away movement, I'm talking about away from the right-hander, so right to left on your screen. That's the kind of wobble that both these opening bowlers are getting. Helix saying, yeah, come on, Keanu, poke the Corey. Corey needs a poke now and then.
Do like a poke bowl. It's a dot ball. Yeah, I do love the interaction with our fans. I'm probably a little bit cheekier than most, but you got to give it back sometimes.
Most. True. Are you looking forward to the night series in Portugal? We had a great time in Portugal a couple of times for ECS cricket.
It'd be sad not going back there. I do like Portugal. Gorgeous country, gorgeous cricketers.
And of course, this is a bit closer to Porto.
Yeah, I haven't been around that region. Yeah. Wow, that takes off. You said this is like the whacker. That is the first time I've seen one really shoot up.
Yeah, it just seems like a stock ball that really gets up. And it's about shoulder high. Don't know if it was called.
I'd love to see Hitman bowl on this.
Oh, yeah. The way it just rises off a length and you're playing that off your ear hole.
You think Mohammed Kamran's the fastest you've seen on ECS?
Probably.
Edge and over him. 4. Well, for a good moment of that edge, I thought he was going to be caught, but it balloons over and Ali finally gets bat on ball.
Yeah, and it's the same thing though. The swing takes it to the outside edge of the bat. You can see it's a steepler. Rifat Islam, he just isn't tall enough to get hold of that one.
Tell you what, Vinny, if he was running backwards from the ring at the point of delivery, he probably catches that.
Yeah, I know what you're saying.
But
aren't you not? You're actually not allowed to run backwards.
You can.
I think
once the ball's released.
I expect you're allowed to react to the batter.
No, once the ball's left, you can run directly backwards. Alex Hales did it in the Big Bash.
I'd just change the rules. They have to be stay in the circle until the ball hits the bat.
Nice push into the offside, Ali. He'll get a single that will take us to the end of a pretty sedate first 4. The score, 22 for 1.
That's right. So, yeah, not the start you want, but still another opportunity for Roma Campanelli to build. It has been great to see them. Of course, we actually have had the oldest player ever in an ECS, but he is 12th man for this game, should mention, Alfonso Jayaraja. So, yeah, the godfather of Italian cricket. I think maybe we could
give him a bat.
I was going to say, well, he won't
get
be
him
batting,
out there.
Won't be batting this game.
I don't think he shouldn't get the record if you don't bat or bowl.
Nah, he'll
so
get out there at some point.
So he's going to lose that record this afternoon?
Well, Stephen, well, not today because Massimo isn't in the 11. There is Massimo Da Costa still in the squad for this team, Roma Campanelli, but hasn't played yet. Coming off some wickets on the weekend as well. Now, he's 2 months older than Alfonso.
What's he bowled in?
Yeah, a few little tweakers, I think. Anyway, speaking of spin bowlers.
Tweakers.
Here's Rifat. And Rifat Islam this is. And he's been pretty successful bowler. He's got an unusual kind of release. But he's been pretty good so far in this series.
Nice looking drive. Takes one in the chest. It could be a run out. No, not out in the end. Good fielding. Very good fielding.
And you can see, just get sent back and just in the nick of the time.
Yeah, direct hit. He would have been in a bit of trouble.
Yeah, look at the way he kind of starts by showing the whole ball back to us. I'll try to show this in a second. Back to live action.
Yeah, hit straight to the same fielder. Same again. Top ball. Well, have you seen Sun on the Ryan bowl?
Yeah, of course.
Sikandar Raza has started bowling like this as well. So he holds the ball back to us. Like there.
Yeah, so you can see the whole ball. So it's already kind of in the palm of his hand. He's showing the backside of the ball.
A little tumble there, but they'll get through for a single. Yeah, I mean, with that action, he's then obviously flicking a couple out Karam style, and some are just traditional off spinners.
Yeah. It's hard to say exactly who's bowling. See, there we go. See, he's basically showing the camera a fair look at the ball. And that means that the batter isn't really seeing it till very late.
Hit hard. Well, he saw that one, Vinny. 6 runs. What a shot.
That's one way to deal with it. And Aegis Ahmed being sent out to open the batting. Really, it's his first shot in anger. Maximo time. And it's the first 6 of the innings.
Great timing. Didn't over-try hit that. He cleared the boundary pretty comfortably. Still not liking that area of the ambulance. Just sort of feel it's over deep mid-wicket, behind the players' dugout. I think we're at least getting one ball.
I mean, if someone does get hit in the officials' tent, at least the ambulance is close.
No, I think the ambulance is going to get hit.
I know, that's the risk.
All right, smashed window chance. Oh, well bowled. This one stays a little bit lower.
Yeah, so with this kind of bowling, it's hard to say what kind of spin it is. I have a feeling that he kind of pushes it out as
that's the Karam ball. That's the Karam ball. No, it's all front of the hand.
Yeah, that's what I mean. It's the front of the hand. The actual, it's not really side spin, right?
No, just front of the hand, finger tweaking. Pulled away, and that might be one bounce for. Goodbye ball. It's gone 200 metres down into the Earth's cross station.
Hold on, say that again. It's gone into the Earth's what?
It's been a long morning, Vinny.
The Earth's crustacean.
Yeah, looks like a seashell.
That'll be in the blooper reel. Anyway, very, very warm welcome to you. Wherever you're watching from around the world, Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo alongside me. Corey Ruckers. We've been under attack in the cube a little bit, but it has been highly entertaining. Now, you talked a little bit earlier about the size of bats, something we're talking about as one of the things that has changed over the last generation in cricket. So, yeah, this is one of the reasons we think the scores are a lot higher these days than the olden days when we talk about 7 and over being a bit ridiculous and unchaseable. And we talked about it at World Cup game from back in the 70s. But I think that, coupled with the fact that the boundaries are roped in these days compared to the old fence, for example, in Australia, those for me are a couple of the factors. But you mentioned another one.
Yeah, one big for me is the size of bats and the ball. Obviously, only 2 balls being used now instead of just the one. But the size of bats, if we're going to show you this image here, is something that's changed cricket massively. Yeah,
because we did dig something up. Well, may show it to you now, may show it to you maybe next over.
I thought we were prepared for this over.
Yeah?
Well, okay. Well, we have a photo to show you guys of the big difference in what bats have made.
Yeah.
And the players these days are stronger, bigger, fitter, healthier, and they are clearing the boundary with ease.
Yeah, I mean, and they're always able to devote themselves to a bit more training time as well. Well, there's a nice youngster. It's good old Steve Waugh, isn't it?
See, I would love to see batsmen of this era play with just one of those old bats. Don't change anything else. Just to show me a game how they would go with those, because that's double.
They've done a bit of research on this, right? And basically what they say is the middle of the old bats is, like the middle of the new bats is no different to the middle of the old bats. But the difference is the new bats have a bigger sweet spot. So you have more balls going like that. Because you still hear stories in the old days of people hitting these massive bombs, hitting them on the roof, hitting them into the top tier of the grandstand, but you had to get it absolutely 100% in the middle. Whereas the new bats, you can edge sixes, you can basically get it slightly off the middle and it still goes a long way. I've actually used a bat once in a game, which was from 1972 Ashes.
Yep.
And I borrowed off my headmaster back at school.
High in the air, catching chance, should be taken, taken on the 4th attempt. I don't know how he fumbled it so many times. He has a laugh with his mate, but he catches it in the end.
Well, they're almost doing like one of those, like, when high schools are doing this, the high five slapping things. They'd almost pre-planned it. He had a partner there, just had to wait to see if he'd catch it. You see Siddiqui comes into the attack. This is elevated by Sumer Ali. But, wow, had to fall over to drop it. He almost did.
1, 2, 3, 4. Ha 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 ha. Catches in the end. Pretty simple opportunity. Makes a meal of it.
Had Anik Ahmed, his captain, in his eye line, ready to dress him down. And it wasn't required in the end. The 33 for 2.
Look, Vinny, here's our man, Rambo, the greatest hairstyle we've ever seen. But this man, Siddiqui, tell me what his figures are for the week, because he is taking wickets for fun.
He's been pretty good so far,
He'd have to be the leading wicket taker, surely.
Yeah, well, don't forget, Abbas Ali did take 4 yesterday. I can tell you his figures game by game. But I was just going to say about using that bat from the 70s. When you hit the middle of this thing, it's probably one of the best bats I've ever picked up. But it's just pretty rare that you hit a ball right in the sweet spot. Maybe just for me.
Siddiqui again. That will be wide.
Well, you built him up.
He's taken plenty. I guarantee if you read his figures out, he's got the best figures this week. Question in from Keanu, asking if Vivian Kingma or Mohammed Kamran's quicker. I've faced Viv. Haven't faced Cammy yet. Oh, that's time.
Both got the good fast bowler mentality, right?
I think when Cammy bends his back, Cammy's quicker. Viv's a lot younger, but Cammy still has a X factor.
A lot younger, hey? That's going to go down well with Cammy.
Oh, Cammy's.
Isn't Cammy 21?
He says he is. I think Cammy has the ability to be quicker, but I think Vivian's probably quicker over a longer period of time.
Yeah.
I think Cammy
sitting on the fence. One thing you always get me for.
The other reason Cammy's quicker as well, might just feel quick. That left arm over with that, he's so short and he still gets it through. He's only has to be about 5'9", and yeah, he's a good little bowler.
So Siddiqui took none for 4 off just 1 over in their first match.
Yeah.
In the second match, he took 3 for 11. So he took 3 wickets yesterday, and obviously today he's bowled pretty well as well. Took 3 for 9 in the first game.
There's 6, so now he's got 7 wickets already.
Yeah, already. Uh-oh.
No, surely, yeah. It's called a no ball. One of those funny ones that dips, but I think that's over waist height.
Yeah, I felt it was. Yeah, so this is probably the best that we'll get on this one this time. But yeah, for me, that's over the waist as it passes him. So, free hit coming up. Helix saying, so you actually had to be good to hit the ball properly back in the day, not like the young guys today. Well, kind of. You have more allowances for slight mishits. But I think it's good for the game all up. I think sometimes it's a bit too hard, especially limited overs cricket back in the day. Free hit, gets hit, but gets hit down to long off. Makes him work for it. Does get the single in the end. So, nice to see everyone giving Corey a bit of a rough time. But I've got to say, while he's not listening to me because he's busy in conversation with one of our managers, I'll say I do appreciate his cricket IQ and his perspective on the game. It's all in good fun. Certainly makes this entertaining cricket even more entertaining. Steaky, could be trouble. Oh, he almost gets there, you know. And so, in the end, they won't take a run. That's Abbas Ali. Pretty good effort. He had to actually stretch with one hand coming forward, which you don't see very often. And almost yorks himself, and that one might have got him right in the end of the fingers.
Yeah. It's like a half chance. Didn't get there in the end. I remember Caponelli, they're well behind. They need to find some boundaries. Well, that helps. Nice pickup shot. Oh, what a great catch that is. He's run miles to his right and he's snared it. His teammates are running from all over to jump on top of him. That's a snare, Vinny.
Rajib Ahmed. How about this for a catch? And he takes it almost keeper or slip style. Just jumping sideways, full strength. And well, poor Rambo gets gunned down for just 1. Probably the best shot he's played so far. But he hit it within the range of Rajib. Gets plenty of that, doesn't he? But what a catch.
Yeah, catch of the week so far. Rolls with it as well. Maybe adding a little bit of mayo to it. But a fair catch in the end, and that's how you take them. That wins games.
Yeah, fantastic. Bit of outfielding. That's one thing that has made a difference so far in this series. And so, here's the end of the 6th over as well. It's 37 for 3. And Rome Campdelli, who put off a couple of decent catches of themselves, but they're on the other end of it this time. So Stephen Kelk has got a very good question saying, aren't there rules constraining the growth in size and weight of cricket bats? Well, they've always had rules, not always, but in modern times, they've had rules about how tall or how wide your bat can be. But it's only in recent times that they have started putting limits on how deep a bat can be or how thick the edges can be, for example. I'll give you a bit of backstory about that in a second. Because back in the old days, well, basically, as computers have been used to design bats, they can actually have bats that are heavier, but they don't feel as heavy because of the balance. As this one's in the air, could be trouble, should be taken, and it is. Raihan wasn't going to drop it. Oh, this one's a soda compared to a couple that we have seen caught so far today. So Ejaz tries to elevate, tries to get it out of the ground. Instead, he becomes the 4th victim in the innings. Roman Capinelli are 37 for 4. So some success for Rifat Islam. That was kind of a challenge length. Probably is hittable for 6, but it didn't quite hit the middle. And this one didn't have enough to get over the line. Yeah, so in modern times, the bat makers were getting better and better at making bats that, well, basically in the olden days, if you haven't had a bat with as much wood in it as some of these ones, you wouldn't have been able to pick them up because things like computer balancing and all that weren't quite there yet. So the Laws Committee stepped in and put some restrictions now on how deep a bat can be and how big the edges can be. So yeah, thanks for your question, Stephen. But a bit like we were talking this morning, I mean, it used to be there was no restrictions at all back if you go a couple of centuries back. And there was only a limit on how wide a bat could be after somebody came out to bat with a bat wider than the stumps once. Anyway, new batter out there's Zarian Ejaz. Going down leg side, I think. But has a look, makes the correct decision. Have a throw at the stumps, don't get an overthrow. You can still use the mongoose. I see that Vivek was talking about it. Mongoose is still legal. But I just think it kind of fell out of favour pretty quickly. Especially if you dug the ball into someone batting with the mongoose. I think at the higher levels as well, you want as much bat as possible. Played down the ground. Bowler gets a finger on it, but they will get a single here. Hello to Jay Wild in the chat. Nice to see you, Jay. Hope you're well. How are things in Khartoum? Of course, he's the president of Costa del Sol, the host club for that European Cricket Championship in September and October. Here's Rifat Islam. Played to the leg side. Just be one. Jay Wild asking, was that Rico with his SS Jumbo girth? Well, no. It's... Jay's always good for a comment or two.
Oh, miss Jay. We'll see him soon.
We'll see him soon.
Very soon.
He's a good man.
He is a good man.
On the charge, launches,
Out.
but might be trouble again. Oh, this time he drops it. Well, he's not even going to chase it because he's in shock. Get the count. Then we might have a run out that goes to the wrong end. Wow. I don't know who is more thrown by that. This is one that I thought Sharif might be able to catch behind his back. But he just misjudges it, probably at this stage of the game. It's not going to cost him too much, but still, bit of a folly.
Oh, he's one of the better fielders. I don't know how he spilled that, Vinny.
I didn't either.
Just a blooper.
It can happen to the best of us.
It can.
This one will be a wide. So 7th over will continue.
I wonder if Jay can jump in, if there's any other additions to the beautiful Khartoum
Oval. Said he's working hard on this now.
Yeah, nice.
Wouldn't doubt you for a second, Jay.
I've got a suggestion for him. Oh, that is absolute. The ambulance is in play, Vinny. The ambulance is in play. Oh, it's just missed it. I tell you what, they're going to have to move the ambulance.
The ambulance is behind the danger tape, but I don't think it's providing that much protection because you see this is up and away. And it's almost sound the siren time, wasn't it?
Surely someone has to tap the medics,
that's
the paramedics, and say, look, 70 metres on deep mid-wicket in a T10, not advised.
You're in the hot zone. So coming up this afternoon, we're going to see Kant Lanka for the first time. Nico Fernando, well, he's been in the chat now. He's going to be out there in the middle. And so they will be batting first after winning the toss. They're against Royal Roma, last year's winners of this event. And wasn't Mubarak Hussain really good for them yesterday with the bat and also with the gloves? Royal Roma will be chasing in that match. It's match 7 on the calendar. Our first chance to get a look at Kent Lanka. And so join us for that match coming away in about 25 minutes' time. 3 overs to go on this one.
I think that'll be a bye there. Spilt by the keeper.
This is your man Siddiqui. I know you're a big fan.
Yeah, he's a good bowler, leading wicket taker this week. My suggestion for Jay, who's
Go on.
tuned in, and I hope he's having a lovely time coming. You know that beautiful fan zone we have in the green sitting area?
Where you bump into the giant ball, yeah?
Yeah, did jump into the jump into the giant ball. A little kiosk bar down there just to bring that fan zone just down there a little bit more. Just saying.
Getcha.
I think that we could expand the fan zone to there because then we get more people sitting on the grass.
We're going to have you on a leash, though.
More people
when we
going
release
for
you into the wild there.
catches. That's what we want. Oh, he goes for the Yorker. Misses.
This might just flicked off the pad. Just naked eye. Wait to see what the decision is. It's called leg bye.
Yeah, so must have just touched his pad on the way through. Yep. Good call.
Yep. Keeper couldn't grasp it. Wouldn't have mattered anyway.
But no, I love Cardamom Oval. It's going to be good to be back.
Yeah, can't wait. Should be really good. We love spending time there, don't we? Anyway, here's Siddiqui.
Hard down the ground. One bounce to the fielder. Do the mopping up.
Anik will hurl that one in. Yeah, so yeah, we might need to provide a bit of protection for that bar if we're going to put it in that area. Having said that, the existing bar has been under attack a couple of times as well.
Well, the existing bar gets a lot of traction, but I reckon a few more people on the grass bank like in Australia and New Zealand. Got to love that. So Diki again, this is high in the air. Catching chance. No, lands in a big pocket of space. Just the single.
Yep, they do say it's the lords of European cricket, Kartama. Certainly he's pretty as a picture.
Well, it's the home of the ECN, isn't it, really? 2 of our bigger events each year. Good for Spanish cricket and cricket in the Costa del Sol. High in the air. This one should be caught, and it is caught. So nice catch. Siddiqui's great run continues. He's going to end with 3 for. And look at the celebration. Isn't he happy with himself? Siddiqui's off. What's going on here? Well, he's holding up the back of his shirt. It's not just on screen. Tell you what, he's pretty happy with his efforts.
Yeah, well, it's back-to-back-to-back 3-fers for Siddiqui. And, well, he ran a long way. It means a lot to these guys. Remember last year, knocked out in the semi-final stage. But, yeah, you got to say, he's very, very happy with his efforts. And there he is, running straight at us. And, you can see that he is thrilled with his work. Wow, it's a good day to have a jog. He says, well, this is me, and I'm here. So Mohamed Siddiqui will finish with the very good figures of 3 for 6 off his 2 overs. Roma Capinelli, 8 overs down. They're 51 for 5.
Oh, he's a talented bowler, but I'm going to give him 3 out of 10 for the celebration, Vinny. I'm going to need to see a little bit more flamboyance.
I did like the commitment to run so far as if the camera didn't have a zoom. And, he could have just stood where he was. But no, he deserves every bit of credit. And he's just kept things really quiet.
Yeah, credit
Same
where
old
credit's
story
due.
for Roma Campanelli. They've lost a couple of key wickets and the boundaries have dried up. Yeah, we might have another one, and we will. So it'll be a 6th wicket. Hamza goes for 8. And so all happening in the 9th. And it starts with good catch out there on the boundary. The score 51 for 6.
Tell you what, if this is a time to be a bowler, this is it. This is when we call them the janitor. Come mop up the tail. Get yourself a couple of wickets. And enjoy the experience live on the ECN. Jay Wild telling Helix he'll be at the ground. He's running a lot of the operations there at the ground, Jay. And
yeah. Well, Jay is the president of Costa del Sol.
Yes, correct.
So that's why he's
does a lot for the growth of the sport in the area.
Heavily involved.
He's also the inside merchant for the VC club.
Yeah.
That he looks after us on a Friday. But no, he's a good man. Looking forward to seeing. I mean, that's creeping up. That's in 6-7 weeks.
It happened last year as well. Seems like we're so far away. Next minute, you're there.
What are you looking forward to playing-wise about the ECC the most with the national teams?
I'll tell you in a second. First, let's have a look at Janal.
High in the air. Could this be another one? It is. That's a really good catch. He made 15 to 20 metres in. He gets a forearm in the head for his celebration. But he's going to be on a hat-trick. Janelle's gone bang, bang.
Yeah, take that. And, well, he's going to have leather poisoning soon because he's having a lot of the ball motion. And so it's the golden duck for Aurang. Michel Moratini, once again, he's out there, but he's stuck at the wrong end, a bit like yesterday.
That's 3 and 3, isn't it?
Yeah, well, He was on a team hat trick.
Yeah, that is a
team
team
hat trick, I should say.
Watch this. Watch the celebration here, Vinny. His mate comes up, almost blows his head apart.
You're right. Good pick up from you. Well,
Yeah,
you see here.
I'm feeling it
You're
as well.
feeling it. We're looking for 16. We had Gungan Singh yesterday.
Tell you what, you're an off spinner. You're live on the ACN network playing the ACS in Rome. You've got 2 in turn. You've got a tail ender coming out here. You flight this ball as much as humanly possible. You give it so much air to try and entice a loose stroke.
He's not really a tail ender, though. That's the thing about Leandro Jayaraja, the captain coming out.
Suck him in here, Vinny. You're not bowling it
I
dart.
think he's blocking this.
Air it.
He is blocking this.
Give it air. Get yourself a hat trick.
Get me on dot.
Here we go.
Right.
The crowd's silent.
Here's this hat trick number 16 of the season.
Oh, appeal! And he's not sucked into it, which is good umpiring because that was miles too high.
Yeah.
I'll give it out.
Tell you what, it's a bit of a risky shot across the line. First ball.
It's just high. It's very high.
Hits him in line. I think it's fine for line, but
Yeah.
I think it's the...
It was red, red, green.
Yeah. You see, hits him above the pad.
Yeah, good
climbing
umpiring.
over. Yeah, very good umpiring.
It wasn't a moon ball enough for me. It should have been flighted more.
Had to try and tempt him forward, right?
Is this Janelle's first over of the tournament?
No, he bowled in the last game.
Oh, okay.
He's a bit of an afterthought in their attack. He's bowling pretty well, though.
He's getting it to spin. Once again, that extreme bounce.
Yeah. So, Rome Capinelli, this has just been the situation. Scoring boundaries in the second half of the innings. They do have 1-6 in this innings, but that's it in the second half. And last time they didn't score a boundary in the second innings. So it's going to be really tough.
Nicely played onto the leg side. I guess for the batsman here, they get a bit of time at the crease.
Thinking about a second run there.
Definitely not on.
Ball went to nowhere. They were looking at each other. But, yeah.
Roma Capinelli, they're just struggling, aren't they? They've been a bit better in the field today, but in fact, with the bat and the ball, they've just lacked a little bit. They haven't been able to put the perfect game together.
To be able to go on with it. Moratini, maybe he's somebody you can send higher.
Well, interesting one. Now, they're going to check this, if this is a bump ball or not. I have a feeling this could be out.
I reckon it's out as well. I got to say, it's a weird one, but I think he hits it on the way up. Look, well, that's not going to help us. Well, I just think it's straight off the bat.
Yeah, I reckon this is potentially out. They're going to have a look at the third umpire here.
Actually.
Yeah, that's out. Limited review system for me works again. You're going to see.
Yeah, he's not sure because he probably... it's a weird one.
I've seen Suleiman, the square leg umpire, has actually done the soft signal to his standing fish saying he thinks it's out. He would have had the best view. This is one where the square leg umpire is important. Watch this, the ball pitches straight off the bat, straight in the air.
Because it hits down so low on the bat, that's why the batter might not be sure exactly when.
Well,
what's going on here?
Well, I think...
Has he survived this?
Don't tell me he survived it.
Wow, this is something else. If he survived this...
No, that's out. That is definitely out. I hope we get the right call here. They've still got the walkie-talkie out there, so...
Well.
Oh, no.
If he survived this, he needs to go out and get in the Italian lottery straight away.
That is...
Because Moratini, the great survivor...
How is that given not out? What are they looking at the same screen as us? That's a controversial one. For me, I mean, look, we always think the officials are doing a good job. I think the umpires did the right thing. They asked for some help, and I didn't get it. Have I missed something?
Is there an appeal?
Yeah. Well, he gets a life as Moratini. He would have had a duck. Instead, he's got to get it.
Moratini, he gets to bat longer.
Oh, now he gets overthrows.
Yeah, see, he didn't have enough to strike yesterday. He's so good he can pat one back to the bowler and keep batting.
I hate to say this, Vinny. The LRS, the limited review system, has failed.
Showing the limitations, maybe.
Have we missed something? Are our eyes going? Have we
Is
actually...
that a free hit? No. Let me go through my emergency
Have we missed
checklist.
something, you and me? Odd.
If it means we can see more of Moratini, I'm all for it. So here he is. He's on 2.
Well, and now this time, is there an inside edge? It's a shake of the head. Moratini, go buy a lottery ticket.
Made a big sound when it passed his bat here. Again.
No, I think that's the right call.
Yeah, could be. That's why you got to stay to the very end of the game.
Yeah, all happening here at the very closing stages. Oh, bowled him. Well, maybe not get a lottery ticket. This time his luck's out. And unfortunately, he'll have to go.
Yeah, well, not quite as many limes as a cat, Moratini, while he was there, but this actually hits the seam, and that's why it goes between bat and pad. Knocks over leg stump. So Tariqul Hassan getting a bowl. I like the way they have tried a few different options, RBMS, when they've been well ahead in the game. And the score is 57 for 8. Moratini was only there for 5 balls.
Probably the most exciting 5 balls you'll see.
That's true. Well, this is where you're upset, aren't you, that Alfonso Jayaraja isn't in the 11, because this is where we would have seen him have a bat, surely. And they have Dinesh Silva, who took a very good catch today in the short fine leg position.
So, good delivery. Top of leg stump. He gets the wicket. Everyone jumping in the chat with a little bit of shot. But look, we can't get everything right. That's cricket. You do get the decisions that don't go your way sometimes.
Yeah, well, didn't really cost them too much, did the RBMS? So here's Silva.
High in the air. That'll land in a big bit of space, though. Should just be a single. And they're going to look for 2. That's a good aggressive running. And he spills it. So it'll be a 2.
Yeah, not an easy take. I will say that it's been a bit more of a cooling breeze today. So last ball of this one coming up.
Well, they're going to have a run out to finish. Some stats. Well, run out or stumped. I don't know what you got. He sacrifices himself to be run out. Have a look at this, Vinny. Well, I'll tell you what. You want to get yourself a not out at the end.
Yeah.
Not this way. Watch the non-striker here.
Well, it's the old-fashioned chase the average.
Look at this. And he
just
goes,
knows,
I'll take the bullet for the team.
that's very unselfish. That's the captain. That's leadership for you. As he'll take the hit. He's run out for 2. And Roma Capinelli, they don't crack the 60 in the end. They're going to be 59 for 9 at the end of their 10 overs. And, well, I will say that's a bit of a disappointing fizzler in the end, although early on we saw plenty of action. You saw Anik Ahmed putting down Kirby first ball. And Kirby was a bit of a key to their batting today. That was a nasty one for Hussain. Luckily he walked away for it with just superficial injuries. And well, despite the swelling, he stayed out there, finished the over. And yeah, you can see that Kirby ended up just being out of luck, clunking off the pad into the top of the off stump. And yeah, well, that brought Samir Ali to the crease. They dropped him down to 3 from the opening position. And well, from there, yeah, they never got going. A bit of luck there with Rifat Islam. Not able to gather that one. He also bowled very well. RBMS haven't done a lot wrong here for their side. They do sweep the series, walk away with a 3-1 record at the halfway point of the group stage. It was a bit of a juggle here from Abbas Ali. And he ended up having a teammate there to celebrate as soon as he did pull it in. We saw Rambo come out, Kevin Kakulawala. And, well, he finally got one away and was well held. But, yeah, well, Corey, Roma Capinelli, some improvements then, particularly in the fielding. Yeah, the batting just not clicking for the full 10 overs.
Yeah, the batting didn't clip today, and unfortunately, it's shown in their results. There was a few nice shots in between. That one was almost over the rope, but he was caught again. It's as if they just can't clear the boundary sometimes and don't have that power hitting edge that some other teams have. They can go back to the drawing board and try their best, though. There was some wickets late in the piece as well, as that one almost touched the ambulance. We still think it's in a dangerous, dangerous spot. But unfortunately, this was skewed in the air, and that would be the end of his innings. A really nice, smart catch running in, and here came the celebrations. Well, look at that. Hat to the sky, super happy indeed. The bowler Siddiqui letting us know who his name is. He's nicknamed Manic. And he took another 3-part. This was another exceptional catch down at deep mid-wicket. Gets a hand in the face to celebrate. Pure accidental, but a lot of emotions running high here and everyone super excited. This one bowled right at the end. Moratini, who had more than 9 lives, he was finally dismissed. The top of leg stump being ripped out. Love seeing the cartwheeling stump, don't you? And this brought us to the end where a quite comical run out, and he decided to take it on himself.
Wow, that's
Brave.
real. I don't think I've ever seen that to that degree. But yeah, no, give credit to Leandro Jayaraja, who does take the bullet for his team in the end. Captain goes down with his ship style. Coming up, we have Kent Lanka and Royal Roma going head-to-head. First time we'll see Kent Lanka and Royal Roma. They are without a loss yet in the tournament. So that game is coming your way in around about 10 minutes right here on the European Cricket Network. Looking forward to seeing Nicolo Fernando, who a player we saw for Pianoro last year. Also good to see Mishan Alessio in the side for Kent Lanka, who've travelled a little bit to be here. Let's see if they can get some points this time around. News from the toss. Kent Lanka winning the toss, electing to bat in match number 7, the start of the afternoon session. Now looking at the scorecard, and it will say that, well, with the start they had, and we're probably never going to challenge the total. Ijaz Ahmed ends up top scoring with 20, but no one else able to crack double digits. That's a bit of a concern for Roma. Campanelli have shown they're willing to try things. And we did see the improvement, particularly in the field, like I said. But yeah, the batting just not happening for them at the moment. And they finished 59 for 9. As far as the bowling went, well, Siddiqui continued his good form, 3 for 6 for him. Also, wickets to Bilal Hussain, who only conceded 6, as well as Rifat Islam and Tariq Al-Hassan. We'll take a quick break. We'll be back in around about 10 minutes for the first ball of the afternoon session. Kent Lanka batting first against Royal Roma. Hope you're enjoying your day. Vinny Sandhu here, Mr. Maximo Koiruckers with me. We'll see you shortly on ECN for more FanCode European Cricket Series. Hello and welcome back to the Roma Cricket Ground as we are about to say hello to our final team that we'll see in this entire Italian Summer Adventure. It's Kent Lanka who are going to be batting first in this one. The fifth team here in Rome. And you can see some names to look out for. So just Fernando at the top of the order with Samaru Nimesh. They've listed Nico Fernando at 3. He'll also be useful with some of his left arm spin. But they're running into a Royal Roma team that were red hot. They looked very good against Roma Capinelli yesterday. Watch out for Mubarak Hussain. He was in dynamic form with the bat. But also, got to say that Umar Shazad was pretty useful with his left armers as well. So Royal Roma, 9-run favourites according to this. And you see Royal Roma have those 2 wins in the tournament. Kent Lanka, those L's are from last year, but they weren't able to win a game ultimately. So they did force a golden ball in one of their games. Unfortunately, they came out on the losing side of it, so they're yet to taste a victory in ECN cricket. It should be a very fascinating afternoon session. Nice to see Kent Lanka back in their traditional orange tops. And so they are from a little bit out of town, so nice to see them turning up on day 2 of the tournament just to reduce their travel a little bit. A lot of them will be staying in the air, I'm sure, about that. Yeah, but Royal Roma, they're a team which only won 2 of their 8 group matches last year. And those 2 wins were against Kent Lanka. So, an opportunity for them to try and keep that streak up. And Royal Roma then, they went out and won both the games on finals day, and suddenly they were champions. We saw them in the Super Series as well last year. Didn't really happen for them on that occasion. So, getting ready for the start of play, and I've got to say a big thank you to all of the ground crew for looking after us so well. You know, we're very thankful for that. On what has been a pretty hot day. A bit of a cooling breeze here. That's probably the difference between today and yesterday. It was quite oppressive yesterday, but a little bit of a breeze makes such a difference. Now, do have some team news for you. And no Anil Kumar in the team for Royal Roma. Well, first up, we might have a wicket, and we will. What a great catch that is, backing back. And Mubarak Hussain, well, he's out from behind the stumps, but he has got such a workload, and he really had to hit it in reverse pretty quickly. He never got turned around. He kept his eyes on the ball the whole time, and a horror start for Kent Lanka here in their first match of this ECS. And wicket first ball. So Samaru Nimesh came out and almost gets it over Hussain, but he's having such a good time at the moment. And so that's the first wicket. It's none for 1. Well, if you thought you had time to relax, you don't. I suppose I often say if you're going to make it duck, make it a quick one. Only 1 ball used up. Yeah, Samaru Nimesh got a fair bit of bat on that. Tanusha Shahanka, the bowler, gets immediate success. A new batter coming out there now is Ishan Shaminda at number 3. Again, look at the way he keeps his eye on it the whole time. And so he takes it. Once he takes it, he realises he can fall. He just needs to protect the ball. It's quite the impact on the ground. Stephen Kelp likes the KEL abbreviation for Kent Lanka. Probably, because it's the first 3 letters of his last name. Breeze is switching around pretty quickly, blowing all around the place. If you look at the flags on the other side of the field, they're going all different directions. Shahanka to the left-hander, loses it down the leg side, not far away from the bat, but will be called a wide. The first run for Kent Lanka, and it's an extra. So you can see the flags in the background. They're now looking like they're more behind the bowler, but it's blowing all over the place, almost blowing all directions at once. I don't think any high catch will be easy. That's what makes that effort from Mubarak Hussain so special. Second time, Shaminda will get some bat on it, and we'll get the first run off the bat for Kent Lanka. Like I say, they're a team that we have seen before on ECN. They made their debut last year. I don't know, they were disappointed that they did push teams at times. But I think they'll be happy with a pickup like Nico Fernando, for example, who played for Pianoro last year. Shahanka. Fernando on strike for the first time, whacks it past the bowler, whacks it past the fielder, who tries to get everything down, but this one finds the hole. So Fernando off to the races with the boundary. See, this one was past the bowler before he knew too much about it, and the fielder tried to do everything right, did, but still, unfortunately, Mohammed Mohsin, he had to pick that one off the fence. So last year, 0-8, Kent Lanka finishing in 5th spot. So it's a battle of the 4th and 5th from last year after the group stage, but like I said, Royal Roma then beat Asian Latina and Roma CC, the top 2 teams, to take the championship. This one's heading down the leg side, I think. Be dot ball. Doesn't really swing, hucks off the thigh pad, decides to run. So, might be onto the extras column as well. See, some swing, some don't. That's the challenge for the openers against the new ball. I want to welcome everyone on our YouTube live chat as well, ECN European Cricket Network, as well as all of our viewers on YouTube and all our viewers on FanCode in the subcontinent. Always great to have your company. 34 matches today. Swing shot from Shaminda. Take one. He turns blind and thinks of 2. That would have been crazy. But he will retain the strike in the end. 8 for 1 off the first over. Not a bad little mini comeback after they lost a wicket first ball. Just a reminder, you can follow us on our social media at European Cricket. Great place to go. Get involved. And we've been doing occasional Instagram lives as well on my Instagram, Mr. Maximo. What I will say is my phone is constantly overheating, so it's not really an option at the moment. But you can also follow Corey on his social media, listed there on Instagram, Twitter, and Facebook. So, don't forget, if you are watching on YouTube, to hit that subscribe button, as we're trying to edge towards that 300,000 subscribers. We're not too far away. And well, speaking of him, here he is, Vinny Sandhu, Mr. Maximo. Alongside me now is Corey Rutgers.
Yep. If you want to slip into my DMs, this is the only time I'll allow it.
We often say, and if you don't hear us say this, I'll tell you now, we cannot possibly respond to all the messages we get. So just a blanket thank you for everyone for taking the time to get in touch. In the air, and another first ball of an over, another wicket. Shaminda just loses his shape here. He clears the front leg, slices it inside out, and so a wicket first up. It's a pretty nice bit of fielding. Royal Roma, I think that they're just a bit more improved in most aspects. I think the fact that they did play in the Super Series last year, although they didn't really have the success they wanted on that occasion, but the fact they played more matches against good teams in this format, I think, has just set them up nicely. You see here, knows he's in trouble as soon as he hits it, and a safe catch taken there by Shahanka, the man who was bowling the first over. This one, it's going to be tough to get an LBW from over there. You need the ball to pitch in line, hit in line, and be hitting. It's very hard to see, and that's going to happen. Yeah, see, so where does this ball bounce? See, it bounces well outside the leg stump, so even if you think that's hitting.
Yeah, definitely outside the leg stump. I'm back now, Vinny. I was on cube patrol.
Right. And how's the cube going?
Yeah, it's windy today. It is blowy, but we're ready.
Well, as you said to Keanu, thanks for the news flash, Captain Obvious.
Oh, that might be out, Chenzo. That might be out. There was a noise. They're up.
That's not out. That's way off the thigh pad. You've lost your mind.
Oh, I said it might be
You're
out.
way too excited.
Well, I went up with the appeal.
This one's straight off that thigh pad as he turns around. Rutgers.
Well, it might be out. You got
First
to
day,
listen, Vinny.
first day watching a cricket match, is it?
You got to sell it to the viewers. It might be out. You can't just go not out.
Good umpiring. And so this will be Singo again turning blind. Risky. This is Takiri Adura, the keeper, coming in at number 4.
Here we go. So Jeff Fernando.
Yeah.
Look, I'm going to go out on a limb here. If he hits it, it's staying hit. He is a huge man. Look at the side of him. Looks like he's holding a toothpick, Vinny.
Yeah, he's
a man mounted.
a unit. No doubt about it.
Vesuvius.
Yeah. Well, let's see if he erupts today.
Oh, if he's leaning, you'd think it's the Leaning Tower of Pisa here. We're in Italy.
Still standing. Now look at that wind, though. It's behind the bowler, so not as easy to get it straight. But this will be a good contest, I think.
hope he gets one out the middle.
Umar Shazad. In he comes.
Pretty well played, actually, because that was a good Yorker.
He's not slow across the ground either. Well, Fernando. So, yeah, question from Keanu. Do I prefer the double chance on finals day over just the straight semis? And the short answer is yeah, I do. I do think it's fairer.
That's way fairer. Of course, Keanu.
And we saw it. In fact, this is probably one of the series that really prompted that change. Because last year we had Asian Latina. They were 7-1, playing a team that were 2-6. And they got knocked out straight away. and nothing against Royal Roma. They performed when it counted. But again, you have one bad game. Undoing all that hard work. Walks at him, slices away. It's well handled, though, by Kumar Dharamveer. Keeps that to 1.
Yep, good fielding.
I also think it makes a race within a race. Obviously, you're trying to qualify in the top 4, but the top 2, we saw how important it was as well with Bologna. They had to do it the hard way, and they ended up getting all the way to the final, but we saw that last week in the Bologna series. So, end of the over, score is 11 for 2 after 2 overs. And so, it gives us a chance to see where we're at with the table. And I know that there'll be a lot of discussion surrounding this. But Rome Bangla Morning Sun, with back-to-back wins, they now clear at the top of the table. They have played 2 more games in Royal Roma with some good performances here. They could sneak them back. Shahanka's back to bowl out in the 3rd, last over the power play. Walks at it and chops it away. Kiri Adura.
Yeah, what are you up to tonight, Vinny? I know you're enjoying the festivities.
Yeah, we've got a few options, don't we, around our area? Depends how far we want to go.
Well, the Maximo Shopping Centre has it all.
Maximo Shopping Centre is massive, I've heard. Give me some of your give me some food options you're thinking of.
I'm thinking going to the Wiener House.
Yeah, nice option.
Just slip in a little bit of German there. That wasn't too bad.
Yeah, I can,
Also, there's a bit of a seafood restaurant, Fischetto.
can imagine you putting away a few wieners. Swing and a miss.
And that will end my commentary career.
Just saying, you're back on the carbs.
No, off it at the
that
moment.
might be your only option.
I've
To go all meat diet.
I've made a mental effort to really hydrate today in this heat.
Goes after this, doesn't get it. So, and what's your hydration strategy then today?
Well, I said to you today, I'm going to smash as much water. I've gone through a 2 litre and a 600 ml, so I'm up to 2.5 litre at the moment, and I still feel like I need more.
Yeah. It's got to be careful though, because you can drink too much water, but I think it's pretty hard on a day like today.
For the players, I'm glad we're doing the drinks break because you've got to have those options.
Ken likes to walk at it, doesn't he? We sent back this time. Takiri Adura, who will do the keeping for Kent Lanka in the second half of this game.
Yeah, it's not the greatest start just yet.
So, yeah, this is the issue. I mean, that one of the issues with Kent Lanka last year, they weren't really able to put too much together with the bat. They're averaging 82 with the bat. And on this ground, you're not going to win too many matches with that. So
What do you think they need to get to defend? What's their options here? 75, 80? Can they defend that?
They've relied heavily on that one batter, Mubarak Hussain, to score runs. This is the early charge. And slices it inside out. We'll get 1. So that's the end of the power play, 14 for 2. I think if they can get to the 100, it's competitive. I mean, they're going to still have to get Mubarak Hussain early, no doubt about that. But Royal Roma, they are a team which I'd say most of the time they're winning the games in the field and with the ball. So, have a look there. It's a tall 8, but the scale's only 10.
Yeah, because there hasn't been over 10, it actually looks like that's an okay power play, but a couple of pairs of threes there.
Yeah, pair of threes. Moderate
Double down.
starting hand.
That's a good starting hand.
Been splitting. Not
I'm
double
thinking
down.
poker.
Thank you.
Wrong sport.
Anyway, PK is joining us, saying hi to us. Good to see Corey after a break.
Yeah, it's good. It's been great to be back, I have to admit. I've
Pretty
really enjoyed it.
action-packed day in the Cube.
Yeah, Cube Watch has been good.
We had a nice young guest commentator, Jan.
I almost
just to the-
saw his life flash before his eyes.
Wouldn't have taken long. But yeah, we had a cube catch. Shocker, it wasn't Corey. But Shadam Gul is going to come now.
Tell you
in
right
over
now,
number 4.
I didn't miss one piece of watermelon. I caught it all.
Yeah, nicely done. All right, Shadam Gul's coming around the wicket. Takiri Adura seems like he wants to back away and slice through that offside field.
Okay, let's get behind Sajith Fernando a little bit here. He's 6 off 6. He hasn't got one out the screws yet. But he's this type of guy that you sort of feel opening the innings, a fair bit of muscle behind him. He's about 6'9".
Sleeping giant.
Sleeping giant. He could absolutely moose it. I hope he gets one out the middle here.
Shadam Gul's going to go over the wicket to the right-hander. Pulls. Still hasn't got one out of the screws yet, though.
Just not out the screws, is it? It reminds me a bit like Carlos Brathwaite.
Okay.
Same
Remember
sort,
the name?
He uses the same bat, same build. He just hasn't got one out the middle yet. And Tirika Duru.
I was waiting for you to have a go at that.
Yeah.
Takiri Adura.
Takiri Adura, close enough. These I have to admit, some of these names do take a bit of time adjusting to.
Ken Lanka, no surprise, a bit of a Sri Lankan flavour to their lineup, no doubt about it.
That's well bowled. That's really well bowled. So he moved half a metre outside leg. This was only about 6th stump, Vinny.
Yeah, here's the thing. He's a little bit one-dimensional, I suppose, with his trigger movements at the moment. Takiri Adura. You mentioned. Oh, this one is a brilliant catch. Oh, no, it's not a brilliant catch. It's been put down.
No.
Inside edge and had the keeper going
He had it for an
heavily.
age, Vinny.
Well, I thought he had it, I got to say. This will show it here. Gets it.
Got it.
And then when it hit the ground, it just popped out. Oh, that's so disappointing for Ashraful Islam. So, Danushka Takiri Adura.
He hasn't missed a stump spot. That would have been an all-time classic. Yeah, he's just singling there. As soon as his elbow touched the ground, what an effort.
We saw it going clean. Fortunately, spilled out. But yeah, I mean, if you just have a look, if he watches this back, Danushka Takiri Adura, see his movement away is just making it a bit easier for the bowler. Time we kind of stand more or less still.
If I'm the captain on the side, if I'm pulling neck out, I'd definitely be potentially making a move here and telling him you've got to get on with it. You can't be 5 off 12 now,
Yeah.
Vinny, striking at less than 50.
I'd see him at least maybe go across the stumps once to mix it up. Once again, backs away. This time he's bowled. And, well, it won't be 4, even though that ball's going to have to be picked off the fence, but just flicks the leg stump on the way through. So, Takiri Adura almost got caught behind. And once again, look where his feet are when he tries to play this ball. It just kisses the stumps, knocks over the bail, and he's the second wicket to fall, going for 5. Ken Lanka, 16 for 2.
Well, the thing is, if he doesn't premeditate the offside too much, that's a full toss he could have easily hit through mid-wicket or backward square or even mid-on. So just a little bit too much premeditation. He'll fall for 5 off 13. Hopefully he can correct those wrongs later in the day.
Yeah, 16 for 3 now after 4 overs. So, I mean, this is the issue. Just, I suppose, some of those trigger movements not really working for him. But I mean, that's the benefit of playing in televised cricket. Then you can go back, you can have a look at that.
Yep.
And sometimes it's not as obvious when you're out there. He maybe doesn't realise how much he's doing that. So, a chance for somebody else, though, and it will be Tamira Pereira to come out to the crease. He's at the non-striker's end because a new over is beginning.
Yeah, Muktia Singh at the top of his mark. Beautiful blue headband. That always means you're a couple of Ks quicker than the rest. And here we go. Can we see one out the middle from Sajith Fernando? We're giving him a bit of a boom up, only because he's a man mountain.
Yeah, I know you're a fan.
I just can't get one out the middle. It'll happen eventually, don't you worry.
I love the sense of anticipation, though. It's like hearing the rumbles below the surface of the volcano.
At Vesuvius.
Well, when he erupts, let's see where the ball ends up. Just called a wide this time. He's trying to hit this leg side. Probably the players to go over cover here. But yeah, I think it's a good call. Pretty much straight over the tram line.
Yep, fair enough. And he just needs to keep his shape a little bit more.
Once again, hacks across it slightly. So it's also good bowling by Mukti Singh. Give him some credit. Bowling in the channel where the batters are finding it difficult to deal with it.
Kent Lanka are all at sea at the moment. They are struggling to get the ball off the square. Someone has to get going here. And right now, it is not Sajith Fernando. 3 whooshes, 3 misses. If it was baseball, Vinny, that's an out.
Yeah, well, at least you can sit down after 3 misses in baseball. It can hurt you here if you can't get anything going. It's good bowling though once again from Muktia. This time there is some bat on it. Hangs in the air, but it's going to fall safely. And the ball will win the race. So 4 runs. Well, there you go. Not quite the full eruption, Corey. But he does get a fair bit of willow on this. He moves into double figures. And a welcome boundary for Kent Lanka.
What do they call a pre-eruption with the volcano, Vinny?
I actually don't know. Is there a word for that?
Use Google. Yeah, what do they call it when it starts smoking and
When it
foaming?
starts bubbling away.
Yeah, what do they call that? Because I feel like he's bubbling. Feel like it's not the volcano eruption we want yet. He's got the bright orange on. He's a man mountain.
There you go. They're called precursors.
That was a precursor.
Okay.
For this, oh, he sort of miscues it. It'll go away for a single. He's getting closer to getting one out the middle.
So he's getting there. One more ball to
sure
the...
it's called a precursor?
That's what I'm saying. That's what volcanological observatories call it. What do you call it?
I'm going to look something up.
Go on. It's nice for you to look something up yourself. So now we'll see the left-hander, Pereira, for the first time. Tamira Pereira.
Yeah, it is called a precursor, Vinny, and I sort of feel like it needs a better word to that.
That's okay. You can know what a precursor. You can work out from what the word's made up of, what it means.
It's just not violent.
Yeah, Muktia's got to watch his follow-through here. It went straight in front of the umpire that time.
It's another
Pushed
wide.
it wide. Will be called. Good call, considering you can't see it. Headband's good, though. Strong headband game.
Yeah, all for the little accessories that come with cricket.
It's
Oh,
funny
the
how
headband, sweatband, whatever.
Singh had a spot onto the right-hander, but the left-hander's just thrown his line off a little bit. This is better. Dragged across the line. What a bit of fielding that is.
Floppy hat, Vin.
Rajvinder. One of the best moustaches in Europe as well on Raj. But that is the end of the 5th over. And so Kent Lanka struggling to get going as we get to the mini drinks break. The score is 25-3. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, alongside me in the cube is Corey Ruckers. Corey, great to have you with us once
Thank you,
again.
Vinny.
Strong shirt game from you again today. It is super hot, although we have had a little bit of a breeze, which is cooling us down today, but still we're well into the 30s. Summer is very, very much in the swing at the moment in Rome.
Well, it's the summer of cricket. European cricket in summer. It doesn't get much better. The players are having a drink today. Obviously, we're allowing them to get their thirst crushed.
Makes sense. Well, what I will say is that if you missed it over the weekend, I know some people might just be joining us for the first time today. There was a great write-up in ABC Sport in Australia about European Cricket Network and also a video. So I might actually post the link again in the chat.
Yep.
Click on it. Maybe at the end of the innings you can have a read of it or have a watch of it. And it kind of tells the story a bit of how we came into what we're doing and what we're doing. And this is very unprecedented what we're doing. And of course, media's changing. The fact, okay, yeah, we're going out to FanCode in the subcontinent, but everywhere else it's just streamed on YouTube. And, well, it's just allowing you have an unlimited amount of sport, I suppose. The fact we're going to all these different locations, there's nothing quite like it.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think the way we get to interact with our fans is also super exciting. We get their thoughts, their questions, and it's like a back and forth all day with them about the game and about life as well. So it's exciting. I'd love to hear from our FanCode viewers just a little bit more. How can we do that?
We can sometimes, or sometimes we get it on the Insta, but we're working on that. But we'd appreciate all of our viewers, no matter where you're watching from around the world. So Shanam Gould, I think, is going to come back and bowl his second over. So, of course, we have the time limits for bowling overs, but the drinks break is allowed for. That's why we're not getting too many breaks between the innings and between the games at the moment. 24 for 3 in the first half.
Well, hit hard. Just the single. It's still a precursor, isn't it, for Fernando, Vinny?
Yeah, well, he's still there, so I suppose that's a positive.
Have you ever seen Dante's Peak?
I have.
Well, in Dante's Peak, they think it's all calm, and then she blows.
Been there before.
And if he gets going, this score can balloon out.
True. But where's this eruption going to come from? Left-hander. He's away. Sends back the volcano, but he won't get a run here.
Well, right now, he's a dormant volcano.
It's got the orange strip on as well. I think
That's
why
what I
we think,
like
that's
it.
why we're thinking volcano.
And he's a big man mountain. Dormant. We need him to come active and then extinct.
Did
They're
you have to look up dormant, or
they
did you remember that's what
No,
it's called?
they're the 3 stages of volcanoes.
Oh! Well, this might have been out. It might not have been edge. We'll have a look on the replay.
Oh, this is a tough one. Let's have a look.
Yeah, let's have a look. Yeah. I don't think he hits that, if I'm honest. I think there's a bit of space between bat and ball.
Curious what the bowler was appealing for.
This time. Uh-oh, I'm going to buy here. Psst. That's all right. He's watching. So keeper does grab this. He tries a cheeky overrun stumping. Bounces over the stumps.
It's almost
Yeah,
like the
the-
left-handers today.
The ball actually hears the ball coming there, I think. Bouncing towards him. Oh, bit of a lucky one inside edge. But it will go to the boundary. Handy runs. Pereira off the mark. Not convincing, but effective.
Seems like the left-handers today, Vinny, are just focusing everything on the offside. You can hit it on the leg side as well. You see that there, coming, angling in. Inside edge. A little bit of luck this time.
I'm a bit surprised. Often we see the complete opposite, don't we? With left-handers wanting to step across and whack away almost everything to the leg side. I mean, they've got no deep wicket at the moment, especially with the angle Shadamgul's bowling. It's going to be hard to be LBW.
Driven.
This will get past the, not quite past the fielder, but makes him work. End of the 6th over. Shadamgul, pretty good spell for him. Only concedes 8 and picks up a wicket. 6 overs down. The score is 30 for 3.
Yep, 30 for 3. Just struggling really to get away. I mean, the bowling scorecard looks great. No one in the 10s. It's very rare you see that. I haven't used the 5th bowler just yet, but I reckon we might have a look at him now.
3 boundaries in the innings so far, all 4s.
Mohammed Mohsin's coming into the attack, I believe, now, so might be more medium pace.
So Royal Roma, they did qualify for the Super Series on account of winning this week last year.
Is that where the volcano, Man Mountain, lives, in that gigantic house behind us? Have you looked that up yet?
Working on it. We should go just knock on the door when we get a break. You can take innings off and go knock on the door if you like.
Here we go. New bowler.
Yeah, so into over number 7. This is Mohammed Mohsin. Big swing and a miss. Does try and go leg side this time.
Yeah, just maybe they're not watching the ball close enough. There's been an amazing amount of dot balls.
Yeah, so Royal Roma only won the 1 match in the Super Series last year. They were 1-7. They beat Venezia on the 2nd of November when they successfully chased down 94. Cut. Fielder throws it in. No run.
More dot balls.
Yeah. Join
Kent
the
Lanka
dots at the
played much
moment.
T10 cricket.
Well, I mean, they played last year. They played 8 matches, but weren't able to win one yet. And I'm a bit surprised that we haven't seen someone like Nicolo Fernando. I know he's come into the lineup, but I would have thought he'd be one that they'd throw up, certainly in the top 5. He was listed at 3 on my score sheet. Flat batted. Now, this one might test the fielder. Well, a bit of fancy footwork. And they do pull that one back into play. Shahanka with a bit of work at long off.
Yep, good fielding. Saves 2 runs in the end. Maybe could have bent down and used his hands, but went with the foot.
Yeah, it did. Well, Shriyans has got a question for you in the chat. I'm sure it's a question you'll love answering, or not answering. Let's go leg side this time. Still the footwork is outside leg stump. Throws in. Nice bit of work with the keeper to stop that. He wants to know, do you have an IPL team that you like the most?
I like them all, Vinny.
Been neutral? I'm a bit neutral on these
I
things
like
as well.
Rajasthan Royals a little bit more than the rest of
Rajasthan,
them. Yeah, no, I watch a bit of IPL when I can.
Are you like me? I typically follow players rather than teams.
Yeah,
especially
a
players
little
I've
bit.
played with or against.
Yep. I do enjoy watching all the players and how
They
they
do
go
move
about it.
around a fair bit, so it's hard to become a hardcore. Like I was a Deccan Chargers fan in the beginning. They were bottom the first season, won the top season just because of who they had in their the initial auction. They had Gilchrist, Simons, I think Herschel Gibbs,
Oh, Herschel.
Rohit Sharma when he was really young.
Yep.
Api Singh, remember him?
Oh, I worked with RP Singh for a while.
Yeah, but they couldn't win a game. They could not win a game.
That's because the standard is very good.
But then the second season was actually in South Africa, I believe, of IPL. They won. But then they kind of fell apart. I know there's now a Hyderabad franchise, Sunrisers. But then all the players just kind of all got mixed up. And
That's my dream. My dream's to coach in the IPL.
okay, there you go. You've said it. Goes leg side this time. So a slightly different look. Kind of in a gap. Will they try for two here? They won't. A lot of turning blind today, just a little basic. So this is something that for your youngsters, because the ball's hit to the left of screen, you should put your bat in your left hand here. See how he has to turn his back on the plate? It just makes you blind for a second.
Yeah, well, we can look at this coming up at the ECC, and pretty exciting time all for the national teams.
Super excited. 36 for 3 off 7, and yeah, I know that we're looking forward to seeing some of the new teams. We've got Ireland playing for the first time. Same with Scotland, France, Malta, Switzerland, and Denmark. They're the 6 new teams that we'll see, in addition to the 15 nations we saw last year.
How exciting for them and for the advertisement of their country.
Super exciting.
Say that again. Which 6 teams again?
I'll tell you in a second. After this ball from Umar Shahzad over number 8. It's the angle across right at the end of the bat. And Volcano still dormant.
I think I just picked up on a... So Ireland's the only new team in our group.
Yep. So here's the new teams. Ireland, Denmark, Scotland, Malta.
Denmark played last year.
Not in the ECC. Swings and misses. Malta, another team in Group D that's right under Malta. France.
So the
and Switzerland.
So the highest ranked new team coming into Ireland, and they're in our group.
Yep. Give it up, mate. Is that what you're saying? No. Well, we saw Brigade, their club champions that were a bit suspect early. Losing to the Guernsey champs, Griffins.
Okay, question. I know this is going to sound harsh.
All right, where are you going?
But do you go, look, Pereira hasn't worked. Let's get someone else in for the last 12 balls to see if they can do something. If he doesn't get a boundary in the next 2 balls.
Yeah, probably not a bad shout. Get something.
So even that
Keeps
shot
his
there,
innings alive.
it's not a, it's a,
I
it's a
suppose-
negative way to play a cut shot. You got to go open the face there, try splice it over.
I suppose the issue is, you're trying to probably get batting into more of the unit and maybe find someone that is clicking a bit more. It's also hard to say.
Yeah.
We've got issues with Fernando being able to participate in this innings, obviously.
It's
We're
Fernando.
finding out.
Is he going to get one out the middle here? Is it finally going to happen?
Well, the angle should suit him if he wants to go leg side here, depending on where Shahzad puts it. Gets the bottom of the bat on this. Running, and, well, in the end, he does pull it back, but he pulls it back twice. Then wraps his hand around it, and Kumar Dharamveer chases it all the way to the boundary, but he takes the ball with him. Cuatro carreras, 4 runs to get Lanka as they move past 40.
They needed that. They desperately needed a bit of luck, and maybe that's the luck they'll get. It was a good effort from the fielder. He taps it back into his own knee, though, and then it goes for 4.
Keanu has a question, and Maya has touched on as well, about how Ireland and Scotland will pick their sides. Well,
Oh,
it's completely up to them.
Probably from a selection meeting.
Yeah, but they're saying, will it be more of the national team players or as in players on the cusp of the national team?
There we go. There's the
Hold on.
eruption, Vinny. Well, Vesuvius finally blows a little bit. He gets the half volley, and it goes for 4.
Pretty good shot. Shahzad had avoided punishment, but ends up going for a couple of 4s. And this is a nice, confident shot. Stays pretty still with that. That's the difference. And so it's the end of the 8th over. The score is 45 for 3.
No, well, Ireland and Scotland will be at the World Cup, and I dare say for these sort of events, it's a good chance to sort of play the Wolves and the A teams. And if they brought, if you brought the Scotland national team and the Irish full-blown Paul Sterling, all those players, it would be too outweighted then. European cricket isn't ready for that just yet.
And I totally hear what you're
Imagine
saying.
that, and Paul Sterling opening that with Harry Tector.
I mean,
and
yeah.
Spain is chasing 2 for
Have a bit of
2,642.
confidence in your players.
Hey, we took
Come on.
2 wickets.
Yeah, no, what I would say is, I guess the question was, are they going to pick maybe more from club teams? But I do think there's a bit of an overlap there.
Yep. They'll pick some informed club players, as this might go for 5 wides, which helps.
Not quite. Almost.
Yeah, you'd pick some informed club players and some players from the A team and development programs. Usually big nations will have a development team, they'll have a national A team,
Yep.
and that's what you'd imagine you'd select from.
It's funny though, because we have seen players like Vise, for example, made some good scores, but also found it tough. It's a different experience, I think, this format, especially when you're playing against some pretty talented raw cricketers that have played a bit more and understand the dynamics of the T10. But yeah, for sure, would be interesting. We've seen some of the England team from last year featuring in their domestic competitions this year, like Alex Russell, Harrison Ward, obviously.
How has Wardy been going?
He's been quiet lately, but I know
He's a T10 player.
He's pretty keen to rejoin us in one way or another, and also get back on the blue crew when the first class season
To be
ended.
fair, give him credit. He is actually a very good umpire.
Yeah, he is. Absolutely. Gone. And so it's the end of Pereira. Mostyn keeps it straight. Legs up out of the ground. So an over and a half remaining right now. Royal Roma right on top. Kent Lanka lose another wicket. 48 for 4.
Well, that might be a blessing in disguise. Unfortunately for Pereira, he just never got going. I think striking in the 60s, so that wicket might help the team batting move along a little bit.
Yeah, so swings all across it. Yeah, Keanu, just going back to the ECC conversation, say England picked from amateur players, that's true, but I mean, ultimately,
Harrison
they can
Ward
choose. Well, that's...
He's a professional.
This was last year when he wasn't...
No, he was already on the Sussex books.
He was on, yeah, so... But he was playing most of his cricket in Premier Cricket, I think.
Yeah, but he was on the books, so he was getting paid by a county.
Yeah, exactly.
So that's to me, that's what deems a professional player. I think
if you're getting money.
In the English team last year, the ACC team, they had 5 guys that were on the books.
Yeah. So what I would say is England can actually pick their team however they like. If they want to pick first team, they can.
Do you think they'll go similar?
Like
the same group of
they
men?
would probably the priority may go to players that played last year, but we really don't know. The other is that some players that played last year, I think they just weren't really suited to it as well as maybe some other players. Now the English selectors maybe have a bit more of an idea of what they're looking for in players now that they've seen a tournament. Swings all around this and almost loses off stump again. As this is Danuan that's coming out in number 6 position.
Yeah, well, he has to get going from the start. None of them have looked pretty set or steady at all. It's been a lethargic sort of innings, but can they get some energy into these last few deliveries? They should get one. They should get one.
Fernando has to hustle, but he'll get there.
Well, Fernando's been there, hasn't he? He's 23 of 17. He's
been an anchor.
Well, actually, maybe we got the nickname wrong. The anchor.
Well, let's just see if we can maybe reproduce the shot down the ground, which brought 4.
Yeah.
It's an innings, which is maximoless at the moment.
There we go, Vinny. Oh, it's there she blows. It's absolutely massive. It's the biggest 6 in the history of cricket. Finally.
Just getting his eye in, really. And this one's almost hit that house. Oh, well, game is alive.
It took a while. We've been waiting for the man Mountain to get one, and he got it.
Well, you're not catching that. Not on the field anyway. So, pretty decent. Anyway, into 9 overs, 55 for 4. And so we head into the last over to new one, yet to score. Wow. Well, there we go. We had the eruption. There she blows. There's a bit more of it's a whale reference. It's a Moby Dick
It's
reference.
because you said anchor.
Yes, I think a bit oceanic. Anyway, the new one does his job, gets to the other end. Now, let's see what we get out of Fernando.
Well, usually things come in 3s. That was 1. Can he get another one? That ball's still hurting.
Goes back this time, crunched it. May want to think it 2, but I feel like it's probably not on the cards here. They're going to take it. A good throw has him in trouble. That's pretty good wicket keeping. I think he's gone here. And so, yeah, keeper had to just go forwards because this throw loses a lot of pace when it hits the grass. And I guess the issue, volcanoes don't move particularly quickly. And so, you see, this is Ashraful Islam goes, finds it, and then he's just gone, isn't he? Half a step. So, it's a shame that we won't get to see more of the Sajith Fernando show. He's run out for 30. And the score now is 57 for 5.
Yeah, that is a shame. I think we were pretty excited to see if he could get another big one away. Only one out the middle. Well, here comes the other man.
Yeah, so new batter coming out, and well, kind of gone like for like here. This is going to be Bumaneka, the captain, who is going to come out with 4 balls to play. Close your mouth, Corey.
we can't give him the Volcano nickname, being a man
There is
mountain.
such a thing as a super volcano. Did you know that? And if they were to erupt, and it's actually potentially an Earth-ending event.
Really?
Yeah, look it up. I think there's one in Yellowstone National Park. Imagine the whole ground just completely being swallowed up by lava, and basically the world exploding.
Super volcano. I've not heard of this.
Look that up in the break. I'm also going to put the articles up in the break as well. So
This is what you're saying then. Here we
I'm
go.
not- yeah, well,
Well,
just
if he
saying.
hits it, it's going to stay hit. He does.
Not a bad shot first up.
Pretty good.
Go to the bowler's end, but it will get through for the single.
Yep. Bumaneka. He's off the mark.
Yeah, say something for you to do in the innings break if you like. I'll just put the article and the video in again if you haven't watched it yet. Look up Super Volcano. There's some homework for you guys. Good slower ball, knocks out a stump. So the new one can't advance the score. 6 wickets down, 2 balls remaining. It's 58 for 6.
Yeah, good slower ball. Completely does him there. He looked there rolling it out, and there goes the top of leg stump. Nice wicket.
So you don't think that was Fernando just quickly swapping shirts as he walked off, coming back on?
No, I do not.
Scandal. But credit where credit's due. That was a clever bit of bowling by Mukhtar Singh. Slower delivery.
There
And does the batter all ends up.
Yeah, there's only 20 known supervolcanoes on Earth, and they only go once, rarely, every
20,000 years?
100,000.
Yeah, a few 100,000 years probably, more like. So yeah, it's not good. That's one of those.
Well, now I've got something else to worry about, Vinny. Life was tough enough.
You can kind of pick where it would be.
What a
It's pretty-
supervolcano. I've never heard of it.
Volcano, yeah. Go watch some videos on what that would look like, some of the CGI. It's pretty scary. Just imagine even just blowing up right now. That shot from Fernando might have caused it. This is just angled in. Right out, we'll get 1. This is Irosh Vimukshi. He gets off the mark straight away. Vimukti coming in the number 8 position. So here we go. Bumaneka, last ball. Strap yourselves in. Hold on to something. As he's going to try and launch this.
Yeah, this could go miles,
Let's
Vinny.
see if he can swing him into the 60s.
This could go absolute miles. He's looking at the leg side. We know where he
That's
wants to hit
4 consecutive leg side looks.
it. Yeah.
So I think
He knows where he's swinging this
doesn't really
one.
matter where the fielders are. Last ball. Well, that's exactly where it goes. Let's see if they push for 2 here.
Yeah, he's got to push for 2.
Keeper's ends on here, I think. And he's going to get run out by a step. So he'll go 1 and out. Bumaneka run out for 2. They do get to the 60, but they don't get any more. Kent Lanka are going to finish 60 for 7 after their 10 overs.
Really, really good effort trying to run the 2 there, but unfortunately, he gets run out. Good throw. Nice take from the keeper. And so a couple of run outs and a bowl to end this innings. And for Kent Lanka, pretty disappointing, I think. 59 or 60 if you include the 1. So they have to go back to the drawing board a little bit later when these 2 teams meet again. But in the meantime, it'll be Royal Roma, who will be the happier of the 2 sides, and you can see the smiling faces there as we take a quick look at the highlights. And well, they were few and far between, but we have to give credit to Royal Roma, who bowled exceptionally well. That was a 4 early from a bit of a tumble. This was in the air. This was a really nice catch. Just tracking back with the floppy hat, taking it, and on a blustery sort of day, you'd be pretty happy with taking a catch there. He hit his head a little bit, but he was okay and able to continue. And this brought in the scorecard. No, it's gone, and that's interesting. The Fernando, we nicknamed him the Volcano just through the stature of the man. Tried his best to get going. Unfortunately, he didn't have too much support as the left-handers in this team, Namesh, and also his batting partner coming in down the order, just could never get going. There's plenty of dot balls. This would have been an absolute amazing catch from the wicketkeeper. Islam diving full to his right, but his elbows hit the turf and he ended up missing the opportunity. This was clean bowled, good bowling. You miss, I hit, and if you keep it straight, you always have a chance. A toppish sort of edge here that flew away for 4 over the offside. the wickets, even though they kept falling, that didn't dispirit the Kalanka side as much as they could. A couple of inside edges and outside edges that trickled away for 4. A little bit of luck there as the fielder tapped it into his own kneecap. And then this was one of the shots of the innings. Now big man Fernando getting on with it, trying to find boundaries where he could. Wickets just kept on falling though. They never really got the momentum in the innings they would have liked, but there was one shot I want to touch on. This ball, coming up in a moment, went absolute miles. You see that house there, and there was trouble for it. Sajith Fernando gets one out the screws, the only Maximo of the whole innings. You don't see that every day. This is cut away. Actually, this will be the end of the inning, so unfortunately we didn't get that. One Maximo did happen though. We'll confirm. He was well run out by the keeper Islam, who made some good ground to take the ball on the half volley. And some really good batting indeed. Didn't happen at the back end, and the keeper was more than happy with his work. Another bold, good slow ball, foxing. And for Kent Lanka, they tried their best. They just couldn't get the boundaries when they needed. This was a smart run out again. Doing the right thing for the team, looking for 2. Not there, run out, 1 scored. That brought the end to the innings, and pretty sedate is the only way we can talk about it. But good effort from the bowling side, Royal Roma. They'll be happy with their efforts. You'd imagine that they should get to these 60 runs pretty comfortably. And we have a look at the scorecards. Sajith Fernando, the only shining light, 30 off 19. Everyone else sort of struggling. Femara Pereira, 10 off 17. He'll go back to the drawing board as he just couldn't get the ball away. Unfortunately for them, 60 on the board, 9 extras in that as well. Let's have a look at the bowling scorecard. Pretty good reading for everyone. The most expensive economy, only 7.5. Shared a wicket apiece as well. Obviously, the bowling unit said, let's share the chocolates. And they did 1 for 1 for 1 for 1 for 1 for. Economies of 5, 6, 4, 6.5, 7.5. And wickets in clusters, meaning they kept them to 60. So that will take us to the halfway stage. Royal Roma, they're going to need 61 to win. Join us back for the all-exciting run chase. Thank you.
Hello and welcome back to Rome. It's great to have your company today. ECS action continuing into week 4 of our Italian summer adventure. And we're getting ready for the second half of match 7. Kent Lanka, side we did see last year in ECS cricket, playing their first game in this tournament, running into a red hot Royal Roma at the moment. Kent Lanka just struggling a little bit with the bat in their innings. 60 on the board. Royal Roma are going to come out chasing 61 for victory. So we'll have Vimukthi, who will open the bowling for Kent Lanka. Let's see if he can get anything going here. Well done to everybody, of course, around the ground. Thanks so much for looking after us. Again, just tucked into a little bit of lunch in the break. Haven't had too many breaks here. Down leg side, called a wide. And so, not the greatest start. Mubarak is saying he was red hot yesterday for Royal Roma. 60 not out of 25 in the first game. And for his next trick, 79 of 43. So 139 runs, dismissed once on day 1. He's a runaway freight train. Right now, he almost goes for a duck. Swings past this one. Well, there is a chance if anything, this scorecard is anything to go by, or this list of figures. Prague Tigers defended 60 on the 4th of June. So if they were to defend this, they would be equal top of that list. Barbarians only getting 34 in response. So will we see something dramatic like that? Well, stay tuned to find out. Can tell you, Nico Fernando is on the field now. Bucks into the pad. Slide down leg side. A lot of energy around the ground at the moment, Kent Lanka. This one just sneaks down the leg side. So, thanks for your question there, Shriyans. Keep the questions coming. ECN European Cricket Network. Goes after this, offside, and adios pelota. That one's over the fence. I don't think we're getting that one back. Maximo. Well, that's a shot of a man that scored 139 runs yesterday. So he gets a bit of width, and he just throws the hands at it. Hits it well in front of point. That went miles over the boundary. And I tell you what, man, there are some thoughts of going after that ball, but then they said, well, hold on. Before you climb the ladder and try and get over the fence, or just throw your brand new kookaburra. Don't worry about that. So Hussain goes large. He only had to 1-6 in the first innings. That was a pretty monster blow in itself from Sajith Fernando. Oh, lets this one go. A tight leave here from Mubarak Hussain. What's this one seam back? I suppose it's a good leave. Can't see him leaving 2 in a row though. See, do get a bit of seam movement in this pitch. Something in it for the bowlers, of course. We talked a lot about the bounce. Angled away. Just be 1. So we'll get to see Munib Niazi at the other end. We were talking a bit about super volcanoes, weren't we, before the break? Stephen Kelp in the chat saying, check out the wiki page for extinction level event. Kind of reminds you of all of our significance collectively as a whole, but it's very interesting stuff. Anyway, Niazi left-hander. Always handy to have the old left-hand, right-hand combination at the top of the order. Wow, it's a really good shot. Niazi just leans and makes it look easy. Straight down the ground. Maximo. Well, that's one way to get your eye in. So Vimukthi ends up going for 14 in his over. 14 without loss after 1. Very good looking shot. It's compact and just holds the pose for a second. That's out of here. Well, would say that our golden ball drought maybe just going to extend for at least one more game. Corey Ruckers joining back in the commentary box.
Well, I've never seen that before, Vinny. At the end of the first over, the whole team's come in and had a debrief. I think they're panicking, Vin. I've never seen that before.
It's a very indoor cricket thing to do, isn't it?
Yeah, they're probably saying, guys, we've only hit 59. The first over's gone for 14. We need to switch on. Golden ball is never coming. I've given up. I just can't see it coming. We've had a lot of hard luck with the golden balls. And unfortunately, hasn't happened just yet. So, new bowler coming in.
So, it's going to be a long way back. Yeah, indoor cricket, we normally do get together at the end of every over for a brief kind of team chat, but very brief. So, Sajith Fernando, we saw him play a key role with the bat. Now he's going to have the ball. Let's see if he can hurl a few down and maybe get a wicket or two for Kent Lanka. First one's real close. Just comes back off the deck. I think it comes inside the tram line. Got to say, for me, it's probably a wide. But the umpire only gets one look at it.
Yep.
So what do you think about Sajith Fernando? Had a key role. Corey, now we're seeing him open the bowling as well.
Well, you'd think he'd be motivated and ready to go. He wasn't used at the top of the order.
I think the Guinness people called about his 6. Well, Hussain settling in.
That's not bad. That's not bad bowling.
Yeah, good areas. Again, we're seeing a bit of sea movement, aren't we?
Yeah, why do you think he's left that? We've seen a couple of leaves this innings. Not often you see that.
I've only seen him launch once. Anyway.
Odd. Just odd.
It is odd.
2 leaves or 3 leaves so far?
I think 2.
He wouldn't leave another one. Not with the way he bats.
I wouldn't think so. Well, he doesn't leave it. Instead, he smacks it, and that's going to go all the way. Maximo and Andy House has been on fire with the hands, protecting all the officials there. Andy, nice work by you. The result, 6 runs for Royal Roma.
Yeah, what a shot. 6 runs, 20 metres short of the ambulance. I still think the ambulance is in play at some stage today.
And still the question remains, if the ambulance people get hit by the ball, who's going to look after them? You're putting your hand up?
I would like to think I could
We
step
saw
up in a
it, in all
panic
seriousness,
situation.
with Ryan Campbell, how important that was. A bystander was able to step up. Good comeback from Fernando. Tell me what you like about the bowling of Fernando so far this over.
He bowls a heavy ball. He gets it through. I mean, a fair bit of body weight coming behind the ball, so a fair bit of shoulder and chest used. He's got good pace about him, but can he get a wicket?
On length. Fair bit of the old Guru Pratap Singh. Remember from the Punjab Lions, Nicosia in the Cyprus team in the ECL? About him, physically dominates the landscape.
What do you think they had that team debrief after the first over? Do you think it was a bit like just to get everyone together to say, come on, let's stay positive sort of talk?
We'll see if they want to do it after every over. If they do, they might be in a bit of trouble with time in this tournament. But what I will say is, just let's try and play some good cricket, guys.
Yeah.
This game, it might not be one that we can win, but let's just try and give a good account of ourselves going into the second leg of the double header. It's pretty well bowled. There's a fair bit of bat in it though, plus it would have gone down leg side. So Niazi can't score off that one. And so it will take us to the end of the over. 2 overs down, the score 21 for no loss.
21 for none after 2. So this game already getting away from them a little bit, but I reckon they did have that chat just to say, guys, well, look, they all come walking in here, Vin.
Yeah. So this is
all maybe they're all.
I think they're all coming in. They're all just.
That's quite a lot though. Maybe they're all queuing up to say who can have a bowl.
Yeah, maybe that's what the discussion's about. Having a look at the table, Royal Roma. Well, this might be enough, this win, to take them back to the top of the table right now. But certainly with a couple of wins they can this afternoon. So they're going back to Vimukti to bowl over number 3. Yeah, so cricket for you in the chat. Really like the shot of Niazi first up. He drilled it down the ground. He's only faced 2 balls so far. But Hussain faces up and he goes straight down the ground. This one is out of here. Going, gone. Maximo. Now, Corey ditched his headphones, thought he was going to catch this. I knew he was never going to get there. But I tell you what, that's a pretty good shot from Mubarak Hussain. He quickly moves to 20 in quick time. Well, you probably can leave a ball or two if you're going to do that occasionally as well. It might have gone all the way over the fence, did it? Yeah, it bounced over the fence. So you can see they're making pretty quick work of this at the moment.
Yeah, it bounced right next to the cube, bounced over the fence. So unfortunately, we've not got that one back because straight down the wicket, there's a gigantic field cornered off. So we've lost that ball, unfortunately.
Yeah, oh well, that's the way it goes. No, it's the first ball that you've tried to ditch the headphones and chat, and I
It's been
know
a while
exactly
since I've
why.
done that. That one totally forgot.
I think you had a bit of FOMO earlier. Launched.
Whoa!
And
Ambulance! 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 Oh, it's gone over the ambulance. Oh, what a shame that is. We've been saying all day it's going to happen eventually, Vin.
well, the ambulance didn't anticipate it, and so luckily it is too close actually, and it does sail over the head. It absolutely smashed that.
Oh,
It's probably a good depth though, but it just was the wrong line.
They've got to move it, Vinny. It is a sitting duck. Oh. Maybe we could play the siren every time it gets hit for a 6.
Yeah, well, that's what they're there for. Wow, this is more an up and under job.
Wow.
Ah, well, good luck. They're going to come from everywhere. And in the end, it's going to go for 4. Well, completely disoriented there. All the players combined, but none of them can stop the boundary. Put it as 4 more to Mubarak Hussain. So 6-6-4 to start the third over.
Well, the word is disorientated. The batsman didn't know where it went. The fielder didn't know where it went. And then this fielder that did know couldn't get it back in.
One step too late. Actually steps on the ball.
You have to wonder, Kent Lanka, they've started this game slowly. And they
Never easy coming in as the 5th team because everyone else is 2 games ahead of you. You feel
just
we'll
a bit
we'll
rusty.
Be fresher at the end of the week though. This one keeps low a bit. And you can see Niazi puts up the stop sign.
I think in the replay match after this, they'll put in a much better showing. That's my call. I think the only way is up from here. I mean, this is going to be a pretty upsetting loss, you imagine, unless something crazy happens.
Like Roma CC first game yesterday. Just have to draw a line under it, forget it, and then try and come back in the next game. Well, Stephen Kell, you're supporting Kent Lanka, I assume, because of the orange uniforms. One pushed a bit too wide.
Be a wide.
You have to have a soft spot then for the orange clad Kent Lanka side.
We've seen every uniform so far. Have you got a favourite?
Well, Royal Roma, very different strip than last year, where they had predominantly yellow with a bit of green.
I'm a big fan of Morning Sun Bangla.
Okay. That is a good one. I'd say with the new shirts, probably Roma CC, you have the day off today. I like what they've done with their uniforms.
Okay.
A bit of the gold in there, a bit of the scarlet.
Scarlet?
Kind of like a darkish red.
That's not a colour.
Can just be a bit more descriptive. Could have just said red.
Was scarlet? Is that just made up?
No. Told you. Go read that thesaurus I bought you for your birthday.
How do you spell that?
SCARLET.
Like it when you make things up, Vinny.
Bright red colour, sometimes with a slightly orange tinge. This is dragged away. Niazi puts up the stop sign. He's probably got a bit of FOMO here. He's only faced 2 balls so far into the power play. And the score is 39 for no loss. But all jokes aside, remember I can say what he did really well yesterday in his 79 is he controlled the strike. In fact, he faced 43 balls while he was there. So that was 43 out of the 58 while he was at the crease. So you can see that over. Pretty good comeback, I suppose, in the end, because the first half went for 16, the second half just went for 2 in that over, but still 18 off the over, takes to a very healthy 39.
Yeah, and I can confirm you are right. Scarlet is a colour.
Thank you very much.
Yep.
Not just something I made up. I do make up stuff occasionally, but that wasn't one of those times.
Well, learn something new every day, they say.
You learn a couple of new things today. You learn about super volcanoes.
I did know about that, but...
That's a lie, so you don't have to...
I thought they were all underwater.
Well, they can be.
Yeah, that's what. To be honest, that's what I thought. I didn't realise they're above ground. Let's hope it doesn't happen now.
Yeah, let's hope it doesn't happen before the end of match 7.
Ah, spin. Like it. Spin to win.
This is Ishan Shaminda
Looks like left arm over the wicket.
About in the 3 position.
What do you reckon? Left arm off spin?
Yeah.
Probably.
First one doesn't spin because it doesn't bounce. And so this will just be a single to start.
I like the idea, bringing the spinner into the game, even though they might lose. It's good to get him some rhythm. They do have a game coming up after this.
Hello to Archie. Nice to see you in the chat. He said he's never heard of an ambulance being a sitting duck before.
Well, it definitely is. It hasn't happened yet, but it will. Especially while Hussein's on strike. He's every chance. Interesting, they haven't got the field right here at all. There's no cut. There's 3 on the offside and 6 on the leg side to a left arm off spinner. Whoa, I've never seen this field before. Oh! Has he got a helmet on? Oh, this is bad. Oh, this is bad.
No good. Oh, we talk about it all the time. But especially on this pitch. I talked about this yesterday. These fuller ones.
Ow!
Yeah, that's no good.
Well, the ambulance will probably have to come into play now. That is bad.
Does it take a little something on the way past?
Oh, yeah, he edged it. It's a top edge into the...
Yeah, you're right. And yeah, straight away you can see some concern.
Well,
yeah, well, this is why. I mean, in the old days, keepers never used to wear helmets up to the stumps, but in the modern day, it's almost goes without saying. And because there's absolutely nothing you can do about that.
Well, this is why we have the paramedics so close for a freak accident. And they're getting onto the field. Hopefully he's okay, but he's still standing on his feet. So
yeah, but that'll shake you around for sure. Certainly hoping Danishka Takiriadura.
you know what's interesting as well?
nothing
That's a
lasting
no
there.
ball for too many men on the leg side. They
Was
had
it?
6 on the leg side.
Yeah, you can't have 6.
They
Correct.
had 3 on the offside, 3
Good
and 6
umpiring.
on the leg side.
That makes it even worse, doesn't it?
Well, glad we've got the paramedics here, so he'll be in safe hands, and let's hope he's okay. And it's just one of those incidents, and I hope he's got all his teeth because it's hit him pretty flush.
No one likes to see injuries, of course, but of course, it makes sense, I suppose, to use the helmet when you're up to the stumps. Again, sometimes people aren't as comfortable, but I think generationally going forward, it's going to become the norm to wear helmets, and we certainly thoroughly encourage the use of the protective equipment. But yeah, just be a little break in play here. You know what? Gives us a chance while we're here to do a bit of a lurker call out. Haven't done it yet today, so I'm going to call it out now. If you are watching right now, let us know in the chat. Are you in European Cricket Network? And maybe you can let us know where you're watching from. And maybe you can also tell us what's your favourite thing to do in hot weather. I'll start with one of mine.
Swim?
Swimming in a lake.
In a lake?
Yeah, last week in Brescia, we spent some time in Lake Garda, and this was amazing. It's actually 160 kilometres around this lake. So it was a lot of space. The water was beautiful and clear. It was amazing. So I'd love to go back there again. But yeah, that's just a bit of an unfortunate incident, and I see no way that Takiriadura is going to continue with the gloves.
Well,
I think.
this game's almost over, so go off, rest. Hopefully it's nothing serious and he can focus on playing later today.
Yeah, but I'm not so sure with that we'd even see him for the rest of the day.
Well, it's hard to tell. It's hard to tell. The good thing I can tell you in the foreground, he's stayed on his feet the whole time. He hasn't gone down. He's not laying. He's not. They've given him some space.
But we didn't see exactly where it hit him. Now, if you're lucky, I say lucky, but if you're lucky with that, then hopefully you're going to get something more like cheekbone or something like that, like quite a big structure. You don't want to be getting it in the mouth. I mean, the mouth is the one where it doesn't have much time. He turns his head slightly, and your instinct to turn your head is just to, you see, that hits him maybe on the right cheekbone. But again, we can't really see there.
Might be off for an X-ray, I'd imagine.
Yeah, I think it makes sense. So anyway, the kids out there, especially if you're keeping up to the stumps, get that helmet. I remember an incident when I was quite young, and even the keeper back. Actually, it's when they started bringing in the rules for kids to wear helmets keeping even if you're back, because you can get those second bounces that can come up and get you in the mouth and cause quite a nasty injury.
Well,
but anyway, lurkers, come at us and tell us what's your favourite thing to do in the heat. What's your favourite thing to do in the heat? Maybe a nice cold drink?
Favourite thing to do in the heat? Like when I'm hot, favourite thing to do?
When the weather's hot. Good to see him walking off under his own steam, though.
I used to go I like to call cinema.
Oh, yeah?
I like to go to the cinemas when
Go
it's
to the
extremely hot.
movies.
Go to the movies. It'd be nice and cool, have a few little snacks. Always enjoyed that.
Oh, yeah.
But this is a good sign.
Yeah.
He's walking off in his own accord. He's sipping some water. So I think he might have actually gotten a little bit lucky. That could have been...
My feeling is he may have just turned his head enough But, yeah, I mean, that whole area, nose, cheekbone, I mean, it's a...
That could have been teeth gone, nose broken, in the eye.
You see, I don't know if you can see, he quickly turns his head to the left as much as he can. It happens so quickly that it doesn't really have too much time, but it just takes it from looking square on to just...
It's quite amazing.
Him in the side of the face a bit more.
I don't believe in you say things and then they sort of happen. But we talked about today about keepers up to the stumps without helmets, about Mark Boucher, Craig Kieswetter. We talked about the ambulance people, and then it's all sort of come in one. I'm glad he's okay. Looks like there will be a stand-in keeper, obviously.
Yeah.
Not too sure who will be doing that just yet as the players...
Yeah, so I think it'll be Samara Nimesh that's taking over behind the stumps. But yeah, nasty one.
So we're going to have a backup wicket keeper. Good luck to him. Never easy to do that because it's something you're not mentally prepared for. I wonder if he's got some keeping experience. He'll definitely be wearing the helmet though.
Yeah, good idea. So yeah, this is the thing. When batting, a lot of the time, or most of the time, it's a misjudgment that causes a head blow like that. But when you're keeping, it's really out of your hands. It's often as a result of a deflection, either off the bat like that or maybe off the pad. I've had quite a few that have lodged in between my grill and the peak of my helmet.
Well, you see some keepers wear the baseball mask.
Baseball mask. Ryan Campbell was one of the first to bring that out. I've got to say, for me, I was just a bit more used to the cricket helmet, but I think any protection's good. I mean, most of them, they're coming from front on when you're keeping, so you're not so concerned with the top or the side of your head. Just the nature of the balls that are likely to get you.
And just a reminder, besides the hit to the face, they made an error. 6 people were on the leg side. I was saying I've never seen this field because you can't see that
well, that's
field.
right.
So
I was going to mention that, but there was a face knock. But I want to say hello to Archie and some other lurkers in the chat. And I think we're almost ready to make a start. I think it will be a free hit. So Archie says his favourite and regular pastime to sit in the shade watching ECN cricket with a chilled beer.
Well, here's one for you.
Okay.
So there's a free hit, a delay, but now 2 men have run across, so that's a change of the field you can't do. How do you actually...
No, that's the exception to when...
But they've brought 2 across.
You're allowed... Yeah, it's fine. I think you can change your field.
Even though they didn't run?
I think so.
Well, free hit time. I guarantee everyone's forgot. It's Fernando coming for the catch. He drops it anyway, so it doesn't matter.
Oh, it's a good drop. Goes straight back to the bowler.
So you can have both people...
I believe you're... I just think the regulation says you're allowed to change your field if it's for an illegal field. So 2 men outside the circle, for example.
One.
That's one I just scrap. I'll give you an example. If they do change strike, nobody goes, oh, that's super lucky that we can set a free hit field. Like, it does make a tiny difference, but it would just be one less thing the umpires would have to worry about. So I'd just say, set whatever field you want.
No, I don't agree. It delays the game.
No difference after any other ball.
If it's a no ball and the batsman stays on strike, you then have to, okay, well, hold on, let's bring third and finally go up, let's move them back. If you're a proper captain, you waste time.
It's still a timed game, right? So you have to factor all that in. Hacks across the line. So yeah, a bit of a dampener, but I do have some people in the chat. Hello to Liam Day as well. Who else have we got in here? And, a lot of people saying beer is their favourite thing. Different types of beer you can get now.
Oh,
Goes
what
straight.
A
really good looking shot. It's going to be 1 bounce 4. And so Niartzi moves into double figures. Jeez, he's hit this shot well so far in his innings. Look at that follow through.
Yeah, he held the pose just enough. He knew he got that out the middle. Good shot for
Liam's got a pretty good one. He said once in Australia, he got too hot for him as a New Zealander. So he took a tram loop just for the aircon. Clever. Corey thinks that's genius. That's why he hasn't commented.
New Zealanders, eh?
Leg side. This will be 4 more. Put it with the rest. Brings up the 50 and the 50 partnership. Niartzi, when we have seen him get strike, he's looked very, very good. And he moves to 15 with that strike.
Yeah, he's looking very good indeed. And he shows us a full array of shots. A little chip down the wicket. And then this one, a bit more of a slog sweep. fits the gap. It's educated batting and pretty impressive. This has been a cantering, only 11 required now.
Yeah. Not going to be too long before this one's in the books, I think. Can they get a consolation wicket here? Chaminda. Oh, he almost does. That was pushed through a little bit quicker. Missed out on that back foot drive or cut. So, good finish to the over, but they were 11 off it. The score 50 for no loss after 4.
Yeah, definitely. Good work from the stand-in keeper there as well, because that turn was quick and he got his glove on it.
Hello as well to Zaid Aziz, who has said in the chat what he likes to do, a bit like Kai Bay. He said, hi everyone watching from Sydney, been a bit busy tonight on a hot day. He likes to enjoy a cool drink at a table under the trees. That sounds quite nice, doesn't it? Hello to Ian Johns. Just let us know, has hit 40 in London. And I think maybe, is it the first time they've had a 40-degree day there? I know they were talking about that. Let us know if that's the case. Keanu saying he's more of a cold bourbon and Coke kind of a guy. But, well, we don't get on the beers until after play here. Might enjoy one or two tonight. But thanks to all the lurkers that took the time in between their busy days to say hello to us here. Also always keeps it interesting for us here in the cube. All right, here's the new one who starts with a wide. So just 10 more required now.
10 more required in this one. You got a chance soon though, Kent Lanka, to correct their wrongs after this pretty disappointing performance so far.
Slower ball. Kind of fools Hussain, who changes his shot, just stops his shot in the end. Got to say, I like the look of these two as an opening combination because they do both like to attack. And the other thing is they've got that right-hand, left-hand combination. So I think Niasi has been a pretty good addition to this side. We didn't see him yesterday. Of course, no Anil Kumar in the lineup for Royal Roma today. But right now, looks like they'll only take about half the allotted overs to knock these runs off. Well, this one's driven to cover, no run. That's the other thing I like doing. I mean, I've got to say, I'm a fan of, don't mind a ginger beer on a cold day. I think we've talked about this before.
Yep.
Niasi scored some runs before on ECN. Going into this series, scored 276. But, yeah, looking pretty compact, pretty organised at the moment. Just knocks that down the ground for one.
Yeah, compact player. Looks really good, these two. Pretty special partnership, this. So just 8 to get now. Big net run rate boost coming up for the Roma side. Oh,
Well, baseball, that's into the gap. It's going to be 6. Maximal. And, well, not sure if this was called or not. Have a look at it on the replay.
I'm
You see,
surprised.
there's the waist. And,
That's a no-e.
yeah, you think?
Yeah.
Yeah, certainly was one that warrants further another look. Remember, the rule we have now in ECS cricket is if it's waist high or above. Umpire felt maybe that was just dipping, but I would have said if I was caught off that, I don't think I would have been very happy. Regardless, they'll get 6, and that takes them within reach of the target. Scores up to 59.
I'd like to see them more called than not called, to be fair.
I agree. This one could be it, and it will be it. It's gone back to the olden days. Going, gone. Game, set, match. Maximal. And Hussain, he takes his average to 183 over the first 3 games of this series, and he takes it deep. And they do get there within the 5 overs.
Yeah, and look at this celebration, Vinny. You'd think he's just won the World Cup. Absolutely ecstatic with his 44 not out. And have a look at this, Vinny. One of the biggest celebrations you've seen.
That means a lot to these guys, of course, to be part of the big show. You know, once a year, potentially again, if they can win their way through to the Super Series again, Royal Roma. But it was a pretty comprehensive performance, wasn't it? And they bring up the winning runs with 31 balls to spare. So we'll have about 35 minutes until these two teams will play again. That'll be in match 8, the last match of the day. But yeah, pretty good opening partnership of 65, knocking the runs off pretty quickly. And have a look at that in the outside. Well, take a postcard and send it of that, because that was a beautiful looking shot to get his innings going. Great first ball of the tournament. And along with Mubarak Hussain, well, he wasn't running for many either. The officials, once again, well, they were under a bit of attack. The ambulance was even under attack. But well, we saw plenty of power. In fact, of that innings, we had 42 of the 65 runs in Maximos. That really was the difference between the two teams. In the first innings, we only saw the 1-6. We saw 7 within the first half of the innings, and that was a moment that no one likes to see. Tagiri Adura, the keeper, just taking that one in the facial area. And so, yeah, well, luckily he got the attention that he needed. But yeah, once again, you see the importance of wearing a helmet if you're keeping up with the stumps to protect against those little deflections. So we did see the mesh go behind the stumps, covering for him, but it was kind of academic. We knew that there wasn't a lot to go in this match. And in the end, we saw that one just towards the end. We thought it was borderline, might have been called. Didn't really matter in the end, did it? Because the game would end the next ball anyway. Hussain swings them to victory. And it's showing he was able to leave a couple early. And so, yeah, well, they do it with time to spare. Royal Roma 3 wins from 3 games. Looking good for finals, says Kai Bay. And we will see Kent Lanka and Royal Roma going head-to-head. The final match of the day coming up, match 8. And, yeah, well, maybe we will see Nico Fernando in a bit more of a leading role for Kent Lanka. They will be batting first again in the last game of the day. So join us. In about 35 minutes, we'll have the first ball of that one. As we look back and have a look at the scorecard, 44 not out, 16 not out for the openers. Hussain continues his good run. 183 runs in the series now. He's only been dismissed once. But Niazi, tell you what I saw of him, I really, really liked. And so, yeah, very, very comfortable victory. And so, you see the bowling figures, a bit of pain there. And the Mukti ended up going for 32. Pretty good over from Sajith Fernando, probably a bright spot. But yeah, apart from that, it was fairly comfortable going, wasn't it? So, well, you'll have a chance to maybe take a quick break. Do one of the things you like to do on a hot day, whether it's summer or not, where you are. Maybe go grab a quick drink, go for a walk, maybe go to a cinema and catch a quick movie. But make sure you come back and join us in half an hour as we get ready for the last match of day 2. Kent Lanka batting first against Royal Roma. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo. Corey Ruckers with me. We'll see you shortly for more fun, action and excitement on ECN. You're watching the FanCode European Cricket Series. Hello and welcome back to the Roma Cricket Ground. Last game of day 2 on the way. It's match 8. And Royal Roma have had a flawless start to this tournament so far. This is week 4 of our 5-week Italian summer adventure. We've seen over 30 sides from all across Italy taking part so far. Top 5 will make it through to the Super Series next week, including the winner this week in Rome, Kent Lanka. They'll be hoping to get their first wicket, or their first win in ECN cricket. You can see Royal Roma, well, they're keeping options. This is up the top of the order there in Mubarak Hussain, as well as Manib Niazi, who has been very good at the top of the order. And well, you can also see that they're 10-run favourites on the bat versus ball wall. So Royal Roma yet to experience defeat in this tournament. They did only win 2 of the 8 games last time. And yeah, looking forward to seeing the rematch here against the Kent Lanka side. Hopefully they've learnt a little bit from that last game, of course. Not easy coming in as the last team to arrive in ECS. And let's see if they can get moving. Vinny Sando here, Mr. Maximo for the European Cricket Network. And joining me in the commentary box is Corey Rutgers.
Hi, Vinny. How did you enjoy your 30-minute break?
Well, it's a bit unusual to have a bit of a break. I think the way things are going here with extra drinks breaks and a few other things, setting the stumps back up. But yeah, made the most of it. And yeah, I'd say we've been kind of spoiled with a little bit of a breeze today. So even though we're up at, got it as 33 right now, it's not as unpleasant as it was yesterday.
Yeah, I spent my time reading up about super volcanoes, Vinny. Very interesting
I've
indeed.
got you on down a rabbit hole now.
Yeah, well, if it does happen, it will drop the temperature by 10 degrees due to the ash, so might not be the worst as the UK. They've set some records today. Hottest day over there. Beautiful weather here, though. This is good for cricket with that breeze.
Keanu's asking what we're getting for lunch. We had a couple of nice cold lunches. We had some rice with a few vegetables in it yesterday. Today we had some pasta.
Did you eat my lunch today?
I ate some of it. You said you weren't hungry. That's another story. Also got some chair news for you coming up in match 4, last game of the day, and it starts right now. Starts with a single. Now here's a man, you called him the Volcano. When he did hit a 6, Corey, your theory was spot on. It went miles.
Yeah.
But that was the only 6 of the whole innings, and they'll be wanting to get a bit more consistency through this innings, Kent Lanka.
Yeah, fingers crossed he can get some consistency, get the ball away. He chewed up a fair few dots, did the big man. And then he got one big one away. The Human Volcano is his nickname. He's dressed in orange. He's a nice guy. We had a great chat with him in the break. We've got some chair news involving him. Here we go. Indoor cricket shot, Vinny. Chopped down.
Oh, chopped down and up. Strong hat game there, isn't it? From the fielder.
Very good hat game. I hope there isn't a volcano in the foreground. Bit of fire. Shot. What a nice shot that is. He'll find the fielder though. Get it.
Oh no.
No, he's okay. He got moving late though, didn't he?
Yeah, well.
He made a one down the ground tight.
Oh, I tell you, when he did get going though, he was motoring.
You don't want that running through you. Oh, there you go, Vin. Bit of smoke in the background.
Doesn't surprise me.
Well, I just looked up Super Volcano.
Coming from the direction of our hotel.
That's a worry.
Concerns me. Well, we're still talking to you, so hopefully it's not that serious.
It is a hot, hot day. Both opening batsmen off the mark.
This is Shahanka for Royal Roma. This one's going to be blasted through the offside. It's going to be 4. So they have made the change at the top of the order, and it's Nico Fernando. We've talked about him a lot. Well, he does get his chance here at the top. Circumstances allowing. That was a really nice shot, wasn't it?
Yeah, well, Nicolo Fernando batting at the top will help them this time. He's opening the batting. That's a gorgeous shot. Best shot they've played in a game and an over.
Very, very nice shot. Well balanced for that. Good reach. So Shahanka continues. Goes aerial and just gets it over the fielder. Shalamgul was the man who jumped, but he couldn't quite pull it in. And so back-to-back boundaries boundaries for Nico Fernando, and he's already making a difference at the top of the order for Kent Lanka.
Well, I like the look of him. They've put him up the order, and what he's doing well, just timing the ball, getting enough elevation.
He's another one, of course. Travel situation around Europe, not ideal. So we couldn't see him feature as much as he wanted to in the first game. But here he is, and yeah, that was a good shot. Took it on. Wasn't really a driving length, but turned it into a front foot drive. Just got it over the fielder.
I'd like to know what they put in the water where Kent Lanka are. A couple of big boys. He's huge as well.
Good point. So he pushes, wants to run. And he's got another thing coming because Sajith Fernando was not moving. 10 off the first over, 10 for no loss.
Yeah, defensive last ball, but 10 for no loss. A much more positive start for Kent Lanka after a little bit of a disappointing loss earlier. Here's the teams that have made it through so far. Albano from Milan, fresh topical as well. Love that name. Gina Brescia from Brescia. And we got to see Cricket Stars, who I really enjoyed last week. And we'll get one more team.
Yeah, one of these 5 teams. And we've seen all 5 teams now that we have seen Kent Lanka. So tell me who you like in the early stages of this one, Corey.
Morning Sun.
Thought you'd say that. Royal Roma, though, the other team that's impressed, but Rome Bangla Morning Sun having just a bit more of a blip so far compared to Royal Roma. But to be fair, Royal Roma, we haven't seen them against one of what I think are probably the 3 favourite teams here, which are Rome Bangla Morning Sun as well as Roma CC. And so I think that's pretty relevant. Goes straight, goes long, goes strong, and Maximo. Well, he's gotten going a bit quicker this time. Bring the boom straight down the ground, 6 runs.
Yeah, well, finally, it's an early eruption this time. Dead straight. What a shot. We didn't see any of this from Kent Lanka in their match previous. Have they corrected their wrongs early? 2 Fernandos out there. Popular last name, isn't it?
Yeah, it sure is. He's got a bit of a Sri Lankan feel about it. But, yeah, maybe having Nico partnering him takes a bit of pressure away from Sajith Fernando. And, well, halfway through this innings at the mini drinks break, we might just give a bit of an update about the situation. A bit of goss from the dugout for Kent Lanka. Pulled. Doesn't get too much of it, but we'll get a single. So it is the last game of the day, so why don't you shoot some random questions at us?
Yep.
And also, I think Keanu's already started the food chat, asking about what we had for lunch. If you want to talk food, I'm looking forward to going to one of my favourite Italian restaurants. Not sure I'll go tonight, but I will definitely go over the next couple of weeks. Scaccomatto.
I know what I'm doing for dinner.
Going down to the Maximo Mart, right?
Yeah, no, but there's a meatball restaurant.
You
Purely
said you're gonna
specialises
try
on meatballs.
Rack up a century. Ooh, close-ish, you know. Has a good thing and gone. Well, it has to be pretty spot on to get one from this angle. We'll see it on the replay. Shannon Gould going round the wicket to the left-hander. So for the first time, Nico Fernando misses out. And let's just have a look at the impact here. Tiny step out of his crease. But yeah, I think that's out. I can't see that sliding. Back pad as well. So I think it's a pretty good decision. Almost falls over with the appeal. Well, he believed it. And so did the umpire, Vlada Picaro. Sends Nico Fernando on his way. So he's the first wicket to fall here in match 8. And the score is 17 for 1.
Yeah, good decision. Really good decision. Even though he's coming around the wicket, angling it into left-hander, it hits him probably in line with middle and off, and it doesn't hit him high. It hits him on the back leg. That's canning into leg stump. That's taking leg stump out the ground. So
yeah.
Good decision.
Fair call. And what I really liked is she took her time to think about that one, and I think she gets it spot on. So it's not plumb. I mean, it's not hitting middle stump, but I do think it was going to crash into the furniture. Well, here we go. Archie Watts has put something random. It's not really a random question. But
Don't you worry, I'm looking
comment.
it up immediately.
Corey's already on the Google.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
What a great suggestion from Archie.
Well, you're already kind of doing this. So I don't know if we need a box, but I am going to read it out after this. First, we'll say Ishan Shaminda. Also got some injury updates in match 4. Oh, that looks so cool. Oh, wow. Try something pretty innovative first ball.
Well, I don't mind people trying things that they might practice. Brave shot first ball.
Lucky not to get a little glove or a little edge on this.
Lucky not to wear
So
it
a
either.
bit of news. Danushka Tikiri Yadura, who got hit in the face earlier. It's serious, but not too serious. Tries it again. This time he'll get a wide. But, so he's playing in this game, but he won't have the gloves. The gloves will stay with Nimesh. He's missing the leg stump. So Archie's comment was, here's something for the director of our team, Vinny and Corey. Give us nap boxes.
Oh, it's a giant fully. That's going to be no ball. One warning for the bowler. And they'll just get one. That was a proper beamer.
Yeah, it probably was. He already showed he wants to play most of his batting sitting down here, Shaminda. Yeah, that was shoulder high, wasn't it?
Yep.
So free hit coming
Well,
up.
just before you finish that question, Vinny,
Yep.
it's the human volcano with a free hit.
All
Now, that is just adding fuel to the magma. And every chance this could go miles.
All right, well, we'll keep our wits about us. Well, if you've just tuned in, catches in the commentary cube today. Mr. Maximo 1, Corey 0.
Saving of children, Mr. Rutgers 1, Mr. Maximo 0.
Actually, I saved him by catching the ball.
I pulled him out the way, Vinny.
That's not what the video evidence says. Anyway, here we go. Free hit time. He launches it too high, gets nothing. They'll hustle through for a run. He's almost caught, isn't? Wouldn't have mattered because it was a free hit. Yeah, so Archie's talking about nap boxes that they've got in Japan, designed for staff to sleep standing up. Look it up, it's for real. So so how does your head stay in place?
I don't know, I've just
Can you
looked
look
it
up the internals? I know that you've got...
I've already ordered one. It'll be here tomorrow, Vinny. I'll be taking a nap in the cube.
You do not need to be encouraged to have more naps. Last ball, the over. Gets that front leg out the way again, but finds the fielder. Raj cleans up. It's the end of 2 overs, and the score is 21 for 1.
Well, what I like that Shaminda's done, he's come out, lap, slog across, he's trying something. In the first game, Kent Lanka were playing a 75 over game. Don't even know if that exists. They were blocking things, leaving things. Let's have a look at the table.
Yeah, let's have a quick look here, and you can see that just behind on that run rate at the moment, Royal Roma, but a win here will take them back to the top of the table overnight. And so we'll keep an eye on that. The other thing, at the other end, you can see Roma Campanelli and Kent Lanka without any points yet. Remember, only the top 4 will survive to finals day. The 5th team is eliminated automatically on Friday afternoon. So nobody wants to be in that spot. So a few people saying it's good to hear that Takiri Adura is okay and playing. So yeah, uncomfortable, obviously, but he's playing as a bat in the side.
Yeah, it says the device, the snap sleeper standing up thingy, does support the head and everything, and it's cooling as well, and it's going to come into Japan.
Sounds interesting. So, nap boxes maybe coming soon to ECN. Let's find out. Well, it goes leg side. It goes large. Straight in the hole.
Whoa.
Get in the hole.
There it is, out the back. Oh, it did. It went in the hole. It
Wow.
went in the hole. No way. I'm talking about it went hole in one. Watch the ball closely here, Vinny. I'm telling you.
Takes one hand off the bat at the end as well.
Watch it out here. The corner
There
of your
you
screen.
go. To your left,
1,
near the table.
2. Gone for eternity.
That has gone to centuries past.
Well, people will be digging in 500 years and find that ball.
Some people go their whole life without a hole in one. Got to say, though, as far as golf holes go, this would be the biggest ever, because that's a massive hole where they're doing an archaeological dig at the moment. And that's why we have that big mound of dirt in that part of the ground.
Tell you what, the volcano has arrived in this one. He was a bit sedate the first game. He's getting it now.
And then the other thing is, Shaminda came out last time and he got it a bit wrong with his footwork. He's trying something a bit different.
Oh,
this
the
is launched.
human volcano, Vinny! What a shot!
Nobody's catching that. It's gone. So, well, single-handedly, Sajith Fernando is blasting Kent Lanka into contention.
Well, this is what we expected to see from the big man. He is an absolute unit. That is miles.
He only got one out of the middle in that whole first innings. And you can see now, he really means business. Shahanka is going to continue with the round-the-wicket attack here. Goes short, hits it pretty well. Well, this will be 4. So another boundary. And I like the way he doesn't premeditate here. He waits, he sees the length is short, he plays the correct shot, and he hits it pretty well. 4 more.
Oh, look how low he's getting. That's a great shot. He's come to the party now. This is what we wanted to see an hour and a half ago.
Well, we're going to tell you something at the mini drinks break about Sajith Fernando.
I feel like we should show it while he's there.
Might have just knocked some sense into him. That's all I'm going to say.
I feel like it might be something we need to discuss early, Vinny.
All right, maybe we'll bring it forward a bit because he is really
Just in
turning on
case,
at the moment.
while he's there, while he's the hot topic. Shot. 4 more. He's really come to the party now.
Would have been a wide, but takes 4 anyway. So he's 29 off 10. He's been knocked into shape, hasn't he? Pretty quick. Bang. Again, it's all hands. Reaching for it. 4 more, turning into a good power play for Kent Lanka.
Well, he could be turning this into a super volcano over. Good batting. We were wondering in the first game, this guy is that big and he looks technically correct. When will it come good? It's come good now. Oh, that's massive. That's an ambulance weight. No, it's just to the right of the ambulance. Another 6. Oh, I'll tell you what, the human volcano's erupted. What an over.
Well, don't trip in the lava because it's flowing now. And so Sajith Fernando goes massive. So he's gone 6, 6, 4, 4, 6 to finish the over. Count it, 26. And well, that's the end of the power play. 47 for 1. And well, if you're wondering what happened is in the break, Sajith Fernando wanted to take a seat, and this was the result. And we're not making this up. He made the chair explode. So that is the power of the man. And he didn't mind us telling him this, but talking about it. And he says, though, in his words, it was already broken. But let's just say
likely excuse.
that this chair was blown apart. And right now, the bowling is getting blown apart by Sajith. It's given him superpowers, Corey.
Well, it apparently has. He blows chairs apart and he blows the kookaburra apart. He's come to the party. 35-11. That's what we wanted to see an hour ago. Great to see him smoking the ball now.
Apparently, his teammates found it more than a little amusing. Well, that's what happened. I'll give you the truth here. Now they're going to change the pace. Rajvinder Singh, captain, coming in to bowl over number 4. It's short, goes on the cut and gets caught. He just couldn't quite get it over the infield in the end. So Raj gets the wicket first ball. It's the end of Chaminda for 1. And Kent Lanka lose a second wicket immediately in the 4th over. It's 47 for 2.
He can't believe he's done that. He stood at the crease for about 10 seconds afterwards. It was short. It was wide. He just had to get the elevation, which he couldn't do. And he stood there for an eternity, very upset.
Yeah, I think he could have pulled that, but he decided to go on the cut, probably thinking it's a bit safer, especially with no third man back, but he just couldn't get it over that fielder in the end. Pretty tall fielder. And that takes the catch. So Rajvinder gets a wicket straight away. And it was Ali Zulkarnain who takes the catch.
Yeah, nice safe catch. Still got to hold him. Well, it's a sad day for plastic chairs though, isn't it, Vinny?
Yeah. Well, Archie's saying we can use the nap boxes. No more chairs for us. But it wasn't us, just to be clear. It was the human volcano that blew that one apart.
Yeah, maybe we didn't. Oh, you did have 2 lunches today. Are you sure it wasn't you?
1.5. 1.5.
Right.
I did go through a bit of a phase of breaking chairs. I broke 3 chairs and a couch in a 2-week period.
It's an extraordinary 2-week
The couch
period.
was a surprising one. It was at a burger bar. We were sitting waiting patiently for a table.
What's that tell you? Read between the lines, Vin.
Probably cut back on the double burgers.
Oh, the double main course orders from you this trip has been extraordinary. Anyway, back to the action. Respectfully defended. So he needs to come out here and make sure that he gets the hot hand Fernando back on strike. That's a great mustache, by the way.
Told you, one of the best mustaches in European cricket. Driven. And should be handled down at long off. It is. It's Mohamed Mohsin. You're excited though, aren't you?
I am. This is exactly what I thought would happen in the previous game. The super volcano now. He's exceeded the volcano. He's grown in stature. He's transformed. Because he's hitting everything out in the middle, but that's a 1.
Yeah, that one was on the ground. You're not a huge fan of running, I would say. Fernando does it when he has to.
It's like you ever watched Dragon Ball Z?
Have.
It's like a Saiyan, and he's transformed into a Super Saiyan. He looks like a completely different cricketer as that's smartly played for a single by Nimesh. That's all he has to do. Let's get Fernando back on strike.
Yeah.
36 off 12. He's proven that when he gets it anywhere near the middle of the bat, this ground is nowhere near big enough.
That is true. He's already hit a ball to another time. He's the last ball, the 4th over. Does he take the one hit or does he go large?
Oh, he goes large, Vinny.
Hold on a second. It's coming down, but where's it coming down? It's going to be 6 in the end. Well, it does come down just in the field of play. There's a real steepler. That noise you heard was Corey's headphones rolling around. Of course, it ends up going 49.5 metres and dropped over the line. You see, maybe that foot might have been on the rope anyway, to be honest. But, well, Maximo to finish the over. And 4 overs down, 56 for 2.
Well, Handers is going to thank me later for saving the comm cam that time. It was very close to rolling into our camera.
I think
we're in a bit of a hot spot today, aren't we?
You are on a final warning for dropping their headphones.
No,
if you're quick enough to press the button off, that's one thing. We already said everyone say goodbye to Corey for his last day of commentary.
We are a little bit in a
that
hot
one,
zone.
The way you dropped it then, you must have kicked it as you tried to exit the cube because it was rolling around for ages.
I do not know what you're
Just
talking
take the
about,
catches that hit straight at you and end it.
Oh, no, we've got to protect the equipment, and we've been hit at. We're in a hot spot.
You don't have to protect the boundary rope. I think you should leave that to the fielders. Because you end up getting a hand on it. It doesn't even go
Could you
straight.
imagine doing it? He drops it and the commentator takes a time.
It would be the first time. It would have been about as remarkable as that keeper catch we had last week.
Yeah, that was remarkable. That went viral, didn't it?
All right, here we go. New over starts. Muktia Singh's bowled well today. Edged, and this will evade the fielder. 4 runs to start the 5th. Nimesh gets a boundary.
So, Vinny, what's the significance of that 4?
Well, the significance is it's the first 4 for Nimesh, but you're going to tell me something more about it?
Give me more, Vinny.
The significance of that 4?
Of that 4, why? What's it mean?
You're getting a bit deep for me.
They've now made the total they made the previous game.
That's true. Yeah.
What a platform. With a set batsman as well.
I did say to them in the break, you know, 1 or 2 little things turn around, you can change the whole game. And I gave the example of 24 hours ago. Roma CC coming back against RBMS on the walk. He gets a slow ball, clever bowling. He does have a good change of pace, doesn't he? Muktia Singh.
Yep. But they've now made
Keanu's all over it. Keanu got the
Keanu's
question.
just, that was Keanu, you're just copying me. I said it first.
He was probably answering your question.
Oh,
Gets
well
another
bowled.
slower ball, waits on it. Just
Good.
butts it out for 1. Let's see. I think he's going to get a slower ball here.
I'm
He's bowled
so
2 good
excited.
ones, and I think he's going to try and hit it into the olden days again. And I want to say a quick hello to Charlie Hunt, who's in the chat. How are you, Charlie? Won't be too long before Charlie will be heading to Portugal for the night series, which starts on Thursday.
I can't believe they've got a slip in. He's 42 off 13. Maybe I've missed something in the memo.
They've got the slip in. That might be a good shout if he nicks the slower ball.
He doesn't get it.
Trouble. Caught. Really nice catch. And Shanamgul will do what he couldn't do earlier. Just a couple of minutes ago. Muktia does get the big wicket, and I mean the big wicket. Oh, so just Fernando goes for a lightning 42, but he's gone. Kent Lanka 61 for 3.
Yeah, what a disappointing time to get out. The volcano had erupted somewhat. He just clothed that one. Nice smart catch though. You got to hold him. Great shot from our camera crew. And he'll have to go for 42.
So he's been destroying chairs. He's been destroying bowling figures. And ultimately,
And he's been destroying plenty of kookaburras, Vinny.
Yeah.
Well, tell you what, here we go again.
yeah, I've got the super duper volcano. It's smart. It's like for like. I like the captaincy. This is Bhuvanika, the captain, coming out at number 5. Oh, a bit like babushka dolls, aren't they? They just keep sending him out, and well, let's hope that Bhuvaneska can have some success.
Don't
like
babushka
Fernando.
goals go from big to small?
Yeah, like
We
reverse
got-
though. They're going in reverse. Just wait till they're 9 out. Tell you what.
When does it end? Arjuna.
Yeah, Muktia. He's been a very clever bowler. Yeah, Charlie said he's off to the airport tomorrow for that. Does them all ends up. Another one of those slower balls. And this, I like this. It's working for him. It is a variation, but he's almost bowling it as his stock ball at the moment. And that headband's giving him a lot of confidence. There's that slower ball again. Beats him all ends up.
Tell you what, that's actually quite a nice delivery. If I was a man mountain like this, I would be using that little bat in my hands and swinging very hard.
Looks like a toothpick that he's batting with.
Does. A bit Mark Cosgrove.
Goes for it. Hits it pretty well.
work for the outfielder. Most of them will deal with it. So it's the end of 5 overs and the score is 62 for 3. And just a reminder, talking of that series, we'll be in Portugal on Thursday night for the first time. So we get to watch 4 matches here, then 2 matches in Portugal. And that runs for roughly 2 weeks. We have 5 teams over there, Miranda de Corvo Stadium over there. And I'm really looking forward to that. We'll get to see Coimbra Knights hosting that one. But we'll get to see Marlow. They've won every single ECN trophy in Portugal.
That's unbelievable.
We've been playing cricket there, yep. They've been really, really good. Sometimes they're a bit shaky during the tournament, but they always come up with the goods in the finals. And yeah, each team there be a triple round robin format and finals. So I think it'll be really interesting.
Yep, it looks like everyone forgot that we've been doing drinks today, so we're skipping drinks. I like it. Let's get on with it.
I like that. With the cooling breeze, everyone's forgotten. So we'll get on with the game.
It's just a bit more pleasant here today than it was yesterday.
The other thing is the fielding team might have said, no, we're on a bit of a heater here. We're going to keep going, got the momentum. We don't want to break it up. Here's Rajvinder coming back for his second over. It's just played away. Well, this could have been
Wrong
close.
end.
I think if it hits, he's probably out, you know. I'll have a look at this on the replay, but Mesh was slow to go. Probably wasn't anticipating the push and run here. Maybe just in. Didn't get a great bat slide in, to be honest.
It's more the bat poke, wasn't it?
Yeah, so really looking forward to that. With occasionally more than the 2 games in that series. We'll get 4 this Sunday, for example, while we're off. So a lot of cricket coming on ECN. Katlanka, well, let's see. Might be an innings of 2 halves. They want somebody to be able to go large in this second half. 62 off the first half is pretty good. Goes across the line here. Nimesh picks out the fielder, just a single.
Yeah, good intent. Poor Necker. He needs to get on with it straight away. Someone needs to go big in between the singles, though, don't they? They've had a great start. Can they get up to 120?
Dragged away to the leg side. They'll get 1.
A good comeback this. Singh's got really nice figures here. 1 for 12 with 2 to come. Got the big wicket as well. Yeah, the old traditional leave.
Yeah, why not?
Surprised to see that.
Yeah.
They've left the odd ball today, which is quite curious.
Yeah, well, they've taken a trick out of Mubarak Hussein's book. It worked for him, eventually.
Well,
could be gone. Is gone. So, well, the old leave and miss hit. Nimesh has to go for 8. And so, well, how about that from Rajvinder Singh? He starts with a wicket, he ends with a wicket. So 2 for 12, his figures. And this innings just running out of steam here, isn't it? 6 overs down, 65 for 4.
I guess the worry is, even though they've had a good start, will they be able to keep it going? We don't want to see them falter and only make 80 or 85 here.
Yeah, exactly right. And so, well, Roma did mention, if you get their openers, they're a bit suspect as well. We've seen that last year, but you have to play well against good teams. Now, they've had a good start here, but you're exactly right. 6 over check-in time. They're on 108 pace at the moment. If they can get 10 and over, get to 105 here, it'd be competitive. Well taken, good technique there.
Well, floppy hat and a towel. He's not dropping it. It's the most dangerous combo you can have as a fielder.
A good player. We saw that with the bat. So yeah, a little bit cooler this afternoon. It's pretty welcome.
I'm hoping Buaneka just can get a few away. Buaneka facing up.
All right, 7th over.
Well, he's played a miss. I tell you what, the keeper sort of like not at the stumps, not too far back, and he gets back.
Yeah, well, he's on the walk, but then I think he gets the bat down in time. Does. But yeah, just probably has to hold his shape. I guess it's easy to kind of go into high progressive mode and start playing poor shots.
I'd love to have something on his bat just to tell us how hard he's swinging it. There is a lot of force behind it.
Bending the air, wasn't it?
Could be breaking the laws of gravity here. High, in the air. 1 bounce. Just Can't get going at the moment.
Yeah, but I mean, we saw it happen similarly with Sergio Fernando, didn't we? Just took a while to get going, but when he did get going, it was really dangerous. Now we'll get to have a look at Danuan. So yeah, Danuan, 1 of 4 in the first game. It's Muktasing that got him.
Push. This will be a surprising quick single. Oh, they get through with the football. Did you see what I did there?
Yeah.
See how I fumbled the word fumble just to play?
That's very clever.
That's just a bit of word acting. They keep each other amused in the commentary cube sometimes.
I'm just happy we've got a bit of a breeze cooling us down today. So we're not all overheating as much as yesterday. Still pretty hot conditions.
Edge, well, if you can't hit it in front of the wicket, hit it behind. He gets a bit of luck, 4 runs.
Sure does. But you make your own luck, I suppose. And you're swinging hard when you do that, when you get an edge. Typically, it will run to the boundary. You run pretty fast. So nothing that Usama Butt could do about that. So let's see if they can roll this into a 100-plus score. Maybe get a couple of key wickets they need. And they'll have the bowling of Nico Fernando available as well this time. His left arm tweakers.
Well, it's a low full toss, and he's absolutely clothed it. For a man his size, he couldn't have hit it more softly, and that's quite a comical wicket.
I wonder if they'll check this for a butt ball. But at the end, this is pretty clear cut, isn't it? It's
You couldn't hit it
ball.
softer. Boom.
Big swing, and well, it doesn't even make it half the pitch, I don't think. So Muktia will do his own work, and that's the 5th wicket out. Now it's 71 for 5.
It's actually quite difficult to hit a ball that softly for a full toss and back to the bowler. That's really hard to do.
Well, you have to miss-hit it horrendously, and that's exactly what happens to Bhuvanekar.
Might be a blessing in disguise. Never looked like he was in.
Yeah, sometimes you got it, sometimes you don't. But how about this? It almost has flight, this slower ball.
Can you look up the house already for me, Vinny?
Well, I said we're just going to go knock on the door, I think. Looks nice though, doesn't it?
Cheap
We'll
wicket.
have to ask. I'll tell you who we can ask. We'll ask Lorena maybe and Prabhath from the host club. Maybe they'll have some answers for us. So, last ball of the over. Chessing's been excellent, 2 for 12 in this game. Last ball for him.
That's a nice looking shot for a dot.
Uh-oh. Well, he took off with the hit, and now they might get a run, and they will. So I don't know how they did that. They might get another one now, but that fielder was good at the beginning and end of that play. He fielded it pretty cleanly. So it'll be 1 to finish the over. The score 72 for 5 after 7.
Yeah, a bit of comedy cricket. He hit it beautifully, actually. Nice shot. And then there was the overthrow.
It's weird that he only started running when the fielder picked it up cleanly, but maybe he knew what he was doing.
Yeah, well, tricky.
Induced the throw and gets an overthrow. Hey, Corey, you having fun?
Yep.
If you are, come back tomorrow because day 3 on the way. Roma CC, the host, back in action against Royal Roma. I think that'll be a really interesting double header. And then you've got the 2 teams that currently don't have any points going at each other. Match 11 and 12, Roma Capinelli and Kent Lanka. Well, I can tell you, that depending on what happens today, they might get a win here, Kent Lanka. But if they don't, that one of those teams will win for the first time on ECN in match 11. But I mean, still plenty of cricket to play in this one.
Yeah, that would be a special moment after they haven't won in quite some time. That's if Kent Lanka don't win this one. And I mean, there's still every chance to pull off a win.
Not the worst start at all. 72 for 5 after 7. Yeah, so 6:30 a.m. GMT, 8:30 in Central Europe, and noon in India. Join us for day 3 of 6. Here's Mosen coming in, and it's going to be sliced away for a single at the start of the 8th.
Nice shot for a single. And well, good.
Uh-oh.
Good awareness. It wasn't on though. Almost stealing another. You got 2 young fellas at the crease who obviously haven't followed the strength and conditioning team's plan for a couple of the other fellas.
Tell you who's out there now. It's Danushka Takiriadura, who was the man that had his facial features temporarily rearranged in the last game.
Hey, free cosmetic surgery. You wouldn't say no.
Still looked okay when I saw him, actually.
Hard down the ground. Mid-off should pick this up.
Good to see them running hard, at least looking for those extra runs, hey?
Well, that's what I mean. These guys are a bit younger, a bit fitter, so they're going to look for the 2s. On the walk, it's
back past the bowler, so they will get just the one this time. So now suddenly, with this deceleration, you wonder if they'll get to that 3 figures. They were 62 at the halfway point, so they need 38 off the second half to get up to that. But since the halfway point, we've just had overs of 3, 7. We've had 3 off the first 3 balls of this over.
Yeah, unfortunately, they just haven't been able to find the boundary. And now he loses his leg stump, so can't find the boundary. Mosen loves aiming at that top of leg stump, and another wicket goes.
Yeah, so just backs away, and this is the risk, because if you miss it, and you're often playing with a slightly non-straight bat when you're reaching for balls on the stumps. You see here, he's trying to go inside out to the offside, knocks the top of leg stump, and so another wicket has fallen. The score now is 75 for 6.
A lot of their players are trying to make room and hit it on the offside. It's a bit peculiar.
Yeah, it's an interesting one.
If you stay still, that's just a ball on leg stump.
Yeah, it's not really the percentages, is it, to do that? Maybe occasionally to break it up, but yeah, I haven't had a lot of success with it so far.
This was always my pet hate when I came out to bat, when the non-striker would come and meet me.
Yeah, that's something that you wouldn't actually see at a high level of cricket. Just leave people to get on with it, unless there's something real situational you need to talk about at the end of a one-day match or something like that, or end of a T20 when you're going to talk strategically about running or not running in some situation. All right, so left-hander comes out now. It's Irosh Vikmuthi, who's the new batter. Pardon me, this is Demir Pereira, who's come in at number 8. Vikmuthi's still to bat. So Mohsin with 1 wicket, hasn't gone for too many either. Just 3 singles and a wicket off this over.
Well, hits that hard down to mid-on. That'll be Pereira off the mark. So still 11 balls left in the innings. That 100 mark is still in touching distance. 6 wickets though. It's crept up on us. A lot of left-handers sprinkled through this team as well.
Yeah, that's true.
A lot of left-handers.
Just getting organised behind the stumps there. Yeah, so geez, that 100 seems like it's drifting further and further away at the moment.
Edge, oh, just out of the reach of the keeper, and it goes away for a much-needed boundary.
Yeah, well, luck's a fortune here. And you can see keeper in a pretty good position to dive for this, but it's just out of his grasp. Good airtime, but the result will be a boundary.
Yeah, it is a boundary. Doesn't matter how you get them. And the worm, well, looks like a bit more like a big slide and a big drop-off, but still going in the right direction.
A bit of Akib Iqbal's hair about that. But, yeah, just the moment there's that deceleration. We've had, here's the over scores, because we've got to the end of 8, the score's 80 for 6. 10, 11, 26, and 9, 6, 3, 7, 8. So it's 5 consecutive overs where they haven't been able to crack double digits. And you know what started the 4th over? It was a wicket. So
Game-changing wicket, Vinny. Game-changing.
here's Shadam Gul.
So there's a ball there, a perfect example. I know it's Pereira's second ball, and I know it's not easy, but you got to try and hit it. Blocking a 1 doesn't do anything. If you try and hit it for 4 along the ground, you might edge it for 4, you might find the gap and hit it for 4.
Yeah, it's just a lot more possibilities.
Another dot ball.
But this is an example of some of the footwork of the left-handers. This ball's a wide if he gets inside the line of it. This is something they can certainly do. You see, look where his feet are up there. They're on the tram line. So that means he can bowl anywhere from those feet all the way to the offside tram line. It's a big zone for the bowler to aim at, and you shouldn't be expanding the zone. If you can get across there, once you spot its missing leg stump, just let it go and take the wide to get another ball. And it makes balls like that pretty hard to reach.
Well, even the shot there, it's not a... It's more... If he hits this out the middle, it's a 1 to the guy at the deep cover. Got to look to expand here. Stay still, gets the wide.
Yeah, at least he does get inside the line of that one. But that is a skill. Talking about skills that maybe have become more prominent in this version of the game. And one of them is spotting a wide and leaving it, not spoiling it.
Comes down. Nice shot, but straight to point. That'll just be a single. Well, poor fielding. Could be a run out on the overthrow. No. Good backing up.
There's a lot going on at the moment. But where are they going to end up here? 100 does look like a long way off at the moment.
You would have thought they would have cruised to 100. They were
Yeah.
60 after 4. Just shows how reliant they are on that top order as Pereira, another cut shot
Yeah,
missed.
you just see him moonwalking away from the ball. Here again, look at that. And see the weight all going towards the left of screen, but he's trying to hit the ball to the right of screen, so very difficult.
And God, bowled middle stump. Goes cartwheeling. That is a perfect way to end your spell from Shad Magul. The old traditional Yorker. Pereira tries to block it out, and he's gone.
Yeah, fantastic bit of bowling. And this is what you should be doing at this stage. Full, pretty much bounces on the crease, bounces into the stumps. So another wicket falls. That makes it 83 for 7.
I love seeing the cartwheeling stump, and that is a perfect example of it. And really disappointing here from the lower order of Kent Lanka. They were 60 after 4 overs. Just shows this game can ebb and flow. 6 balls left. They might be lucky to get to 90.
Yeah, the way things are looking, I think you're probably right. So 9 overs down, 83 for 7. Shanam Gul ends up with figures of 2 for 14. Pretty good shift from him. Now they're going to go back to Mohamed Mohsin in the 10th over.
Yeah, well, so Sajith Fernando made 42 off 14, so he still scored more than half the runs.
Yeah.
Everybody else really struggling. Okay, last overtime.
All right, you have to try something here. They are running out of wickets.
Bowl, God. Well, you called it. They're running out of wickets, and another one goes. The left-handers in the lower order of this team just can't get it off the square, and he's gone.
Yeah, so, I mean, you can't really blame him. They're trying to get on with it. The bowler's been good as well. They've been hitting the stumps. More often than not, we haven't seen too many of these connected with. So, yeah, started that 4th over, which is kind of the beginning of the end in this innings for Kent Lanka. The 5 balls before that went 6, 6, 4, 4, 6. But this game can change in an instant, and it really has turned around for Kent Lanka.
I find it quite funny how often they are moving away and showing the stumps and trying to hit to the offside. 48 runs in the offside this innings, 32 on the onside.
Yeah, you don't see that very often.
They're bowling straight. Stay still.
Again, it's something that I think when they go back and watch the footage, they may correct what they're doing. Because, yeah, it is kind of a tactic that's playing into the bowler's hands, I think.
He didn't take a wicket with the last ball of his first over, did he?
I can tell you that
Slight feeling.
Mohsin took a wicket with the 4th ball
Ooh,
of his first
okay.
over.
Thought that could have been one of those ones,
Yeah,
you know.
sneaky one. Sneaky hat-trick opportunity.
Well, they might not even get to 85, Vinny. This is an amazing comeback from Royal Roma. Let's remind you, they were 60 off 4 overs.
Yeah.
The break
56 off 4, they were 62 off 5.
breaks have been pulled. Top ball.
I'll go further than that. I'll tell you that the first 3 overs went for 47, but the next 6 overs, which is twice as long, went for 36.
6.3.
So, well, right now, this is Alessio getting a bat.
Hit down the ground, but that'll be a single. Deep mid off in place. Casually picks it up.
Yeah, Mishan Alessio coming in the number 10 position. He gets off the mark. I mean, Vimukti is the other batter there. He hasn't faced a ball yet.
No, and he's got 2 balls to enjoy himself. I mean, you got a chance. You're on live TV around the world. Let's see how far you can hit it.
Go for glory. Here we go.
1.
Is there a chance to do anything else with that ball for the batter?
Yeah, it's just, I just feel like Kent Lanka are in a bit of a 50 over mode with their shot selections.
Yeah.
Even that there's the best you're going to get's a 1. Try and hit it hard, whip it.
Maybe use the wrist, try to flick it sideways a bit more. Okay, last ball, 85 plus this.
Top ball. So they only make 85, quite extraordinary comeback from Roma, sneaking just inside the tram line. Good call by the official.
Yeah, it's
And
one of
that
those umpires' calls.
yeah, brings an end to a pretty dour finish.
Yeah, so 62 off the first half, 23 off the second half. So, yeah, they really did hit a bit of a speed hump, didn't they? But, look, credit to Royal Roma as well. I think they bowled well. I like the bowling of Muktia Singh. I think he was important with his changes of pace. Rajvinder came and changed the narrative, didn't he, in the fourth over. They had 10, 11 and 26 off the 3 power play overs, but in the other 7 overs, they wouldn't crack double digits again. In fact, the last over just goes for 2. The second last over goes for 3. And things really grinding to a halt for Kent Lanka. But early on, the signs were good, weren't they? As Nico Fernando went out there, along with Sajith Fernando, they were on a bit of a rampage early.
Yeah, an absolute rampage. This was an early wicket, though, of Fernando. LBW, absolutely plumb. Good decision by the official. And even though they got that early wicket, it was Kent Lanka that got off to a pretty good start because of this man.
And really, he went on an incredible run, didn't he, at one point in the third over. He went 6, 6, 4, 4, 6. Nobody was safe. Even the vehicles weren't safe, Corey.
No, they weren't. He got a piece of everything. He didn't have much support, though, unfortunately. His partner was dismissed. Well caught from backward point. Good celebration.
Nice. Yeah, it was. And look, they were still up and about, weren't they, at this stage? And with that man going on this kind of 6-inning marathon, you thought that this could be one innings to remember, but then he was well caught by Shadamgul down the ground, and that really changed things as well. After he left, we just would only see 2 more 4s in the entire innings, which was pretty much over half of it.
Yeah, only 2 more 4s, so most of the highlights here are wickets. They caught pretty well. I have to give them credit for that. They kept their heads up in the field, and any opportunity that came up, they took it with both hands. And Kent Lanka, well, they'll have to go back to the drawing board with some of their shot selection. This one went absolutely nowhere. He mistimed it about 3 metres back to the bowler. And the frustration grew for the Kent Lankan players and supporters.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, it's a bit of a revolving door of batters towards the second half of the innings. You can see there's a lot of this, wasn't there? There's a lot of backing away to leg, and I think this is the advantage of playing in televised cricket. They can have a look at that and say, look, guys, why don't we just try and sort this footwork out? We don't need to be going to the leg side. I mean, that's the one that they get away with, but still wasn't convincing. I think they need to either stand still or even go across the off a bit and open up that leg side a bit more. And not often you see more runs on the offside than the leg side. That was middle stump disappearing, and the end of Demira Pereira. Yeah, but give credit to the bowlers as well. I mean, they never quite gave Kent Lanka room to breathe at the end. They used their changes of pace well, and so often they hit the target.
Yeah, well, if you're always going to get on the stumps, you bring in at least one mode of dismissal. We look at the scorecard, and pretty sorry tale there. Sajith Fernando, 42 of 14, striking at 300, and then the rest, well,
not much to write home about. We'll say no ducks, so 10 players score, but yeah, 42 for Fernando, and only 14 balls, and he was really on song there for a while. You can see that in his innings, he was able to strike 5 big 6s and 2 4s, but nobody else would be able to contribute a Maximo. And there were 5 boundaries in the innings, 2 each to the openers and 1 to Namesh. In fact, there were 6th and 7th boundary at the end. Bhuvanekar with 1 and Takiri Yadura with 1. Nice to see him back after taking that blow in the face a little bit earlier. Well, 4 twofers, you don't see that very often. And those 4 bowlers all going 14 or less. Only Shahanka really copped it. And that was a lot to do with that third over he delivered that went for 26. But apart from that, pretty good team effort from the Royal Roma bowlers.
Great team effort. Not often you get 4 bowlers all ending with 2 apiece.
So we'll take a quick break. We're back in just a few minutes. The last innings of the day is on the way. 86. Royal Roma will need to keep their unbeaten streak alive at the start of this ECS. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo. Corey Ruckers with me. Hope you're enjoying day 2. Well, the finish is around the corner. See you shortly for more FanCode European Cricket Series. Hello, welcome back to the Roma Cricket Ground for the final time today. Last innings of day 2 on the way. Roma trying to sweep this mini series and go 4-0 in the series. Last year's champions, they only won 2 matches in the group stage last year, coming from 4th to win this week. But this time they've already won 3 matches out of 3, and they're looking for win number 4. And to do that, they're going to need 86 for victory. I've got to say, the openers looked very good before as well, Roma. We're likely to see Mubarak Hussain out there with Munib Niazi. They'll hope to make light work of this 86 runs. But, I mean, it's a fighting score, isn't it, from Kent Lanka? The issue they had in their first innings was that after the halfway point of the innings, they weren't able to do too much. Only just 2 fours in the second half. That was after 62 runs came off the first half of the innings. So it should be interesting viewing. They'll have another bowling option in Nico Fernando. In fact, he's going to open up. So they're deciding to go for spin first up. I like this move. Depending on how well he bowls, of course. Nico Fernando, we saw playing for Pianoro in the Bologna leg of the tour last year. And well, he gets a wicket first up. Well, that's how to do it. And Hussain, a man who had 183 average before that, well, it's just been cut in half. He's out of patience first ball, and he's out of luck because the off stump's out of the ground. Fernando strikes, Nico Fernando that is, and it's none for 1. And this is what can happen. You just get carried away with your own form. Maybe played for a bit of turn there, but it just came in, and a perfect start, picture perfect start for Nico. Yeah, just loose from Hussain. So will we have a change in the narrative here in the last innings of the day? We have seen some pretty dramatic turnarounds in the afternoon sessions we've seen so far. So yesterday, Roma CC got a whipping from Rome Bangla Morning Sun, but then came back to win the last game of the day. Well, that is a dangerous hitter back in the shed. Keanu likes it. And there'll be a lot of support for Nico in the chat, of course. We do see him regularly throughout the year, tuning into ECN and contributing in the discussion. But he lets his bowling do the talking here. And the end of Mubarak Hussain brings Kumar Dharamveer to the crease. Number 3. So you see Nico brings a bit more experience to this lineup and has had some success for Pianoro in the ECS. Because Kent Lanka team without a win in 8 games last year. 0-9 lifetime. So Dharamveer coming in at number 3. Of course, their stump space. They'll be taking a bit of a pounding at the end of the day. It's never a real confidence builder when the first thing you do when you get to the crease is the umpire grabs your bat and knocks the stumps back in. So, can they parlay this into something more, Royal Roma? Fernando, 1 ball, 1 wicket. Tosses this a bit wider. It's off the end of the bat. It's not off the end of the bat, in fact, it's off the keeper, so that'll be a wide. Yeah, missed out, it was actually off the keeper's pads there. Did well to get across and block the line of it. Goes after this, and it's going to be 4. Finds the gap, finds the hole, and grabs 4. Well, that's good batting. And so it takes a bit of a risk there, Dharamveer, going across, but he gets it pretty good. It'll just be a settler for Royal Roma, who'd have to be favourites in this chase. That was hard. They've already got a couple of fielders out there, so it's hard to get them closer together. They're already what they think is the right distance apart. Taking a lot of time to bowl his first over. Only had 2 balls. Swings all around this. Again, it clunks off the keeper, chases it and throws. The result will be a bye, I fancy. Yeah, there's the signal. So bye makes it 6 on the first over so far. So again, just lured into that leg side attack, but it wasn't quite there. Here's a man that is here. Corey Ruckers, welcome back into the box. And we're going to see Niazi for the first time. Now, last time he faced a first ball, he cracked it down the ground for 6.
Yeah, thank you, Vinny. And that early wicket, that shock wicket, saying for a golden, not celebrating this time. Interesting to see how the batting lineup responds without him making runs.
Yeah, cricket's a great leveler, as they say. Come on, Nico. This is the call. Goes after this square, and they find the hole again. When Niazi, he's hit the ball really well so far today. Once again, he opens his account. First ball with the boundary.
He's so still at the point of contact. That's a gorgeous shot. I've got a lot of time for this Niazi. I actually think he's one of the best players I've seen around the traps for quite some time.
It's been a good addition to the lineup. Yeah, I like the way he likes to hold the pose as well. So Nico's still trying to shuffle his outfielders, but
it's one of the longest overs ever from a spinner.
Feels like it, doesn't it? But anyway. Better ball. Nico gets across and does his own fielding. Yeah, score in the grade 80s, as it was mentioned in the chat. We normally get good cricket matches out of scores in the 80s, but just wonder on this field, feels like it's not enough, does it?
Probably not. I'd like to see Fernando come over the wicket to left-hander, try bring a few more modes of dismissal in instead of going negative, because you're not going to get LBW that way.
Gets him in a tangle. You have to really straighten it significantly if you're going to do that. So it is the end of the first over. 11 come off it, 11 for 1. After 1, let's have a look at the run rates, and today haven't quite cracked the 10 at the moment. Oh, we might get there if this is a fast innings, but you can see the score's just a little bit lower than average so far this week. Still early days. But yeah, the 2021, the first half you see there's the Rome Series, second half the Super Series. And 2020, scores tended to go up at the end of that week. I think as players got the hang of it, there's a bit of a slump in the middle. But all over on this ground, seen an overall run rate of 10.8 and over.
So that's day by day at the event.
Yep.
So the most we've ever had is 13.7 in a day.
At this ground. Yeah. That was a big scoring day during the Super Series. But there was a 13.4, I think, at the start of last year's series, and that was a big day. That was when we had the 157 golden ball. Also, it was when Rome Bangla Morning Sun cracked a bunch of runs and Sharif Raihan took a century. Oh, is this out? Big appeal and gone. And Sajith Fernando, the volcano is rumbling. A little edge through to Nimesh, the backup keeper. And well, once again, first ball of the over brings the wicket. That's the end of Niazi for only 4. And Royal Roma, they're 11 for 2.
Well, the dangerous opening pair's gone. He was too early on the stroke, and he gets a feather through. Good catch by the stand-in keeper. Big moment.
Yeah, he likes it. I mean, how could you say no to that? And we're going to see some more of this middle order. And right now, Kent Lanka, they believe, and that's the one thing that you do have to realise in this format. If you have a bad game, just let it go. And every game presents a new opportunity. And here's an opportunity for Ashraful Islam, the Royal Roma keeper, who's coming out at number 4.
Yeah, just the feather edge through very early on the stroke. Vinny, is this the first time? Surely this is the first time you got the same opening pair opening the bowling.
No.
Really?
It's quite a bit, believe it or not. Especially in European cricket, when often you do get some of the more proficient players that are both batters and bowlers.
I don't think I've seen it personally.
Yeah, I would have seen it quite a few times. Let's see how Shane Watson open the batting, open the bowling.
Yeah, but to have both.
Yeah.
Both?
Sometimes. I would have seen it, I'd say maybe 20 times. But yeah, not something you'd probably see at a higher level. Can you think of any times that would have happened in international cricket or even franchise cricket?
Opening batting, opening bowling.
It's rare, isn't it? It's rare you'd even get one. Maybe in the short, I think throw-out test cricket, I don't think you'll really see that. Over the wicket now, Sajith. Gets about a pushing. And there is a real sense of energy at the moment in this Kent Lanka lineup. They know this is a really good start. They don't want to waste it.
Yeah, they've lifted a gear, haven't they? That's what wickets can do. Just trying to think. It's a good question from you. I know Tom Cooper opened the bowling for the Melbourne Renegades and opened the batting for a while.
True. Wild swipe there from Islam first ball. Vivek Davdas asking about different types of duck. Saying if you get out the first ball of the match, should be a diamond duck, first of innings platinum duck, first ball golden duck, and last ball sitting duck. New breeds of duck and stats. Well, there's already some names for those things, I think. Diamond duck, I think, is when you get run out without facing a ball.
Black bean duck.
Sounds delicious.
Oh, roasted duck.
Yes. Game 4 food chat is available.
You got another one for you, Chris Gale. I'm thinking of opening batsmen that then would bowl the first over of a T20 bowling little offies.
Just sneak in, you mean?
Yeah.
Sneak in and over.
A genuine one. Genuine opening bowler, opening bat. Like Colin Miller. No.
Maybe David Willie's done it for the Scorchers in the Big Bash.
Ah, yeah, there's a goodie. Yeah, that is a good one.
Former teammate of mine. Around the corner. Uh-oh, this field's ball that pretty much stopped. That's all right, it'll just be one.
Yeah, not easy to get down there.
It's true, at least he makes the stop. So, yeah, Vivek, I think that the first ball of a game, I don't like getting too far down the rabbit hole.
That's a royal duck.
It's a royal duck, that's what I was going to say. I've even heard of, like, ruby duck for second ball, but I think then you're getting a bit silly. But there's things that, like, for, like, first ball of a season without facing a ball.
Szechuan chicken duck.
You're just hungry, aren't you? Down the ground, trouble. Well, he wasn't going to make it. And a little bit of a slip as he was hunting that. Pereira. And they do have a mid-on in the circle and a long-on. They're almost in the same line. So it's a bit of an unusual field. But, well, they had two fielders there. Went to neither.
Well, they do. Oh, this has blown my brain.
You can have two slips. So why don't you say, well, it's the old soft taco, hard taco thing. Why not both?
You could just put the one in the ring straight.
Well, he's there for a reason, and now he's caused confusion. And almost causes a run out. End of the second over, 14 for 2.
Well, I've seen some things in my time. This is a new one. Very interesting indeed.
If it stays that way the next over, we'll try and give you a bit of a wide shot of the field. But you can see you got the man at pretty much mid-on in the circle, but there's also a long on. So
this is where people forget that you can just put the guy straight to get the best of both worlds.
Yeah, good point. With a win here, Royal Roma go back to the top of the table. Can spring a surprise, though. That'll be a real useful one. Remember, they'll take on Roma Cabanelli tomorrow in the afternoon session. So, yeah, it's an unusual field. I mean, I suppose what you would say, there are a lot of balls that go in that direction.
It's probably a silly question.
Come on.
But I'll take the risk.
I love it. It's random questions time.
What is the difference between Rome and Roma? Why are teams called Roma? Why are teams called Rome?
Roma is the Italian way to say Rome, and Rome is the English way to say Rome. So depending on how they notate it. So, yeah, sometimes we anglicise it, sometimes not. But it's up to the teams how they'd like to be listed. Good question, though. There are no silly questions. But if you do have any silly questions, please put them in the chat, because it is random question time. Last game of the day. Here's Nico Fernando with over number 3. Tosses it up, chance, and out. Well, there's another wicket. Timara Pereira takes the catch. Nico strikes. That's 3 first balls of an over. 3 wickets so far in this power play. And Royal Roma, they've hit the skids. It's 14 for 3.
Well, the tall left arm off spinner's here to play. He gets another wicket. Pretty good catch, that.
Was a good catch. Pulled it down Australian rules style, didn't he? See this? Lured him in with the mid-off up in the circle. Just didn't get the elevation to get it over Pereira. Well, Keanu was asking the chat, do they bowl Nicolo now or wait till the power play's over?
There's your answer.
Yeah, exactly. Going with Nicolo again and going exactly the same way at the start with a wicket. And so, yeah, 14 for 3. We'll see Muktia Singh come to the crease.
Boil over on the cards here, Vinny.
We saw it yesterday. This game can change so quick it'll make your head spin. And so, yeah, I guess the question will be how long can they sustain this? But it's quite remarkable. In the 3 overs so far, every single first ball has brought a wicket. Well, let's see if Muktia Singh can bat as well as he's been bowling, because he's been bowling very, very well for Royal Roma. Turn around the corner. This will just be a single. So, fairly cautious start from Muktia. We have got Archie piping in the chat saying, does that bowl and catch make a chicken duck? How about a turducken? Have you heard about that? Have you know what that is?
I do not.
I'm going to look up a dish. This is food chat, right? And we've talked a lot about pasta and pizza. We've been in Italy, right? This is something that you'd only find in America. And you won't even believe it when I tell you what it is. Nice, good fielding that time. Gets down, good technique, whistles in a throw. So, wow, they're really putting the screws on at the moment. Okay, a turducken is a dish. Typically in America, it's basically a deboned chicken stuffed into a duck, stuffed into a turkey.
That's disgusting.
I'm just telling you what it is. It's food chat. Charges, hits, finds the gap, and it'll find the boundary here. Islam struggled to get going, hasn't he? But he does get a boundary here. Ashraful Islam, he moves to 5. Just a steadying boundary for All Roma.
Yeah, nice shot. He makes something out of nothing. They needed that boundary. There's a bit of pressure brewing on them here. Yeah, you can see, swats it away for 4.
Yeah, so there's an English version which has chicken stuffed into a duck, into a goose as well. It's definitely, feels like it's not really what nature intended, is it?
Sorry to all the vegans and vegetarians out there who've switched off.
That's true. In the air, this is going to go to one of the long-ons. It's caught, and guess what? Volcano sucks it in, and Sajith takes the catch. Islam goes for and out, 19 for 4. And Royal Roma, if you can get through that top order, sometimes they have a bit of a soft underbelly, and right now it's a disastrous power play. 4 wickets gone, 19 for 4.
Well, if you want to look up the definition of a boil over, it's on the cards here. The mid-on, he snares it comfortably. There's the other mid-on, and a wicket falls 4 in the power play.
I'm starting to think 2 mid-ons isn't enough. A lot of balls are aimed there. And how about Sajish? Well, he probably says, I want to field long on, but I also don't really want to move too much. So you can grab anything that's in the circle. I'll grab anything that's out. He certainly grabbed that one fairly easily. Bit of the crocodile style, but effective. End of the power play, 19 for 4.
Yeah, pretty unbelievable comeback this, considering how badly they were beaten before. Not many people would have seen this coming.
Yeah, Keanu saying he's really happy to see Nicolo getting some wickets. He's a big fan of him.
Keanu's a big fan of everyone.
Yeah, he's always nice to talk to in the chat, and that's true. Nico's really enthusiastic about cricket and promoting cricket.
Who don't you like, Keanu? What about, that's my question. You said it, no, you said it's random question time.
Yeah, but you asked me a question once saying, like, for example, who don't I like as a commentator?
Well,
and said I'm not.
What about Keanu can answer?
Oh, okay. If you want to answer, you can, Keanu. Sometimes we can throw some questions back in.
We've had a question on Twitter as well.
Go on.
I'll get it up.
Manage, that'd be great. I'm going to see Takiri Adura. This is Prasanna Takiri Adura.
Manoj has come with a question. I'll let you mull on this. He said, Human Volcano. I like the nickname. Question to you both. How do you see the chances of Romania team in ICC European qualifiers? Well, that's almost complete. Not good.
Yeah, Romania, I suppose the issue is that they, just historically, they have a good record against teams below them, but teams above them, sometimes they struggle with that next level.
Well, they lost to Cyprus the other day.
Yeah, well, it's a matter of if they've got enough players, I think they compete at the level. I think they've definitely got 1 or 2 or 3 that do. But yeah, that's always the challenge. That's how you get better, playing against better teams, right? Anyway, let's go back to here and more spin. Takiri Adura comes on. Half tracker, Gundy ball, and that one has been sent back into ancient times. That is gone. Maximal, a gift cashed in by Mukhtar Singh.
Yep, that will not be discovered for another 500 years. It was short, it was a bit of a long hop, and unfortunately doesn't get it right at all. 6 runs.
I do like they've gone with more spin, but you still got to bowl well. Yep. You know, that one's just asking to be hit.
Just a bit of a first ball, bit of nerves.
Yeah.
Give him a chance.
So, Mukhtar becomes quite important, I think, in this chase now. Bit of the do-si-do, hits it hard, hits it into the gap. Fernando's after it. Nico Fernando does well. Slide stop. You can tell he's a good cricketer. He's doing everything right so far. Uses his body to get down, make sure it's not going to get past him.
Yeah, he looks like he's played a decent level of cricket.
Keanu's come back with an answer to you saying that he likes everyone here.
Sit on the fence, Keanu.
I love it that Keanu likes trolling you a little bit as well. I know you try and troll Keanu, but I think he gets you back a bit. This one keeps a bit low, maybe sliding. But tell you what, it's one of the all-time great appeals.
Oh, tell you what, that's close. That's real close.
Well, judging by the appeal, I'm looking forward to looking at the replay. Yeah, hits him far back. I mean, the question is it going on a hit leg stump or missing?
Clipping.
Umpire's call, I'd say. Umpire's call on hitting or not. So fair enough. Tossed up, hit, chance, caught. Well, they're disappearing into the buckets, and they're disappearing pretty fast. Well, watch out. Don't get in the way of Sajith. Well, he's broken chairs and he's broken partnerships today. Mosen goes for a duck. It's 26 for 5.
Yep, it is game on. It was flighted, it was slow. He hit it flat. And another catch to the straightish mid-on. Good snare, Vinny.
Has his own gravitational pull, and the balls are being sucked into it at the moment.
Into the vortex.
Really good catch, isn't it, Sajith? And
Whoa.
just have a look at that.
For a brief moment.
Running in for high fives and then quickly trying to take evasive
If
action.
those two did the chest bump, Vinny, we might have lost the bowler.
Well,
Can we
luckily
get
the
that
ambulance
again?
is on standby.
Can we get that again, Anders, please? That was sensational. For a brief, fleeting moment, he saw his life flash before his eyes. Watch this, the celebration coming in with the bowler as he leaves the ground here. Watch the bowler's face. Whoa!
Kiriadura almost sent into the next life. Anyway, how about this? 26 for 5. I mean, he hit that pretty well, didn't he? But he just picked out the fielder at long on. The catching's been pretty good so far from Kent Lanka. Bit of an update for Gianu in the chat, saying that Romania struggling a bit. 52 for 4 after 12 against the Swedish side. Sadly, their big players have struggled. We were talking about Romania a second ago. Got to say, Sana Kiriadura, he bowls and then gets in a perfect position to appeal.
Yeah.
He was ready to go up there.
What was Keanu's question?
Yeah, it wasn't a question, it was more a comment on the Romania score.
It says Corey's got question. Corey got question.
Oh, yeah. He said, because you got your question, he was just going to throw that in. Oh, elevated. Was this another chance? He's got it back, and he's not going to do it. It's going to be 6. So it's gone all the way. And Maximo just slightly misjudges that, I think, Shaminda. And, yeah, you can see that he takes a couple of steps in, but he had to be right back. I think if he's right back on the rope, this is catchable. But, yeah, just gets it wrong and carries the boundary just by, well, probably 2 feet. So, end of the 4th over, the score 32 for 5. It's still game on here in match 8.
Yeah, nice shot. 6 runs and really impressive batting. But, yeah, Romania, the thing is with Romania, and they were high up on the rankings for them, 39th, but that was through quite a lot of games of beating teams in that region. ICC qualifiers are tough in their own right, but until you start playing teams like Germany and Italy, sometimes you get found out a little bit.
Yeah, you know where you're at, don't you? It reminds me a bit of Australia in the soccer or the football, as they call it here, in the old days. When we played in the Oceania League, played a lot of matches, but not so many matches against higher opponents. Again, you know, series are organised on a bit of an ad hoc basis outside of those official pre-qualifiers and World Cup qualifying tournaments. That's, yeah, comment made by Keanu. When Taranjit Singh and Ramesh Satheesan fire, Romania tend to do well. If they don't, they struggle. It's probably true. Anyway, let's get back to it. And look who's having a bowl. It's Danushka Kiriadura with a slightly different looking face this afternoon after copying 1 keeping, but he doesn't have the gloves on. Now they're going to take 2. That's pretty good batting by Muktir Singh to hustle back for 2.
Did you see that? They couldn't decide who was going to pick the ball up. Well, arguing amongst themselves about who's going to pick it up. Look at this, Vinny.
Yeah. So are you going to pick this up or not? I've
What's
just
he
bowled it
doing?
over.
Well,
Tell you what,
They need to stay-
Kiriadura is,
they need to stay calm.
he's a mini volcano, isn't he? He's ready to erupt. Wow. It's a big swing and a miss. Well,
Look, they've got a good chance here, but they just need to take a breath and be calm. Calm is what wins cricket games.
the wheels fell off second half of their innings. Imagine what they do for another 20 or 30 runs here, which they probably should have got.
This might be the whacker, but I have to admit, he's not the tallest of bowlers.
Yeah.
Tira Kaduria,
Close.
thank you.
But, yeah, what a turnaround. He goes from keeping to bowling because, yeah, just not confident with the gloves with that injury picked up earlier. Straight, full, hit to the infield. He's got a cannon for an arm there, doesn't he? The captain, Mitun Buvaneka.
Well, it might be one of those plays. So he got hit in the face earlier. Maybe there's some deformity now, and they've said, go over bowl, put him off as he come in.
I don't think it's that bad. But he did get it more or less in the mouth.
But maybe. We haven't seen his face in a while.
Certainly hope there's no
It's like
serious
Screech.
damage. This is just bunted down the field, lobs over the bowler. They've got two pretty good sets of hands down the ground, don't they?
Yep.
In Nico Fernando and Sajith Fernando.
This game's evenly poised. You got two batsmen who are striking at a good rate.
Bit of comparison at this stage.
Yeah, crazy different.
We're at 61. Not a good ball. It's going to be a no ball, and it's going to disappear. And for the batting team, it's heaven. They'll count it as 7 as Maximo for the first time. Danushka, well, been called 4, has it? I thought off the bat that this had gone all the way. Let's see if we can see where it bounces.
Well, I thought it bounced inside the rope, Vinny.
Oh, yeah, it did too.
A bit more attention.
I'm getting a bit out of control. I just saw it rattling the fence. I thought it went for 6. It was 4. Correctly called. So it won't be 7, but it'll be the next best. It'll be 5. It won't count as a ball. So free hit, sound the horn. Better ball. Kicked by the keeper. I wonder if that's a little set play to the square leg. Who picks it up? Buvaneka. Scramble through. Leg by called. Maybe leg by is going under the keeper now. Does he get some pad on this?
Can you get leg by off the keeper?
Maybe now you can. I tell you what, keeper would be the happiest one with that result. Leg by is the orphans of cricket. They don't really belong to anybody.
It doesn't go on by, so the keeper's
Now,
ecstatic.
If you can kick it away, it doesn't count as buys anymore. Last ball of the over. Goes for it, finds the gap. Doesn't have what it takes to go to the boundary though. Picked up. And so game on. Hits halfway through this chase and the score 43 for 5. Double 43, you get 86. Game on. So, well, maybe there's a ball to go. Yeah, missed out on it, but the batter hasn't missed out. This one's out of here. Maximo. Well, take that. And, well, I wonder what's happened here. Because I just got a feeling that that might have been a 7-ball over. And the last ball getting hit for 6. So I don't know. We'll have to check about this. But, yeah, I mean, I had that over scored as 2.11. Then there was a no ball.
Was there a wide?
Don't think so.
I hope not, Vinny.
So,
That
I
could
mean,
be
that
game-changing.
really hurts.
No, I want you to confirm it. Look, it's drinks break. Go through. Was it a 7-ball over?
I'm looking right in front of me, and it looks like went 2.11. No ball plus 4. That won't count as a ball. And the 5th ball was the leg by, and then the 6-ball single. I thought it was the end of the over. And then we saw a 6 off the last ball. I mean, I called the end of the over as well, didn't I? So I had to score at 43. But they will have to count it if it's a ball that gets delivered. And that really hurts you, doesn't it? Because it should have been out of the over.
Yeah, well, that can happen. I've seen it happen at the international level. And unfortunately, it might have happened
Can
here.
go both ways. You can get a wicket off as well, but I suppose the issue being with only 60 balls in the game. And you're right, it's a game that can happen. But, well.
A couple of things happening that over that beggars belief. Are you sure? Are you sure?
Just got a feeling. Well, players will take a quick drink. And
go through the over for me, Vinny.
Well, one more time.
Yeah, because
2.11. There's 4 balls. Then there was the no ball off the 5th. And then the free hit was, remember, that leg by. And then there was a single. And then we just saw a 6.
Yeah, okay. Well, look, mistakes can happen. If you're 100% sure, I know people will be looking on the chat. I've seen it happen in international cricket. Didn't Aaron Finch once get...
Got out off the 7th ball over in the Big Bash. Now, we've worked out a few hacks, and this is my hack. You ready? This is the wet towel.
It's not your sweaty towel, is it?
That's all right. It's just pure H2O. But we've been pretty hot in the cube, but pretty hot action out there in the centre as well. So yeah, I think we'll get moving with the scorers just getting confirmation of that. But yeah, it's a tough one, isn't it? You got to respect the ball once it's bowled, though. You know, you can't retrospectively, based on the result, cancel it or not.
Yeah, because if it was a wicket and so on. So it's just part of the game now. It's happened before at franchise level, international level.
And the rules actually say this. It says an over is an over until the umpire calls over. So people are asking why can't they change the decision. You can't. Because once the ball's in play, for example, we've even seen something, I think, in international cricket recently with the wrong striker taking strike.
Yeah.
You know, once the ball's bowled, you got to respect what happens on the ball because it could equally be a wicket. It could be something that favours one side or the other. I mean, typically, it will favour the batting side in a 10-over game because it means they get one extra delivery. But, yeah.
Yep, it's just part of the game. And it does happen. It does happen. Because, yeah, look at the scoreboard. Now, I think we've thrown the viewers at 4.7.
Yeah, oh, 4.7.
Well, the other day,
distance.
didn't I have a little,
yeah,
little laugh?
So we had 44 off 4.4. We had 55 off 5.5, 66 off 6.6. Now we got 4.7. But, I mean, like I say, it can happen. And you know what probably threw them there was that the no ball and then the free hit, which does count as a delivery. But when there is an extra, it can just throw.
It's usually when there's an extra or a couple
But I'll
of
give you
things.
some good news. The leg bye has retrospectively been changed to a bye off the free hit.
How does that happen? And does it matter?
I think they just asked for clarification. Umpire might have signalled wrong or something like that. So anyway, that's not a big deal. But right now, we are looking at 49 for 5 at the halfway point. Well, for all you neutrals out there, they're probably getting behind Kent Lanka after that one.
I've got a curious thing for you. So they've retrospectively changed the leg bye to a bye.
Yeah.
Now, can you, in theory, I
Yeah.
know this is an international level and
Yeah,
there's a lot on the line.
Yeah.
Can't we, in theory, revoke the 7th ball?
No, I mean, not really. I mean, there is changing a leg bye to a bye is more of a isn't going to change the score. But yeah, I mean, this is just something that they're sorting out right now. And so, yeah, the short answer is no. I mean, once the ball's in play, you got to respect the result. Like I say, it has happened at the international level as well. I think there were the highest amount of overs.
I remember, sorry
Yeah.
to interrupt, I remember Aaron Finch, after he was dismissed after the game, actually took it pretty well. And he goes, it's part of the game.
Yeah.
Even I didn't notice as a batsman.
Yeah.
And it's just part of what's happened.
Yeah, and that's true. And so we'll have to see if it makes a difference here. Of course, the fact it got pumped for 6 probably makes all the difference. If it was just a dot or something like that or a 1, probably wouldn't be talking about it
if
as
it's
much.
just a dot, it doesn't, in theory, ruin anything.
Yeah.
Just the strike rate of the batsman. Imagine
true.
if you cared about your strike rate, but no, 7th ball.
Yeah, so, I mean, this is the issue. I mean, when you've got... Whoa.
Oh, sorry, that is a bit of a
cube attack
explosion.
But well, look, this is the thing. How many overs would we have in a year? If we have, let's say, 1,200 matches times 20 overs, probably talking about 24,000 overs. If 99.9% are correct, then you're still probably looking at like 24 miscounted overs a year. So
Yeah.
it'll happen occasionally. There is a procedure to deal with it. Things like, you know, changing 4s to 6s, even if it's slightly after, that can be done. But well, right now,
So we'll just get
Here come-
clarification that nothing's changed.
yeah, it'll stay, I'm sure now, it'll stay 49 for 5 at the 5 over mark. All right, well, here is a little firecracker. Prasanna Takiriadura, who's going to bowl over number 6. And, well, that'll probably get Kent Lanka real fired up. Going to tell you what.
Well, that over ended up going for 16. So game back on. This has
Yes.
turned into a good partnership.
17 in total in the end because there was also that bye. So this is nicely done by Shankar. So Muktia Singh, he's been the man. He's come and he's kind of changed the narrative. Now he's 21 off 9. And so let's see how he deals with Prasanna Takiriadura. If Prasanna takes a wicket though, I think he's going to go absolutely crazy.
Swatted away down the ground. Well, they're still in this game. I know it's only 36 required, but they've got 5 wickets in the wicket column.
Yeah, that's true. 50's up now, you're right. They've been spin heavy, and it's been working for them. A little bit short, and it's going to go to the boundary, so that'll be 4 runs. And yeah, once again, Prasanna Takiriadura just getting his length wrong. This one was whacked away by Tanusha Shahankar.
Yep, nice shot, nice batting. This partnership has sort of changed the game on its head. Really impressive batting. They came out with a lot of pressure, 5 early wickets, but 22 of 10 and 13 off 6 respectively is important and impressive batting. Blocked into the offside, so they'll just get a single this time. Fielder pretends to throw, but cables onto it because no one was backing up. How can they get their way back in the game? The answer's pretty simple, Vinny. They need to find a wicket.
Sure do. Oh, there's the switch, but he gets it wrong, top edges, but he should have enough to get it over the field. And in the end, it's going to go all the way for 4. Well, expansive shot, brave shot by Muchia, but he does get another boundary.
Well, to be fair, I actually think it's a very good shot. He's going with the spin, with 2 men in the ring there. Yeah, it splices up high, but he got plenty of it. It's with the wind as well.
Yeah, with the wind, I think, is a key for that shot as well.
Good batting. Really good batting. What an impressive partnership this has been.
Right. Oh, he almost cops the ball with the back of the head there as well because he's still appealing. But
threw it to the keeper's head.
Yeah, but I think the keeper at the last moment had to change his mind. Otherwise, he was going to do the ball at an injury.
So high. And look at this, please.
Never great. And didn't even have a stationary target to appeal to, really.
No, that's not hitting another set of stumps, but...
Good appeal. 61
the...
for 5 after 6.
Yeah.
25 or 24 now. So now, let's see what happens next.
Well, the problem is the 5th bowler hasn't been used at all, and the game's on the line. So I think you'd be tempted to go back to Sajith.
Yeah.
And they are going to back to Sajith, but then it's going to be up to your 5th bowler to really finish well.
Yeah, we've got to use him at some point. But they need a big over here to get themselves back in the game. Bishal saying one thing is sure, expect the unexpected in ECN. Yeah, for sure. So here comes Sajith. They are going with the volcano. He's a pretty good player. He's caught really well. He's had a much better game here in the second game. He's got a big role to play. So, Mukhtar is going to be on strike, and he is the man that's really picked up the pace here. Coming in at number 5. 26 off 12 with 2 4s and 2 maximos.
Well, this game is on the balance this over.
Yeah, they need a big one. Kent Lane Cup.
I was just about to say, do you think, as a batting team, you know he's the spearhead, see him off, take 6 off the over and then ride your luck elsewhere?
I just think you take what you're given here. If it was your bad ball, you still want to put it away, but yeah, I don't think you have to take any unnecessary risks, especially because 1 wicket, being the 6th wicket, could change the game quite significantly. With a new batter going to have to come out, the number 8. Yeah, well, there you go. Happy just to play that one back and give that ball a bit of respect.
Can Fernando, even though these 2 might want to see him off, get through, find a wicket somehow?
Well, even if he doesn't, if he can push that rate back up to where it belongs, 8 or 9, with a few dots. That will help his team as well. Again, hunting the stumps.
It's good batting.
I think it's smart batting.
Yeah,
like I say, the way I would describe it if I was batting to my partner is like, let's just take what we're given. So we don't have to try too hard to create anything this over. We only need a tick over a run a ball anyway. So if he bowls your good balls, knock him for 1, get some bat and run. If he bowls your bad ball, by all means, go for it. So, another good ball. All these balls are endangering the stumps.
One thing, though, if you play like this, okay, respect it. But if you happen to lose one at the start of next over, then all of it was a waste.
Yeah, true. See, it's almost Yorker length dug out with the bottom of the bat. Nice straight bat there. Wind's picking up at the moment. Leans on this. Finds the fielder. Just a single.
So that's a little bit of match awareness lacking. If they're just defending it, point should have been tight.
Yeah, it's a
you
good
should have
point.
been getting a dot ball there. If they're only going to defend him off, keep your cover and point tight.
If you think that's their play, then you can have a bit more of an attacking field for sure. 22 off 19 now. And once again, happy just to take the single. And that's all they'll get, despite the throw being air-mailed. We've got 1.1.1 and 1. So 4 singles come off the 7th over. The score 65 for 5. Coming up tomorrow, we have Roma CC. They are back after their day off, though a lot of them have been working hard here at the ground as the host club. And they will take on Royal Roma in matches 9 and 10 in the afternoon. We'll get to see Roma Campanelli still without a win in ECS cricket, taking on Kent Lanka. The way things shaping up, they could be an important set of matches in match 11 and 12 as far as qualification goes. So join us tomorrow at 6:30 a.m. GMT, which is 8:30 in Central Europe, and noon in India for more FanCode European Cricket Series Italy Rome edition. Week 4 of our 5-week ECS. Now I know they'll get a bit of an allowance for the delays, which were due to that controversial situation, but they do have to be a bit careful with the...
I don't think you could. With the delays, there's been a drinks, there was a little bit of an error. I can't imagine.
That's true, but they are quite a lot behind. And remember how slow things were in the beginning? I think it was a 7-minute first over.
I don't think this is...
It'll be accounted
Vinny,
for.
The game that they bowl the 7th ball that gets hit for 6 is not the game to penalise.
You know what? I'm not going to say 2 wrongs make a right, but you're right. If they went over by a 5-run penalty, I think the common sense thing would be to waive it.
Yeah, obviously.
Rules are rules, though. Bad luck. See you next year. Anyway.
Imagine that. Dock of 5 as well. Sorry, boys.
Ouch.
Here comes
tell
the
you
5th
what,
bowler.
you might have an erupting volcano if that's the case.
Well, then you want the 5th bowler. If they're going to go win this game, he will have a good game.
Yep, you called it. 21 off 18. 3 overs in the day left. Pretty good start from Danuwan. Gets it up and on the stumps. Just a single.
Well, he looks more than capable.
Yeah, for sure. And look, Muktia Singh, for me, a lot of it comes down to him. And he has been the one that's been able to really get moving. Strike rate of 187 to this point. Very deep in his crease. Look at that.
Wow.
That's
Please, this could be a hit wicket. Oh, it won't now.
right.
God.
He's out. So that's no good. And he's gone. Yeah, had to be. Because that hit him in front of off stump. And he tried to get a little bit funky, didn't he? He started in the bedroom, finished in the kitchen, and well, he becomes the 6th wicket. And it's all the 6s, Corey. 66 for 6. Danuwan strikes.
I think he started in the bedroom, ended in the garage, because this was a crazy shot to play, way too full to play the
I
sweep.
think it definitely hits him in front of off stump. That was the only question, is the point of impact. Was it in front of the off stump or outside? And yeah, I think it's a good decision when it comes down to it. And they're fired up.
Look at short third man here. He decides to get in line to check himself. He gets straighter and straighter, getting the umpire's eye lines. Good appeal.
I love that team appeal. And in case you missed it, their appealing has been first rate so far, Kent Lanka. And so 66 for 6, potentially game-changing wicket.
You sort of, I mean, you don't have favourites, but you sort of want them to get up after the controversy and the way that they had a bad loss today.
Well, it's their 10th game on ECN without a wicket.
This is it. This is their chance.
Yeah, look at the keeper with the kneeling appeal. That's a good decision. Yeah, well, big punch of the air.
Oh, there is
Game
emotion.
on.
There is emotion involved.
All right, here we go. Straight hit,
Catch
chance, could be caught.
Oh!
Drop. Oh, again, they spend a lot of time on their knees. That's Danushka Kiriadura.
That was a sitter.
Yeah, he was keeping earlier in the day. This one just breaks through his hands. Took it low, or tried to take it low, and out it went.
He gets too low. He's basically lying on the ground by the time he tries to catch it. He had an age to catch it, and his teammate didn't take it very well. This is an emotional game, Vinny.
I see it all.
Well bowled.
Yeah, go get it yourself.
Well, I just said Danuwan has to have an amazing game if they're to win here. He's producing.
I'm calling it golden ball.
This
central.
game deserves one.
Kent Lanka, a team that did give us the golden ball last year against Roma CC. This has golden ball written all over it.
It does.
But I tell you what, we really look back at that 7th ball if it does. Oh no, not a good ball. And it's going to be 6. Maximo. And so, well, not the delivery to new on one. I think he's searching for a Yorker here. Ends up overcooking it. You can see it was fairly high. He's on the walkabout though, so that wasn't going to be above the waist at the crease, but it disappears out of the ground. 6 runs.
I think that dropped catch could come back to haunt them, Vinny. They've had their chances. That sort of breaks the back of it a little bit. He should have been dismissed his first ball. Instead, he's 7 off 2.
12 off 13. They're under a run of ball required now for the first time. Goes leg side again. What a very good bit of fielding.
Great fielding.
Yeah, I mean, he had to take that on the bounce, and really it could have bounced anywhere. And would have been 4. Tries to put a hole through the bowler to celebrate, but I can tell you that it is the end of the over. 8 overs down at 75 for 6.
It's a great take by Daniel there. That almost took him out. Look at this, Vin.
Really?
He holds on to it for a while, and then
Yeah.
he absolutely flung it in.
And if he didn't have his appendix out yet, it's almost taken out.
He
He says,
says,
that's
"No,
right,
look,
everyone just relax." And then he goes, bang. Anyway, still behind on the comparison, but certainly ahead in the game. Don't forget, the last 2 overs in the first innings only went for 5 runs combined. So really hit the skids. What they'd give for another 10 runs now. So all happens in the 9th, as we say. No one ends up going for 10 in his over.
Yep, this is a huge over. Can they get, well, Singh out, Shananka out? What can they do to get themselves back in the game? You're looking at the time.
Well, I'm not joking, because
What time did they start bowling?
this innings has now gone 45 minutes and we're still starting the 9th.
I
But
w-
we
I
have
don't
had
think so.
we had a significant break for that,
That was a
technical
long
issue. That was a long break. But I'm
So-
just saying, I already thought they were in a bit of
I
trouble.
think you're just adding some fuel to an unnecessary 5.
I do think you'd cut them some slack. That would be 2 wrongs making a right. Maybe 10-run penalty.
Here we go. Huge
All right, here we
over.
go. Will we even get to a 10th? That's the question. And they're going to go for Shaminda here in the 9th. In the air, carrying, and caught. So, Irash Mamouti will take it.
Yeah!
Oh!
Yeah!
Wow!
Woohoo!
How about this?
10 out of 10 from me.
Oh, this is a catch and a half. It's 10 from all the judges. And Hirosh Mimukti has just given us a moment of the season. I mean, the catch was good, but the celebration was elite.
Oh, forget the catch. The catch doesn't matter at all. Watch this from the gymnast. Flicks the hat off. Oh, that's the greatest celebration I've ever seen in cricket.
Wow, how about that? Wow. They should get 5 runs back for that. That was something else. And that's why you stick around to the end of the day. Are you not entertained? Mukti with the catch and flip combo. I love the way he took his hat off first.
Oh, this is the greatest thing I've ever seen. This takes the cake. That is brilliant. You see this in the football sometimes.
Oh,
but
all of it was good. One of my favourite bits is the little ball flick away.
Well, no, he has his fist pumped as well while he's flipping. Watch the closer of the fist.
One of my favourite bits is the way he flicks the ball away. Just nonchalantly,
Yeah,
and
but-
off comes the hat.
Yeah, and watch the closed fist when he's halfway through the air on the second leap.
Oh, this
Okay,
is
good. And watch
beauty.
his fist close. Bang! Huge fan.
Wow.
Oh,
I'm speechless.
that was brilliant. That was absolutely brilliant.
Wow.
I've never seen
moment
anything.
of the season.
Anyway, game on. New man, Chatham Gould. Well bowled.
Edged. I mean, you can't really blame the keeper for those.
Oh, symbols.
Yeah, but takes the deflection. The keeper has 0 time to react. See?
Deflects into the gloves.
Yeah,
up
but it
there.
takes it from the middle of the gloves up towards the fingers, and that's why you don't have time to react as a keeper.
I hope it takes another catch.
Oh, me too. Here we go. Back above run a ball. Goes
Go.
after it. Could be another chance. Caught! Well, they've come back 75 for 8 now. Chatham Gould nicks one and falls out of the keeper's gloves. The next one, he's not so lucky. A second ball duck for him. Raw Roma on the skid, 75 for 8. Late drama on day 2 of this FanCode European Cricket Series.
Oh, I'm getting on my feet, Vinny. This game has actually had it all. This is chaos cricket. The floppy hat falls off third man. That's on the ground and it's caught at deep cover.
Well, I was a bit worried. Their last couple of catches have been slight ice cream cones, I think, almost popping out of the hands. But that one sticks. And it's a man that almost lost some teeth with the team, Danushka Takiri Yadura, and maybe dropped one not too long ago. So now we're down to the number 10, running out of batters. And, well, especially because they had to cop that 6. You feel natural justice will be they'll sneak in here.
Well,
but 11 off 9, still anyone's game.
well, the thing is here now, 8 wickets. They're 2 balls away.
Exactly.
So irrespective if it's only a run a ballish,
How about the IQ to go with the spin-heavy attack? I
Well,
think it's been really smart.
it's been good. And the deep cover, great positioning. I like the field set. Game on. What an over this is.
This is incredible cricket. That's why you should stay all the way to the end of the day on ECN, because you never know what you're going to see.
How was that celebration still?
Still, I'm glowing in it. A bolt edge, no
There's a
slip.
man there.
Goes to the hatted fielder. He will just keep it to 1.
Well,
Zulkarnain,
Shahank is the keep. He's 18 off 12. The question is, will he try and win it right here? If they dismiss him, you've got the number 10 and 11
I think there's such a temptation to go for glory here.
Yeah, I think he
even
will.
if it's not the smart play.
Well, why wouldn't it be?
Well,
He's the
I
man
mean,
that has to
you-
score all the runs. They need 9 off.
Well,
10 off 8.
maybe you try and smack this one and take a single, try and get the strike last over.
I think he's going for it.
Here we go. Schmidt's got 2 for 1. Oh, this is called wide. It's an interesting one. He's quite wide, but he does kind of take a position outside the off stump. That's why I think this is such a grey area.
Ooh, yeah, that's an early shuffle. I don't know. Oh, tough.
Could have gone either way. That's why, to be honest, I like the line being the line. Just give us some clarity. 9 off 8. Goes for glory. Holes out. And it is out. Nico Fernando.
Oh, he does the Mbappe celebration. They've practiced their celebrations. What an over. He's got 3 for 2, Vincenzo.
Well, if Nico Fernando does a backflip now, I'm calling it right here. They're down to their last batter. Shahanka ends up. And, well, by the end of the day, we might see Bhuvenka and Sajith Fernando doing twin flips, where it's like them at SeaWorld right now. But Royal Roma down to their last pair, 77 for 9.
Unbelievable over. 3 wickets have fallen. They've caught everything. There's been wild celebrations. He went for glory. I don't mind it. He just didn't get enough of it.
Great catch. Catch and roll combo. Kent Lanka have never won a game on ECN. This is their 10th career match. And he spoils the celebration.
That's the Mbappe celebration.
Yeah, tell you what, he certainly didn't see Sajith Fernando coming.
I'll tell you what, if Hirosh Famuki, if they end up winning this game, I want to see him go up there and do more flips.
Look at this.
If they win this game, I want to see him go do more flips.
Look
Flips.
when he catches this, and he's got no idea who's sneaking up behind him. Well, here we go. 9th wicket thriller. Last ball of the over. Could be last ball of the match. In the air, won't carry. You've got to take every run now. I think you don't have a set batter. And so, yeah, you can't give up a run out either.
Yeah.
They'll run it in. 78 for 9 after 9. 8 runs to win off the last over. You got your last pair at the crease. Shaminda,
Man of the
3
match.
for 3.
If they win, he's my man of the match. To come in.
But 0 flips from him.
Oh,
I think
actually, true.
mine-
Give it to the guy that flipped. 3 for 3, 9th over. The game was almost dead. 3 for 3. It might be the greatest 6 balls he ever bowls.
If you want to see why ECN is
There's
like unlike anything else in the whole world, just go back and watch the second half of this game. So 8 off the last. And look who's going to have it. It's going to be Achinta Danuan. And his first over was pretty good, though. It did go for 10 in the end. And Schmidt only ends up
Golden
bowling the
ball,
one.
Vinny. Golden ball.
I'd
And it would
say
have
it.
to be the number 10 and 11 hitting the golden ball.
True. Wow, I just feel like we're not getting to the end of the over one way or another.
I think we
just
might.
got a feeling. So here we go. Pressure's on. 8 off the last over. 7 for a golden ball. Could be close. Could be close. Not out. It's a long way across.
What a
and
shot.
that's going to go to the boundary. That's kicked for 4, I think.
Yeah, what a shot. No, he hit it. He hit it, Vinny. It's runs.
Oh, it was off the bat. He takes a huge risk there getting across his stump.
If he didn't get bat on it, it was out. It was out if there was no bat. The keeper missed it. He's spiralling as well.
Oh, wow.
What
That's
a
a
shot.
heartbreaker.
No, it's a good shot. He got bat on that.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, I thought straight away it was off the pad, but you're right. It was off the bat.
If it's off the pad, it's out.
Yeah, exactly. So it wants an appeal, but never hits the pad at all.
Are
There's
they
half
ahead
of them.
now?
I think you've got to bring the field in now.
No, not yet.
Don't
Not
you
yet.
think?
No,
Got-
because if you get a catch or a wicket, it's
Got
okay.
your number 11 on strike,
Yeah,
though.
he's going to try whack it.
Hit. hit the fielder. Again, a run out would do it here.
Stay calm. Just stay calm. Oh,
What
are they
no,
doing?
they're not
what
calm.
are they doing?
They're uncalm. Now they're going to get an overthrow.
What are they doing? Everyone's melting down. What is that? He gives us the fist bump.
Jesus Louise.
Why do
Oh.
they? Just stay calm. You can't get run out. This is an amazing game. They've got to get a bit tighter in the inner ring now. They can't allow a 1.
You can't allow 1. I agree.
Just cover and point.
Just gamble. And look.
See, if he throws that to the keeper's end,
Oh,
there's game
wow.
over. Cool heads. How many do they need, Vinny?
2. 1 to tie, 2 to win. Wicket will do it. And
no
they'll tie
way.
the game on an almost caught and bowled. Well, the
They're
fist bumps are
celebrating.
coming thick and fast.
They need 1.
Yeah, they need 1.
Oh,
Wow.
They need 1. You've got to get close now. They need 1 run.
They're very celebratory for a team that haven't won the game yet. Now you need to bring everybody up. And
Everybody has to go in.
I mean everybody. I just can't see them hitting an outfield catch here. If they're good enough, then so be it. You got to have the stumps covered. So basically now you need either a wicket for a golden ball. We could have a 10-out golden ball. All right, here we go. Any score wins it. Oh, he bowls a Gundy ball. Game over. And the 10 and 11 do it for Royal Roma. And they get there fairly comfortably in the end, so to speak, because they do end up on 89. A bit ahead of that 86 target. So probably the 6 runs probably they would have got there in the end, but probably being the key. But how about that? What a thrilling match we've had in the last game of the day.
Well, I didn't see much of that coming. What a fantastic last game of the day. Emotions are high, and well done to those 2 men, Zulkarnain and Butt, who have ended up taking them home just by a scary 1-wicket win.
Well, I'll tell you what, so excited that Keanu gets a warning for all caps in the chat for his Let's Go Nicolo. So Ian John's pulling him into the line, but I can understand why. I mean, that is a crazy finish. You got to feel for Kent Lanka, don't you? I mean, they provide some really entertaining cricket. They'll have to wait till tomorrow to try and register their first win on the ECN when they'll take on Roma Campanelli in the afternoon session. But Royal Roma just shows, man, this ECN, you never know what's coming next. They blew apart Kent Lanka in the first contest, but it was a different Kent Lanka that took the field in the second game, especially in that second half when they were fielding. And it is a 1-wicket win with 2 balls to spare. Well, take a deep breath and sit down when you're watching these highlights. It started with a bang from Nicolo Fernando.
Yeah, 4 wickets would fall in the power play. A sensational power play overall from the bowling unit Kent Lanka, who were demolished earlier and came back strong. And to their credit, they kept their head up high and they caught most of their chance. So this was a little feather through to the keeper. The Fernando twins, will say, opening the bowling, opening and batting and picking up wickets. And this was just an unbelievable game of cricket, Vinny.
Yeah, for sure. And look, take nothing away from Royal Roma. And they had to dig deep for other reasons. Had their last 2 at the crease with 10 and 11. And so it was a very, very tight finish. I mean, each ball could have been the last from the end of that 9th over. Now, what they did do really well, they caught well, didn't they? They caught very, very well. And when it counted, they were able to get those wickets, which just put pressure on the lower order. Ultimately, they get there, but geez, there were a few controversial moments along the way.
Well, there was a bit of controversy along the way. There were some massive appeals as well. Everyone was jumping. There was so much emotion in this 10-over fixture. And this was a tight call, just missing the leg stump. I think that was the right call as well. It was only clipping.
Double ground slap. Well, we're certainly putting in everything. There's asking the question. And didn't get a positive response that time. Got to say, he caught very well, didn't he? So did Fernando. So it's the end of Mosin. But yeah, it was a remarkable game. They went very spin heavy. I mean, that's another one that potentially, if you get back and judge that better, you can keep it in the field to play. This one wasn't a good one. Ended up going for 4 off the high no ball. But yeah, there was still plenty of drama left. Got to say that Mukhtar Singh, retrospectively, his innings was super important for Royal Roma.
Yeah, absolutely. Was super important. And there was a couple of cameos throughout which helped them get to the target. A little bit of luck also went Roma's way. Of course, this was a nice reverse Malachi. Got a fair piece of it, 1 bounce 4. And overall, I'm still catching my breath back. Also, the greatest celebration we've ever seen. This was LBW.
Yes, LB douche. Yeah, it was a good decision. I think impact in front of off, crashing into the stumps. A palm up appeal that time. They certainly had a few different appeals that they were trying. And so, well, came down to it. And the wickets continued to tumble. That one was dropped, though. That one could have been costly. But this game was going to go the distance. See, Rajvinder, he was able to lift that one. out of the ground. But, well, when it came down to it, there
Here
was
we
this
go.
moment. One of the moments of the season, Corey.
I don't even want to say anything. That is
That is a thing
unbelievable.
of beauty. Well, Vimukthi showed his acrobatics, but the drama wasn't done yet. Shadamgul came out. He got dropped behind, and then second ball, he got caught. Again, they were holding everything at this stage, weren't they? Kent Lanka, after that little drop at deep mid-wicket, and then Nico Fernando came up with a blinder of his own.
Yeah, came up with an absolute blinder. That was a great catch. It kept him in the hunt. Here's the Mbappe celebration, if you like French football. Tackled by his big French, G.
He needs eyes in the back of his head.
At this stage, they believed.
They were fizzing. They knew that they were 1 wicket away. Now
That's-
that, if he misses that, you're right. And I thought he did miss it originally watching it live, but you're right, just gets a little bit of a feather on it. Then this could have easily been the end of the game as well, but didn't quite carry. And there's a lot of fist bumps going on. Every ball, there was drama.
Well, I guess with that one, you know you can't lose.
In regulation, but they were 1 wicket away. We could have had our first 10 wicket down golden ball, but how about that? He gets a Gundy ball, puts it away, and come the ultimate moment, Danuwan wasn't able to locate it where he wanted it. So they do get to 89, and they win with 2 balls remaining. Coming up tomorrow, Roma CC and Royal Roma in matches 9 and 10. Then in the afternoon session, Roma Capinelli and Kent Lanka. Well, one of those teams will win for the first time on ECS. Roma Capinelli, they were first seen in 2020, and on that occasion they weren't able to win a match. And Kent Lanka, we saw them last year, same thing. So we will see some success in the second half of the day. And join us from 6:30 AM GMT, which is 8:30 in Central Europe, noon in India for more FanCode European Cricket Series. Checking the scorecards. Well, let's have a look at Muktia Singh's innings. 28 off 16, really important because there was chaos all around him. You see that nobody else in the top 6 could pass 5. Apart from that, Shahankar was an ally for him, wasn't he? 18 off 13, but he fell at a critical moment. But how about Ali Zulkarnain with 5 not out at number 10, and Usama Butt with 8 not out at number 11. Now, wasn't that quite amazing? They get there with 2 balls to spare, but Vic Mukti, I mean,
That was the celebration of the millennium.
I think it probably was. And, well, looking at the bowling, how about Shaminda? Brought them right back into it, 3 for 3 off his over. Apart from that, 3 for Nicolo Fernando was very important early, 3 for 14. And the other wickets went to Sajith Fernando, who was pretty economical. They just played him out in the end. He took 1 for 7. And apart from that, there were wickets for Prasanna, Tikiriyadura, and Danuwan. But unfortunately, Danuwan had a feeling that over wouldn't go the distance one way or another. It didn't. And Roma sneak over the line. Once again, want to say thank you so much for your company. It's been great to have you with us on ECN once again. And well, a day, the action, I think, out there was actually hotter than the weather, and it has been pretty hot. But thanks to you, Corey, for a great day. Thanks to all of you guys out there. Well, it certainly was something. You'll only see it right here on ECN.
Yeah, that was pretty exciting. That last game, I think, encapsulates ECN cricket to a T.
Very nice word. You've been hanging out with me a lot, so I like it. But just a reminder, you can go to our website, europeancricket.com, and check out the stats. You can check out who the leading run scorers are, leading wicket takers. You can look at some of the last year's series and the 2020 series for a bit of background on these players. Each one of them has a profile on our website. Also go to our social media at European Cricket, because that's where you get some of these moments. And there are some moments that can go viral. I think that flip, it's going to go viral, Corey.
Well, it's not something, you see it in football and other sports. I've never seen someone do that on a
It
cricket
looked
field.
so smooth, didn't it?
We need to find the backstory tomorrow. Maybe we can get him on the air a little
Maybe
bit,
we'll
because
need
that
to.
was very exciting.
Had a fun day. We had Gyan Kirby earlier on,
Yeah.
7-year-old, no, sorry, 9-year-old, sorry, Gyan. But he's a 9-year-old turning 10 soon. Big cricket fan here, who one day would like to play cricket for Italy. And so
Beautiful.
That's a really nice story. We saw his dad, Dane, making some runs for Roma Capinelli earlier today. And look, tomorrow afternoon will be interesting, I think, because of Roma Capinelli and Kent Lanka. And just based on what we've seen so far, they could be competing for that last spot in the finals. So anyway, we hope you have a great day. Like this video if you haven't already. We're trying to get to 300,000 subscribers as well. So we're slowly getting there. That Ice Bucket Challenge seems pretty cool, actually, at the moment on days like today. But for now, we hope you have a happy, safe evening. Please join us tomorrow for more cricket. It's been Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo, Corey Ruckers with me. Hope you have a wonderful evening, and we'll be swimming into day 3. The action was hot. It was spicy. And we'll be back tomorrow for more FanCode European Cricket
Series.
Good night, everybody.